Kind of a loud one for the start of the thing, but sure. Alright. Just over here, do all the usual, tell everyone I'm streaming stuff, and I don't get to work. I picked up a sub on YouTube. Nice. In between since the last stream. You know, I was gonna stream yesterday, but then I found out I had was supposed to be a root canal earlier in the day, and I was like, oh, okay, well maybe I shouldn't. And then it turned out they decided to not do the root canal anyway. I was like, oh, I could have just streamed anyway, but I couldn't know they weren't going to do it, so I'm glad they didn't. I saw the what they had available there, and I was like, this is really not a very good thing. Make me sign all these waivers saying, oh, well, this car is not really not certified to do this, and like you run, you know the risk. Blah, blah, blah. I was like, about that. Alright. To everyone on the Discord, I am streaming. Also, the train's going by, in case you didn't hear it. Pointed out for you. Like a champion. Alright, that should be everything I need there. Oh, I guess I need my notes. But anyway, they put in a temporary crown. Let's make making a new one, and well, it's like, don't chew on like that side of your face for a little bit, and later on don't do anything that's, you know, don't chew anything that's like super sticky or super hard. I was like, okay, well, that's when I discovered eating with one half of your face takes a lot longer. Just chewing for going, it's not pleasant. Everything is golden. I wish YouTube let me connect to the stream in advance. It'd be a lot easier. Did I miss any messages? Perfect. Fair enough. I was thinking of merging one of the bosses from the third area into this area and taking over these lower sections. For that, since I was actually just thinking of merging the third and the I guess the third and the fourth chapters, honestly. I couldn't see much of a story reason to have them separate other than I just wanted additional spaces for the various, you know, the victims, but there was really no point. Like, I mean, the victims themselves don't necessarily have a lot of story behind, you know, them. So it's like, Mm. But why? I mean, there's an overall story, sure. But most of the toys are crazy. No one really talk. So it's like, okay, but why? Why give them a whole huge area? And then I realized I'm kind of merging biomes anyway to more than one. I was going to try to split it up to where it was what's the word? Split so that the third chapter takes up this space, because I realized the building was getting used up pretty fast. But also with how long it's taking to do these things, I mean, the game isn't going to be smaller so much as I was just like, why don't I just kind of compress the biomes a bit? Still the same number of floors, it's just, why does it have to be this clear differentiation between each area? Because this area is like half between, like, you know, kind of mechanical versus, you know, this type of more nature-y, piratey thingy. It's like a bunch of adventure things, so it's like, So if I do that, where am I putting the boss? Because essentially, these rooms are like free for what they can do. Like, I could easily put them in any of these rooms, but I need a boss arena if I do that. I thought about making this central control. Having it call it the executioner doesn't make any sense. Like, I don't know. Like, these rooms are just a placeholder anyway, but I'm curious. How big is this room? That's stupid. I don't need to do that. So 111 by 65. I'm willing to bet this room's like at least twice the size. Where's the room info for it? Could be in the center. Right here. Oh god, it's like almost 4 times the size. Could I make a boss arena in this? I mean, I guess I could. It's not like a tiny room, I guess. You jump out of the pipe and have to fight the boss? I was also going to put medical on a different thing. I thought about it and I realized that for story purposes I kind of want it somewhere else, but this room could also serve as a boss room. It's huge. Because it's 65 by like 106. Because I have a very clockwork type of character who was going to use a boss in the third thing, but then I'm realizing the third area is starting to get really, really full of bosses. But the second area is kind of lacking. I mean, the first area will probably gain a boss or two before all's said and done. But not like important bosses, just extra little fun bosses or like hard fights. But this area has a bunch of rooms that I don't know what to do with yet. And I was sitting at the dentist's office going over the various ideas that I had for it. Oh. I was really excited by the follow, and then it was just an ad bot. Okay, I'm still excited for that follow. Thanks for following anyway. Help me pump those numbers. Could do this. I'd make this room central control, I believe. Originally I put the character in a place called the Gearworks, but It would have to be like one of these two rooms, honestly. So let's say let's say I add more of a mechanized feel to this area. I have a lot of rooms to spend on it, so this whole section could be the more mechanized area to match, I guess, these. Hey, Bard. How's your day going? You're actually like the first person here. You're usually the first person here, actually. Color me impressed. Maybe. I'm debating on moving a boss from the third chapter to the second chapter because there's not a huge reason why that boss needs to be in the third chapter, and I got a lot of empty space because of how big these rooms are. I'm just trying to select how I would line it up if I put them in here, just thinking it over in my head. And I knew the medical room to the next chapter because I have a use for it in the next chapter specifically. And this just becomes central control, I believe. This really should be one floor down. It's so weird that it's up high. But there's the brick below it, so... And this room I'm quite happy with, well, in how it plays, not in how it's designed yet, but... What are you? The other side of the washroom. Yeah, it's just one of these two rooms. I'm just debating on which one I think could make a better boss room. But I mean, to be fair, I guess in this one, half this room is only the boss room. Like, I don't even need the full room. Other than to make it look grand. Actually, less than half this, because this whole underwater area is not even used for the fight. At least not so far. It's actually just there because it looks cool to have water underneath it. It's like a whole wasted room. I mean, it's a place for it to go if you have the Emperor, I guess. I'm gonna have to block it off during the fight, though. Or have a way to keep the boss from falling. And then there's this room. I can force you into a fight in this room. And timeline-wise, it's not too bad, because... Let's see, the actual plaything there is you get the Emperor, then you gotta raise the water back up and swim through this pipe to get into this room. So at that point, I could just call it like central control. I don't know where the key is for this room yet, but... Calling this Sally's room makes no sense either. Tell you rename this to something else. Also calling this Pirate Cove means nothing either. And I'm pretty certain I'm going to rename this one to the Pirate Cove, or I also call it the Midnight Room too because of the moon thingy. I don't know. Doesn't fit the pirate theme very much, so it'll probably become Pirate Cove. Be my guess. The storage room will just be that. The washroom's just there for reasons. I don't have a name for that, but I guess it makes sense if I put a boss here. Where's the key going to be for this? I don't even know. Oh wait, never mind. It's in this room. It's literally sitting on the ground here, so you can get out because you get in here through the through that pipe. So if I didn't have a key, you wouldn't be able to escape. Ah, see, it makes sense. Well, if that's the case, then I don't want a painting in here. But this painting doesn't have to be in here specifically. Also, we're back to having these little crappy tables that aren't level instances. But they're not going to be in here anyway. This might be a fine place actually to put this, to be fair. Just one random place that no one's really using for anything. It's that or maybe this room. This would be an okay save room. I'm tempted to put all the save boxes besides the very first one in storage rooms. You know, so they're kind of away from enemies. I don't know. I'll think about it. Ah, yes, the old table and chair strategy. My go-to for when I need a way to get up to a painting, and I'm too lazy to make something better. I'll make something better later. I'm just using them as placeholders for a better idea. Well, until a better idea shows up. If a better idea shows up. We'll just keep calling it Sally's room until I have a better name. So if this is where it is, and I make the boss, what would the boss even fight? I didn't put much thought into this boss yet because I didn't think I was going to need her for months. I mean, I presume I'm just going to put a bunch of machines in here and stuff, and then pipes and gears and everything. Until I have a better idea. Because it would make a lot of sense if all this crap was here. Also, this is not at 90, by the way. Just thought I'd point that out. I'm okay with chairs being off-kilter, but I don't think the control panel should be off-kilter specifically. It's kind of a little weird. Maybe some fight where buttons are involved. I almost want different floors in these too. I almost don't like the wooden floor for this area. The off there today? Independence Day? Nice, nice. Time to do more work on the game stuff? Or actually on your template there? Your glorious fab product that will make monies? Lots of monies? Yeah. Guess I'm just gonna grab a bunch of electric crap and put it in here just so it looks like it's supposed to be in there. Oh, I need Tesla coils for certain. Push it and paste it in the ground. Thinking what to do next? Make a game! Make a game. I mean, you could start adding game systems to it so that eventually people could build games out of it. It's not like a bad idea. Slowly turn into a game into a box. Or game in a box. What am I doing today? I was sitting there thinking I had a lot of time at the dentist because, you know, they made me wait for like 2 hours in the chair. So I was restructuring my game. I actually started last night. And what I decided is that there really only needs to be like 4 chapters. Now, I'm not cutting the size of the game down at all. But I started putting things in various places and realizing that it becomes way more content rich if I don't split them up. But I started like filling up the 3rd chapter. I was like, oh, the 3rd chapter is like stacked. And I was like, there's a boss in the 3rd chapter who, besides being one of the victims, doesn't really have a point. Like, she just kind of fits the area. That's it. Most of the victims don't really have a big point as far as they're crazy. They're not going to talk to you for the most part. So I was like, well, I mean, she's mostly gear-based. So, you know, like a TikTok, you know, character. She's like, not TikTok, is in like, you know, clockwork and everything like that. Well, I have all these control rooms and everything like that. Half this level is already like, you know, got mechanized crap in it. Why can't she just be in like the central control room or something? So I'm replacing this execution chamber that I had no idea what to do with. I just named it something with a central control room where you'll probably fight her. Now I'm trying, but the problem was I didn't think of any mechanics for her because I didn't think I need her for months. I'm like, oh no. Not only do I not have a great model for her yet, I don't have any concept of how I'm going to have the fight go. But for the most part, that's kind of what I'm thinking. I'm going to restructure it to be like kind of a 50-50 with more machinery types of things like I've already kind of done. And then like a weird piratey island type of thing on the top half. And then have you fight, you know, both of them over the course of the chapter. This chapter could use a bit more in it. I've got a lot of empty rooms and no idea what to do with them. Hey, Mike. How'd the dentist go? Well, funny you mentioned that. You see, I went there like 2 months ago. I got approved to have the replacement crown. That's what I wanted in the first place. And then they're like, well, you might need a root canal. Okay. So we wait 2 months to finally fight with the insurance to get that. Sweet. Then he goes and looks at it, like, I don't think you need a root canal. Okay, well, you guys told me I needed one. He's like, I don't think you need it. Okay. What's the plan? We're going to replace your old crown with, you know, you had a temporary crown. Okay. So what I wanted 2 months ago. Well, actually, what I wanted for 6 months, but 2 months ago is when they finally agreed to it. Sure. And then, like, so we're going to take the temporary one out there, get a mold, and then put a new temporary one in there, and see you in 2 weeks. And I was like, so the moral of the story is I could have streamed, but I had no idea they were going to go, nah. However, after seeing the stuff they had to do the crown and all the waivers they had me sign saying the guy's not like an endocrinologist? Anyway, someone who specializes in doing, you know, things like root canals. I'm blanking on the exact name. It started with an E. It's like going, they're not going to use a microscope. I'm like, great. And there's like all these risks of infection like that, and you might lose a tooth anyway like that. If you really want to keep the tooth, you should go to the specialist. I'm like, well, this is the only thing my insurance will pay for. Okay, fair. I saw all these things, and like, I noticed over next to the chair, they actually had 2 weird looking things, almost like tackle boxes, for lack of a better term, you know, like, you know, just for fishing things like that. I was like, going, they did not look that clean, and it's full of all these extra tools and things. I was like, oh my god, this looks terrible. So I'm actually kind of glad they didn't do the root canal for seeing that. They might still, if I have problems, but I don't know. It went weird. I also left in about 2.5 hours from when I got there. However, the actual process of doing this stuff actually only took like 20 minutes. They just had me sit in the chair for 2 hours. And as I was telling Lippis, I was like, yeah, I spent a lot of time reworking the story of, well, the layout of the story and changing things because I had plenty of time sitting in the chair to mess with writing things. Good luck with that. Well, thank you. It's see. They were saying that they think that the food is like getting impacted in between the tooth like that because there's not a lot of, there's like this big gap between like the things like that because of how they did it. They think that they could do a better job with the with making the crown this time so it doesn't happen again. So basically the previous dentist didn't do a very good job is their nice way of saying it, and that's probably fair. I don't think the previous dentist did a very good job. But with all those health problems I had right after, like a few months afterwards, I started having all the health problems that happened for years. I don't know. It went awkward, I think, is the best way to go with it. But I guess I'm glad I didn't get a root canal. It was like I say, man, that did not look sanitary. Also, I go in there and like they're blaring music from like India and all that. I'm going, oh my god! Like every stereotype you ever thought. It's like I'm thinking I'm going to like the gas station version of a dentist practically, and it seems real ghetto. Everything's okay. But then you get in there and like they're actually very nice. You seem very professional, and most of what they had was actually pretty clean looking, except for that stuff. And they had pretty advanced stuff. So I was like, at first glance, I would have walked out of this place with what I just saw, because it did not look like a good dentist. But I was there for X-rays like a couple months ago, actually 4 months ago. So I had a little more trust in them. But the first time I was like, oh my god. After dealing with Western Dental and how bad they were, I was afraid. These people were somehow worse. But they weren't. Nobody's as bad as Western Dental. Oh my god, nobody's that bad. Holy crap. I was telling them the horror stories I had from Western Dental and they were just laughing. Western Dentals who referred them to me, and I referred me to them, and I was like, wow. Can you guys just be my regular dentist since my insurance seems to be okay with you? Or you're okay with my insurance is the real thing. Yeah, with Western Dental, it would take 6 hours just for them to x-ray me. It was so stupid. It really did take them 6 hours to x-ray me. I'm not lying. It was so stupid. I remember laughing because they're like, oh, yeah. Show up at like 10:30 in the morning. Okay, cool. Gets all the way up to lunch and they're like, sorry, we halfway through my x-rays and like, we can't finish them today. You'll have to come back another day. I'm like, I got to make an appointment. Okay, Wednesday, a month from now. Oh. I can't just come back after lunch? No, that's other people's time. But I was here first. Wait, what? Like, you could try, maybe we'll be able to get you in. I left there at 4:30 that day, by the way. I did eventually get in. What should have been a process, it took the other dentist, the one I just went to, 10 minutes. Took them 6 hours. The incompetence was incredible. Legendary. Yeah, sometimes want to pull everything at first sign decay and they charge you 5 figures for privilege. Well, you see, these people, they're just getting paid by insurance for the most part, so they don't really care that much. Most of the dentists I've had besides Western Dental were pretty good. Obviously, Western Dental sucks. Even the people who led to all my health problems still seem better than Western Dental. I am thoroughly impressed. So, design question here. Do I put the pentagram on every one of the boss areas or no? Every one of the five victims. Because the assigned corners of a pentagram. Actually, points of a pentagram. Yeah, they're pretty bad. For whatever it's worth, they actually didn't do crowns there. They didn't do anything there. All they really did was like the really simple crap. Thank God, because the really simple crap seems so hard for them to do. I shudder to think what any kind of real work would take, but because it was like, I mean, if I go to Western Dental, like they want to do some like, you know, fillings. Other dentists said they didn't have them, so I think they're probably doing extra fillings in a way, but I don't know. They did show me the X-rays. They said sure, whatever. And each of those always takes over 6 hours too. Most of which is me sitting in a chair waiting for them or sitting in the waiting room waiting for them. But my dentist was like 70 years old and the helper was like 80 years old. And like midway through, like they were doing a cleaning, what they called like a deep clean, where they actually numb half your mouth. I never even heard of this. I still have to do the other half, but I don't know if I want to. But anyway, everyone wants to go with this one here. Oh yeah, like midway through, they like switch helpers, but the first helper was literally eating food while they were doing this. I was like, really? What the hell is this? Like, you can't stop eating long enough to work on someone's mouth? This is gross. Like, what in the world? This can't be sanitary. Who do I call to get you guys like shut down? What the hell? Ladies all using the whole thing, like one of the little water, like face cleaning things like that, and it's just dribbling down my side the whole time. I'm just like they're just spraying water. I'm not even bothering to suck it out. I'm just like they're trying to waterboard me, and I was like, this is terrible. What in the world is wrong with you people? The first time I went there, I didn't bring glasses because you dentists usually give you glasses, right? Oh hell no, Western Dental. And I had so much water in my face. I'm going, Jesus, hit my mouth, not my face. What's wrong? Like, not my eyes, at least. It was terrible. Next time I showed it with shades, and they still managed to get underneath the shades. I was like, what in the world? The competence levels. Oh, I've only been there like 3 times, and each time has been a worse catastrophe than the last one. It's adorable in this. Why is this even allowed to be open kind of way? Wild. Yeah, I guess I'll stop dunking on them for now until I find a better reason to dunk on them. As for the pentagram thing, I'll think about it. There's definitely a design choice going on with that. At least I have I have done more writing for this game at dentist's office than anywhere else. Just waiting for the dentist. I was like, I can't really do any kind of other game dev besides writing. But I can do some writing and structuring and organizing things like that. Like, you know, just on paper things. So that is kind of fun. You know, like dentists? Well, after what I've been seeing lately, I don't like them much either. I'm not really worried about the procedures. I'm used to, you know, them stabbing me in the mouth repeatedly and often, but really? Really? I do demand a certain level of competence. It's not a very high level, but I do demand a little. Like, don't waterboard me. Don't soak all my clothing while you're working in my mouth. Actually clean your tools. I mean, you know, little things that, like, if your dental office looks like a health code violation, that's not okay. You know, listen, it's not okay. Seriously, what the hell? Not okay. Not be a health code violation. Oops. I'm okay if my dentist sings while working on me. The India guy was literally singing the song, so I was like, at least he's happy. But you can sing if you want. I don't give a crap. Whatever makes you happy. That isn't going to bother me. That's just really weird. I was like, you are the first singing dentist I've ever encountered. He was pretty weird because he asked my opinion on something and say he didn't care what I thought. And it's like, well, why did you ask? Like, Gotta set these all up so they actually work. I no longer need these. The pirate theme ends with the top half. I guess I don't want that thing to be the full room, I just want it to be a part of the room. I'm gonna do this too. Then I'm gonna clone it a bunch, so I don't have to keep doing that on all of them. Well, this one's already lined pretty well. Oops. Do I want you to be able to go in these places during the boss fight? Probably not. I don't think I'm gonna put a pentagram on every one of the things. I thought about it, but now what I've really thought about is these ones were like attractions, right? Where this is like where people would work. The other one is the Forbidden Toys room that's off limits to basically everybody. Which makes way more sense that there's a giant pentagram there, because nobody's supposed to be in there. There's a whole top floor of the building's, you know, largely for Charlotte. To kind of do whatever you want. I mean, there's some useful rooms in there, but for the most part, it's largely for Charlotte. And the toy maker. So that's it. That would make sense. Having a giant pentagram in a pirate area, I don't know why that would be there. It just doesn't fit. I mean, Mojo just doesn't work with that, you know? Or I guess the Mojo of the room, I suppose. Better way to put it. There's something to grab hold of in here. You can't really get on top of these at the moment. If I let you fight in the whole room, well, stuff like this will need to be pushed against the wall. But then how is the boss going to get you? Probably want it not pushed against the wall so the boss can come after you. But you don't want to make the AI that smart because it takes a lot of time and effort. It already takes a lot of time and effort to build a boss AI in the first place. Like, it is not easy. I do think that by kind of merging a lot of these things like that, I won't be on the hook for quite as many assets for each thing. Like, I won't have to create an entire area that's literally themed like just around pirates or something, which I don't have that many pirate things. I have some, but as we're seeing already, I'm kind of running them kind of thin, and I don't have that many. Like, I mean, it's really pretty bad. I've actually made some. And even then, half these things are like, you know, gardens and things like that. So if I didn't go with the water theme, it would have made more sense to turn this into like a Wonderland area, because I have a Red Queen, but she's a chess piece, so it's not even... I mean, the second Through the Looking Glass involves chess, though. It's not like chess is unknown in the Alice in Wonderland world. It's very much part of it. It's not the original one. I could put it inside of all these and then have these strike at you. Have lightning fire from them or something? Is that what I'm doing? could. And then just have the fight inside of this, like an arena like that. Is that even going to be that cool? Is that really that big? Oh. Well, on the plus side, it'll trigger a boss thingy, but it's just going to summon Sally. Well, maybe it will. I don't actually know where should summon to because I didn't check where the summon thing is, but... So... This counts as being at light. When I build battlefields for bosses, I have to position the lights only on some areas, because if you can't gain power back, you won't be able to win the fight properly. Most of these boss fights so far are pretty much wars of attrition. Which is probably not what I really want. I think I could probably do better. That pipe right there... probably needs to be gone. It shows up on the other map too. It was actually originally water going between the two places, like a waterfall thing, like a resetting pumping, but I don't think it's going to be in here anymore. I'll have to redo this wall a bit or put some other pipe, but it's just kind of in the way. And I could just put it in the other room. Yeah, this should be gone. I don't want that there. And I'm gonna do some cheating real quick here. These are concept rooms anyway, so they'll get changed out to be better later, of course, but I don't see any reason I can't have a little fun with it, you know? And just steal a bunch of useful things. Oh, I can just dupe the other ones. I guess if I was just going to copy paste them, I didn't need to do that. Oh, well, it gave me an idea anyway, so I guess it's worth it knowing because I got an idea. This room would be much better if it was slightly wider. But I already researched into turning this into that, and the problem was the water was, didn't look very good. Like if I put a thing underneath it, it looked weird. Otherwise, I could raise it up a little bit and not have water down here. It looks kind of good with the water, though. Doesn't super matter. I guarantee this room is going to get some heavy changes before all's said and done. I could make her immune to stuff, and then you simply have to zod her with, you know, Tesla coils. That'd be interesting. Kind of a small battlefield for that kind of mechanics, but... Oh. I figure this is a pretty fair distance for the next boss, for a random boss fight. Because... by this point, you would have beaten Charlotte some time ago in the other room there. Well, actually escaped and beat yours the wrong count. And then you would have had to go through the entire thing to get the Emperor and then raise all the water back up. So you would have had to gone through getting the 3 different switches to lower the thing there, going all the way through the underworld to get the Emperor, and then hitting all the switches to raise the water back up in the sunken depths and then swimming through to get to here. So that's a fair amount of distance but you got to go through. Not nothing. Gonna be a lot of lights in this room. It's possible I make it where half the battlefield is light over here and the other half is not. And this could be like a power bank back here of all the stuff. Maybe. I don't think I want this one here. Not sure I want this many Tesla coils next to each other, but why not? Something's got to power all this crap. Might as well be Tesla coils everywhere, right? Okay, so if I'm removing the pipe from this room, let me go fix the pipe on the other one while I'm thinking about it. I do want some logical consistency in where the water is running and things like that. Not everything is magic. I don't need a lot of logical consistency, but I need some. Be a long night of streaming because my jaw hurts. I'm doing all that stuff like that, and the anesthetic wore off, so it's like, ugh. I guess I can finally drink things. I had to wait like 5 hours to drink stuff. So the temporary crown could set. I'm like, maybe I'll go walking. It's like, no, it's a hot summer day and I can't drink anything. I think I'll pass. What else am I do? Oh, I'll sit around for. Oh no, I'll just get some sleep. Whatever. That one's better to do. Yeah, this pipe here. But to be fair, at least I left it as a regular pipe, right? So that's cool. That's cool, man. So am I bending it down into here is the question. I mean, I guess I could. But by that standard, why am I not just using one of these pipes? Also, why have I not turned these into things? I just let them as spines this whole time. I guess I'm thankful I did now, but I think the reality is probably should have improved those at some point, you know? Oof. Could just be over here, I guess. It doesn't need to be there. It can be here. Have a waterfall coming out of it there, I guess. Oh, but I need this pipe because you have to jump on this pipe in order to get over to here, unless I have something else to jump on. That is true. It could just come out of the wall, I guess. No other explanation, like maybe the pipe goes directly from the wall down and back into this. That would make my life easy. As opposed to having... Yeah, would make my life easy. Fine. I'm past wanting to do extra work if I don't have to. Especially to redesign this place yet again, you know? I've invested so much time into this particular room. Also, this pipe looks terrible, but, you know, besides that. I've just put so much time into this room. This is the first chapter. I gotta, you know, work on other chapters. I can't just sit forever on this one. You know? I can spend a little more time on it. I'm gonna have to come back in and add things anyway as like cooler stuff, but there's like nothing holding this pipe up, too. That's the funny part. It's not even that great of a thing. I could also just have it coming straight down from the ceiling like I have some of these other ones. That's actually not a bad idea. So I already have other ones here, and there's no explanation why these are working, so why can't I do exactly this? I mean, it kind of looks cool, I think, with the... Oh, no, wait, I need the pipe there. That's what I was saying. I literally need this pipe so you can jump. True. There's nowhere else to put a giant mushroom, so I can't really sneak any other thing in there. It just drops it to the ground. It's funny. Yeah. Got my Mega Man capsule. I like this method better. I was wasting so much time making these specialized altars. Mega Man capsules are a lot easier. Besides, later on I need I'll be needing these an easier way to do it, so this will be good. Gonna be needing them for the final fight. You'll just have to guess why I need them for the final fight. It'll make sense. Oh, I did add this off stream. I realized I forgot to put a cover on that. I also think I put it on the other side. Yeah, not that it makes a big difference, but I did technically do that. So with that logical consistency, this pipe here kind of fixed where we're at. At some point, I'm probably going to supercharge every single spline up, I guess. I still have 67 splines on this map. Wow. Okay, well, obviously I'm going to need to go through and do a lot of fixing before all is said and done here. I thought I had way less splines than that, but 67 splines is... Yeah. That's 67 more blueprints that don't need to be there. That's the thing, like, I already get 60 FPS when I'm not streaming on this, so... Like I was getting 50 for a while in the Empress room even... Actually, on this fire room even when I was streaming, which is impressive to me. I wasn't really expecting to get that much, that's for certain. What is that weird noise? I never catch which one it is. One of them is terrible. Unless it's the start of one of the tracks. I almost don't want to have these here. I kind of want to have metal just metal everything going on here. Unfortunately, I arranged these doors in such a way that was not exactly as flat as it could be. Just so I could have this raise up a little bit. So for a style reason. Which means I am a little restricted on what I can and can't get away with. But I guess these pathways have been everywhere else. In my handy capable room here. I don't like that this is in front of a door, though. I don't know if I like the handy capable room all that much. I'm really loath to use stairs, though. Purely on the grounds of they're really horrible to go up this Poppet. Like, it's like the least fun experience you can possibly have in this game. But I do have these stairs that at least look nice. So instead of having this ridiculous thing here, I could actually have stairs going up into it. I could also just, you know, change them to be this wood material as well. Then you have to go up them. Ugh. Does save a lot of space, though. I'll give them that much. I guess it's okay to make you jump upstairs sometimes. So that was really miserable. And like I say, I can't really have enemies fight on them. But a lot of the enemies fly in this area anyway, so I could just put flying enemies in this room and then suddenly it's not a problem. This really does seem like it should be bigger, though. I'm gonna dupe these stairs so I can have a different material on them. Just make it match. Just grab this material. That's not handy. On a second one, so I don't go the... Oh wait, never mind, wait a second. I think it looks that bad as wood. At some point, some things just aren't handy capable. Sorry, handicapped people. If you somehow get stuck in my fictional world, you just can't go into certain rooms. Just that simple. Don't get stuck in my fictional world. There you go. My advice to you. Call me crazy, but I don't think you'll like being stuck in my world. Well, at least not if you have a wheelchair. It happened to be in this room. It could work. Doesn't block the door. I don't know what else I could do otherwise. It's just, it's too high up. This door kind of foobarred it because it's coming from the other thing, but I guess people might not notice if I made it a slightly different height. I don't know. I was originally delusionally thinking that maybe one day I'd combine them back together again, but I'm doing that. I could put things on them so you could climb them. I'm funny that. Yeah, this is miserable. Oh, she have double jump here. What am I smoking? You can double jump. It's not gonna be that bad. Like singular jump's terrible, but with double jump, you can go pretty quick, right? Oh yeah. Yeah, it's not so bad. Every step at a time was terrible, but that's not that bad. Problem with having this step farther down here is I can't just put it right here and have you go down into the room, which would be a lot better, I think. Then I can almost have a deck that goes all the way around. Okay place for a painting. This is why I was thinking of moving one of the other bosses down here, just because I need something to fill up these other rooms. If everything down here is like some sort of mechanical thing, like I could fill this whole section with mechanical crap all the way through here. The problem is I cannot have this be any kind of sheriff or anything like that. I have that later. It's part of the Toy City, so that is going to kind of restrict some things, I guess. Oh. Grab the wrong thing. I actually need this. It's really only blocks two of the sides? Really? Oh no, that one's like weird. I have so many questions, but whatever. Well, let's centralize it if we can. Put clocks and things in here too. should be two different splines. This is actually the closest thing I have for an idea for the boss thingy for this one too. I never did finish or anything like that. I was working on a weird tick-tocking type of boss, making with like gears and things. And actually, that wouldn't get very far on here. I'll put it here for now. Farther along than the other one. So what am I doing here as far as I want to change out a lot on these things here. I could actually just duplicate Sally's one, honestly. Not a bad idea, actually. And then just swap this out here, and then I don't hate it. So I was going to swap her out with whatever I had on her. I haven't done much with her yet. I was just going to build a thing on top of this character. Huh. So why has this not changed? Oh, the Robo Girl's got things on her right now, so we'll, I haven't added anything to her specifically. Like I said, I don't even have a model set up for this character. My plan was just to take a metal, you know, female character and then put pieces on her. Basically like a contraption. She could just be a straight up contraption too. That's true. She could be a straight up contraption. That was not an option when I was first thinking about it. Hmm. Well, most of the contraptions are weird combinations of the two things anyway. Oh, they have to have their own separate, so there's no point in this. I don't know. Sure. It doesn't maintain what they're connected to. No. I'm just gonna put this over to the side so I can copy paste things. Just copy paste one over to the other here. We'll start with this one here. Oh. Right. Okay, well, down the list we go. Most of them are on the chest upper. Don't need this. I should be attached to the head. I have no idea why it's still showing that, even though in this world she shows a different one. No, it's fine. I also recycle all my better ideas, right? There's Power Cut. Welcome back. The reliability of the power there is just surprising to me at all times. Power on the water cut. So we're still waiting on the water right now. Play. It would be really sad if we just lost water. I mean, it happens every once in a while if it gets incredibly cold and the pipes freeze or something, but at that point we just, leave the water dripping so that doesn't happen. Otherwise, it doesn't usually happen. A powerful storm can take out the power lines sometimes. It's become less and less common given that they keep replacing the old lines with new ones every time it happens, so eventually it doesn't happen that often. When I was growing up, we used to have power outages multiple times a year, but I was also up in the mountains, and snow would knock the power out. Also with trees falling on the lines. Trees that were huge. Trees where I grew up were between 3 and 5 stories tall. They were huge. It was crazy. You're just like, if one falls and it just goes, and just crushes your whole house. I saw it happen to people's houses. It was wild. Here it's every day. Trying to move out of there. That's what I heard. I don't think I would not be happy with that. Oh, actually, wait. Let's just type tags here. Not what I thought this room was going to be. Why didn't you summon? Sounds like a washroom battle now. Hell yeah. Tag. I need to add this one. Let's think about. Why don't you have permanents? I guess I had some old pieces figured out for Tilly as well. By the time I gave her spinning blades, I was going to make her more like that. Ooh. What if the boss emitted light? That'd be horrifying. Or Sally would sit there and try to take away the light. Have a boss that literally tries to get near you because they emit light, so this way they don't, you can't ever gain curse power back. I could create curse lights. Lights that if you're near them, they, cause you to gain curse power. Hey Wongren, how's it going? Or not, Patrick doesn't have his opening. I think if they don't have permanence on here, then oh, never mind. It's not the encounter system that does that. It's the Puppet's graph. Obviously, they're not part of the index, but they remove Puppet check. Here's what we do here. Oh, bosses count as permanent automatically. Fair enough. I was double checking. I was like, wouldn't it be awkward if the system that pulls out things that are too far you just told the boss out of existence? So you're like, that was easy. Get far enough away and you win. Peak game design there, buddy. Peak game design. Character was okay. First off, doing it wrong. Wait. No, it should be that. It'll be fine. Wait, that's the spawn trigger location. Where's her spawn location? Here. I'll just delete it and add a new one out and try to figure out where it's at. Perfect. Aha, I got hit by the best viewers over on Twitch. Fantastic. Silly little bot. I think that maybe late night streaming is the wrong course of action. I should be doing it earlier in the day. Please log off to way more people than I ever for the first like 4 hours of streaming. Does kind of make one wonder, hey, wait a minute, maybe I should opt for a time that is not like that time. I'm just gonna do this here and get rid of all these here. Just make this one. Make my life a little easier. It actually just has to block the doors. What am I even doing all the way around? I don't care about the room. I only care about the doors. I don't want you outside, but I guess the fight could be in here. I'm not sure what Tilly's gonna do for fighting yet, but I'll figure something out, I'm sure. Probably. I don't need this many to move around. I only need to move like 2. Be a lot easier than moving all of it. No escape. No escape. No leaving out the pipe either. Freaking weirdos leaving out the pipe. Up with dirt. Extra blockading. Sure. I know I'm trying to save. It's weird. Where'd the boss go? Okay. He's tiny. There's no nav mesh, so she can't really move. He should be larger than that. She's tiny. I want no stinking tiny one. That's weird. Nobody likes a tiny boss. That's boring. Or might be too big. You can try to step on you or something. That one didn't even spawn. Why are you so tiny? I have questions. Why so tiny? How are you able to move too? That's another question. You should be huge-mongous. You're not. Like same size as Sally, but why not huge-mongous? There's some sort of size thing, some sort of scale thing. Oops. Wrong key. There's always transforms. I code this. I have plans here. Oh, questions, I should say, not really plans. Nothing on there has changed. Hmm. First off, this would look a lot better if it was in the room. Not on the other side of the wall. Oops. This too is stuck in the wall. I could spawn inside here and that would actually trigger it too. I don't like that track much. Why are you so pint size? Oh, because it's the wrong one. Because I'm dumb. It's gonna be an okay boss chamber. Okay, that did not go well at all. This is what she should spawn in. Well, excuse me, this is what the spawner should spawn in. This is what I selected. But instead of spawning, it didn't work. I mean, look, like that's what it should be. But instead it's spawning that little dumb thing. Basically, like there's a second hidden one that it's trying to spawn in. It's not right. I'm gonna restart the engine real quick because it's a weird behavior, and weird behaviors are often defeated by restarting the engine. That's because he's trying to do a quick bio break anyway. Didn't take too long, but Hopefully this fixes the problem of the referencing the wrong thing. Sometimes you just gotta restart Unreal Engine. It just does weird crap. I also did rename something. Hey, Kool-Aid Jimmy. Can I talk to me? I mean, you can talk to me. I usually reply back to chat. Don't want to talk to you is asleep? That's fair. I do keep weird hours. That's true. Yeah, what's on your mind? I wait for this level to load. Oh, I guess the level was not loading. You're joining sports? Nice, nice. What sport? Or you're just joining a lot of sports? Nice, nice. Oh, cool. Have you done a lot of that before? Or are you, I mean, you just a regular football player, or are you just getting into it? Oh, all right. All right. I mean, gotta practice, get good at it, right? I know how good you are at American football. I would just call it football. It's so weird to call it American football, but of course, never been on a team. I imagine it's a little bit different than the one you're playing. Then, if you've never really played with a team version, how would you play football without a team, though? Yeah, I know what you said like that. That's what I was saying. That's what I said. It's weird to me because, you know, being in the, you know, in the U.S., I just call it football and I call the other one soccer. So I do know that outside, you know, the U.S., everyone else calls it football for soccer, and then I guess American football for football. All right, that's weird. Still referencing the wrong one. That's exciting. Hopefully you, you know, get on the team. I just practice a lot. Get real good at it. That's fair. Is it like tackle football or is it like flag football? I mean, like, what kind are we talking in? I guess for schools it's probably flag football. I imagine tackle's pretty. I don't know. We had tackle football when I was in high school. Oh yeah, so straight up tackle football. Hell yeah. A brutal one. Well, I guess it's not that easy to practice getting tackled a lot. I imagine that'll help you decide if you really like the game or not. I tried it a couple times. I do not like being tackled. I'm pretty much not about that at all. Like, nah, I think I'm good, guys. Yeah. Instead, I did basketball. Basketball I can live with because you don't get tackled often. But you occasionally get hit. Get tackled. That's how I'm good at basketball. He says I drop my shoulders good. Dropping your shoulders good makes you good at basketball? What? What do you mean football on that one? I'm probably good. I imagine it's probably pretty hard to be the quarterback as far as getting on the team. Usually that's like the most sought after position, I thought. Maybe not. I'm getting a folder called Tilly because I don't understand what the reference is doing wrong here, but something ain't right. Because if I click this, search it up, it's still referencing the old one. Okay, that's weird. I thought we told it to switch, and you didn't. Well, at least it's the right size now. I might make her slightly smaller. It is kind of a tiny room. Well, it's not that tiny. I don't have any behaviors planned for her yet. Didn't think about that. I'm gonna spawn it in the air though. You know, basketball guarding, you drop your shoulder and make it harder for the opponent to get the ball. Oh, okay. I'm not gonna lie to you, it's been like 20 years since I've actually played basketball. It's been a little bit of time. Like, I've thrown a ball or a hoop or something like that, but as far as, like, you know, being on a team or something, it's been like 20 years. It's been a minute. And cleats force you kind of nervous? Well, cleats shouldn't be too bad. Because, you know, as long as you're running on grass, you know, they just sink in. I wouldn't worry too much about it. I mean, everyone, you know, has to learn somehow. And most of the time I've kind of found that sports teams are usually pretty supportive of new people. I mean, you know, if you immediately just jump on every person who wants to be on your team, you're going to have to play a game with them on your side. Are you sure you want to attack the people who are eventually going to be the ones you rely on to win the game? Seems like a recipe for not success in my mind. That's the thing in life. You're going to make a fool of yourself all the time. It's fine. It's okay to make a fool of yourself. It's better than not trying at all. Because eventually, you will succeed if you keep making a fool of yourself. If you never try, you'll never succeed. Well, if your school has a 3 out of 10 rating, you just gotta help get the rating better. That's all. Right? School I went to was pretty much as podunk, redneck, you know, school possible. Like, it was... We weren't good at anything. But, you know, doesn't stop people from trying. You know, they had fun with it. And besides, if you want to, you know, score a lot of attractive females in high school and college, being on the football team is a good start. Being in any sport is a good start. Just saying. School is in lockdown 5 times a year? What in the world? Why is your school in lockdown? What happens at your school? Is this like a prison school? There's lockdowns? So many questions. None of them are good. You just don't move around, huh? You just don't like the nav mesh? Is it not a good enough nav mesh? Are you like a prima donna like the other one? Oh, it's somehow not on the ground. That better? Why is this nav mesh not on the ground? It should literally be on the ground. Like, what in the world? Oh, I'm moving a room info. I'm dumb. Where are you, nav mesh? For Legend for scholarship. I'm not saying you're doing it specifically for the ladies. I'm just saying it's a fringe benefit. Turns out being in shape, getting, you know, muscular, really does make you popular amongst them. High school, but kids keep bringing knives and guns to school. A teacher was sent to hospital last year. All right, well, it's time to convince your parents to move to a different school. Yeah, about that. So if they just need help, yeah. I'd be like, well, so you see, I'm taking up homeschool. That place seems... Places I don't want to be for 1,000 right there. What is a school that has lockdowns from violence? This year wasn't as bad. You were moving earlier. Why? Hit you in the head. I can't hit her in the head. I can hit her in the stomach. This year wasn't as bad. Only 2 lockdowns. Well, thank the gods for that. Hate ads? That's fair. I'm using ad blocker. That's fine. Not like Twitch pays me much anyway. Feel there's some coming? Is there? I'm not getting an ad warning. That doesn't mean crap half the time. But it does alert me when there's ads for Twitch, though. I have to actually have the Twitch backend up, and oftentimes I don't always. Because I'll have the content browsers and everything on top of it over here, so I just pull from those. After having it all on one screen, it's kind of... Sometimes I move them over. It depends on if I'm working on 2 things at the same time. Oh, I know what the problem is. This is not Tilly's fault. This is my fault. As I literally clone the exact same thingy one more time. It's going to be a while before I get to making this character's behaviors. Since I literally have put 0 thought into her, because until recently she was going to be in the 3rd chapter. So I'm going to have to really think hard about her. I'll come up with something, but... Oof. I was planning her like months down the road, not now. You don't like America? Why gotta be so hot? There's cold places in the U.S. Just saying. Plenty of cold places. Not where I'm at. But, you know, there's cold places. That's why I watch American movies, because it seems when there's somehow a long power outage, people lose mind. Here it's like we live with it. Yeah, that's... People here are used to a very, very high quality of life. That you need only watch like various travel logs of people visiting other countries to really see how much better the quality of life is in the US. Like, people bitch and moan, but even the poor people here live significantly better than most of the world. I don't know what they're complaining about. They're just like, I can't afford my $7 coffee every day. Yeah, these people don't even have power. What are you talking about? Cry me a river, right? So it's like, or indoor plumbing is not even a thing in a lot of the world. And these people are upset that they're, you know, have to live in these 1-bedroom houses that have like all the amenities. Maybe you got to go to a laundromat, but at least you have running water and, you know, power and a place that's safe and warm and all that. So, you know, it's just, it's crazy. You hate North Carolina? Electronics are a drug. Imagine teens without internet. Yeah, I grew up without internet. I know exactly what teens like without internet. They were honestly much better off. A lot smarter. Because a lot of people I see now, they have the same problem that a lot of the computer nerds had when I was growing up, which is that they're so caught up in their games and everything like that, that it becomes their focus. They can't live without it, and they need the perpetual entertainment. So they don't go out and learn a bunch of things or anything like that. They just seek out more entertainment. But now I'm seeing it happen on a mass scale, which is really crazy to watch. I fell down the rabbit hole too a bunch myself, so it's not like I am particularly better. Yeah, before I had phone, I had high grades. Exactly. See, like before I got in, I remember when I was like in high school, I got into like a text-based MMO, because that's right, before the MMOs had pictures, they had text-based ones called MUDs. My grades were like slipping horribly in high school from it. I ended up going to summer school because of it. Because I was spending all this time looking for entertainment instead of, you know, doing things I was supposed to, because I was a computer nerd. whole life. Like I say, I saw what would become the norm, except for there it was really fringe. Active fail classes, yeah. American life is so strange to me. People talk too much. That's Americans visit my country some time ago, who I hang with, and they were just talking. I got so tired. That's fair. The thing you gotta remember about America is it's huge. So the way people act, it's a lot like going to different countries in Europe and saying they all act the same. Not everyone in each portion of this country acts the same way. Like in California, we're largely very mean, right? Very jerks like that. We talk really fast. Like I'm actually trying to slow myself down for you guys. We're just not very, we're kind of rude people, and we usually expect to get our way kind of thing. We're not the best. Also, we have a lot of super crazy political people. We have that too. You go down to like, you know, Arkansas or something like that, people talk real slow. And there's a lot of hospitality. They're kind of out in the fields and all that. And it's, then you go up to like Alaska and somehow they don't die from the cold. I would die there. It's just like, the country is so big. It's like bigger. It's like almost the size of Europe, not including Alaska and Hawaii. So it's definitely, it's wild to see. I don't even, like, I go to place, I went to Oregon and I felt out of sorts there, and that's just one state away. Wild. Even California is pretty, like, I grew up in the mountains and everything like that, with like these big huge trees and everything like that, you know, like that, like 3 to 5 stories tall and everything like that. And life for me was very different than the people who grew up, you know, down in the beach areas of like San Diego. You know, it's such a big place. But yeah, it's, at least in California, we don't shut up. We just don't. Pretty sure there's an app to block me from using my phone. It's called just turning it off. It's like, it's got a button on this side. It's great. You hold the button down. It'll ask if you want to activate the app that blocks you using the phone. You just hit OK, and it activates it. When you want to deactivate it, hold the button again. Saying. I don't mind talking, but since I'm considered an introvert here, I'll be called the silent guy, I guess. Oh, maybe. I don't go visit a lot of people, but when I'm in front of the computer and on, you know, streaming, I talk a lot. If you let me, I'll talk a lot. I love talking to people. You meet me on the street somewhere, and we can chat for hours. I don't mind. I'm down. And you got Texas. Texans got their own army. Yes, they do. They have a lot of guns in Texas. We have a lot of guns in California, too. For all that they try to hate guns here, there's a lot of guns in California. Plus, you off in the mountains. Well, those of us Californians from the mountains and all that, we're not so different than the Texans. I'm going to do their accent. I'm terrible at it because I talk too fast. Texans talk slower. They talk slower. I'm still talking too fast. Like I say, California is a mile a minute. That seems to be the accent. People tell me to slow down when I visit other states. So it's like, okay. I don't really do that. Not that much. But it still comes off as condescending whenever I talk slowly at them like they're stupid. When in reality, it's just, there's a real culture of rushing in California. Like, everything is about time. Everything has to be done quick all the time. Like, there's just no free time for anything. Leisure is just not a thing for most people. It's wild. Might be just the cost of living here. Probably that. Certainly that. It's very expensive here. I'm not even an expensive part of California. It's expensive. See if she works. There you go, now she's moving. She doesn't have unique behaviors yet, but she's moving at least. That's something. She's trying to do things that don't exist because I stole the AI from another character. Whatever. But I haven't actually been to most of the country. I've only been to like Washington State, not Washington, just Washington State, Oregon, and Nevada. Basically all the states that surround California. I don't travel a lot. But I did live in the Portland metro area for a while up in Oregon for like about a year. I hate that place. I don't hate it as much as I hate San Francisco, but it's cold, it's dreary, really cold. There was mostly what I've learned about big cities is they're largely the same handful of services repeated over and 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 over. The same handful of, like, you know, supermarkets, grocery, supermarkets, like, you know, convenience stores, gas stations, etc. Like someone just was playing like some SimCity style game and just taking clones of the same blocks over and over and over, and just, and every once in a while there's like one unique thing. But it's like, well, it's still multiple hours for me to drive to this unique thing in the city because it was so big. It's like, yeah, okay, I live in the Portland metro area, but if I wanted to get to Portland proper from where I lived, it was like 45 to 50 minutes. It's a long trip for, you know, to reach Portland, even though I live in the Portland metro. And that was like pretty centralized too. I think it took us like, we went to like Aloha, which was hard to gauge because we stopped at a lot of places that day. It was probably a good like 40 minutes, maybe even an hour out that way. I know it took at least an hour to get out of the city if you were going south towards Eugene. It was because we used to drive back to California because all our family was here a few times a year. It was like a 500-mile trip, so feel free to convert that into, you know, whatever you want. I guess kilometers. Actually, I can do that. 500 miles is around 805 kilometers. And that was each way. It was a long trip back and forth. It was not my favorite. I don't really like long car rides like that. I don't like long drives either. I'm just like, I drive with my girlfriend at the time, and we just split the drive up. We were both lazy about it, so halfway down the drive, we'd stay at the little place there because neither of us like driving more than like a few hours. It just was not. We were both homebodies, so it made sense. So if I make that central control, this is not going to be medical. What is this going to be then? That's the to-do list. I was working on a story outline while I was waiting for the dentist today. I'm not going to put it on the screen though, because it's like full of spoilers, and I don't think anybody wants that. Could spoil everything. Wouldn't that be fun? I don't think anyone would like that. I'll think about it. I'll just start structuring this room a little more. So, I guess the problem I have with this, I'm trying to resolve now for turning this into a boss room, is that I don't really want you to get behind everything. Or if I do let you get behind it, I need to have a way to punish you for it. Right? Because if you could just run away from the boss the whole time, that's not going to be very fun. Ain't no one going to like that. But I want it to be a central control room type of thingy, or like something with like gears and things like that in here. So unless I lock you into this central section here, old Tilly's going to need a way to fight. So I'm assuming the Tesla coils are going to have to probably like try to zot you or something. My Tilly needs special coils. I'm gonna write down ideas as I say them, so this way I can pick the ones I want to program. Also, I don't know if I'll program them right now or if I'll work on something else right now, potentially too. It just depends on if I have a really good idea that I just want to build on the moment, or if I'm like, So, like special Tesla wheels that here. I pop it. I'm not sure if I want to do where they if she's too far away. Can I do something special or only work if far away? Tilly. Like I said, I literally was like, at the next time I was going, you know, I'm going to restructure all these things here. And this boss really wasn't particularly that interesting where she was at, and didn't have a lot of purpose there, other than she kind of matched the overall look of the place. So I'll just put her in here. But I'm like, I didn't think anything about what I was going to do with her. Kind of the same thing with, well, actually I have at least some idea what I want to do with Sally. I just don't haven't programmed it yet. So I'm gonna go steal things from another room. Never remake things from scratch if you don't have to. I got a bunch of gears that are already set up in the right size and all aligned perfectly and set to spin the opposite direction. I'll just grab a bunch of those. I can add some extras, but you know. Yeah, I got all these. Why not just lift them? I'm not going to lift the heart contraption here, but that's unique to this room. I am going to lift the clock, though. I just didn't want to browse to it and be lazy. This might be a good room to give out a tarot card. I have to give out a lot each chapter. But as far as the base cards give, since I was splitting into 4 chapters, same amount of, same size for everything. I wasn't going to cut the size of the floors. I just decided to restructure the story into 4 chapters as opposed to, like, I think 6, because it didn't make much sense to have so many. But that means I need to give out 5.5 of the initial tarot cards in each of the chapters. 2 of them are already figured out for the final area. Obviously the world's the last one you get. Paste this while I'm thinking about it. But for this one here, I'm currently giving out strength, which just is double jump until I come up with something better for double jump. I'll rotate him this way here. The Emperor and the High Priestess are given out here, but nothing else is given out here. Which kind of says to me I need to figure something out. You know? Oh, I don't even have a central control, do I? Really? Why am I not just, you know, I'll do 90 and flip it that way, right? That should make it the right way. I never even checked to see if these work right. I don't think they are correct. I think it's actually off a bit. But no, judging by that number hanging out up there. I had to redo all the text in the game because of how they changed the 3D text plugin between 5.5 and 5.6. Took a long time because I sure use it in a lot of places. I do gotta make a bunch more clocks. Oh, sorry. No, that's fine. I need to shrink this one. It's a little big. Gives me an idea. Not sure if I'm gonna do it, but I've just found it's always best to just write down your ideas. You know? Just do it. Worst thing that happens, I don't use them, that's fine. I don't really need another clock, but oh, I duped him twice. That's weird. I'll undo that. I don't know how that happened where it moved two different sets. I just want one. Hey, A3, how's it going? Just in time for me to restructure my chapters. Surprising amount. Where did the gears go? Don't know. What do they do? Don't know. Probably not the ideal way to do this, but sure. Oh, what I'm doing right now is I was sitting at the dentist's office today waiting, and I kept me there for a couple hours, and I thought about it, and actually started this last night. I restructured my chapters. Same amount of content, but I just kind of moved some things around, everything like that, and cut it down to like 4 chapters that were just like not biome specific, but more like story specific. And I discovered there was basically a boss who really didn't like the 3rd chapter is so packed, and this boss just kind of seemed extra, even though originally she was like supposed to be the end boss of it. But the reality is that if I'm merging with the other, then I have another victim who can be the boss. So I was like, I'm gonna put her here because half this crap is already like, you know, tech stuff anyway. And she's kind of, you know, a contraption boss basically. So with a bunch of tech stuff down here as is, oh, well, can't find it apparently. You know, I don't know if she seemed okay. I mean, like, so she's getting moved to this room. I replaced the executioner's room because I really didn't know what to do with that room anyway. I was going to make some sort of weird pirate, you know, hanging thing or whatever. But I was like, this is kind of weird. I don't have any of this. Now it's the central control, and you fight her there. And yeah. Gonna be a boss room. Then I'm probably going to theme the other rooms around this setup here. I gotta replace this. I'm not gonna make this the medical room. I'm gonna use that on chapter 3, so yeah, kind of compressing a lot of the content, moving some things around so that they're a little more cohesive, but also just more content rich. You're waiting for the summer sale there. Still a few hours. Don't want to get any games, kids, unless it's on sale. That's fair. Which summer sale are you waiting for? Is it like Steam? I was gonna say, because I actually know. Can look up exactly when the Steam sales are. I guess one of the benefits of paying them $100 to put a game up there that I still haven't made the page for. Do I get paid for the ads? I do. It's not like a huge amount, but I mean, well, I get paid for the ads on Twitch. I don't get paid for the ads on YouTube. I need subs on YouTube to be monetized. I'm not there yet. Picked up 2, I think, since the last time I streamed. Actually, I picked up 2 today. Thanks to the 2 people who subbed today. You're wonderful people. It does not tell me who subs on YouTube, so I'll just thank you. And, you know, if you want to put in the chat that you subbed, then I'll thank you specifically. How many chapters does the game have? It used to have 6. I'm kind of cutting it down to 4. I'm not actually cutting any of the content. I just decided to subdivide when the chapters begin and end different, around more specific events that have kind of been... Oh, I keep improving the story as I go. But it just seemed like I was arbitrarily cutting things and then forcing myself to make specialized biomes for each one. But then I started kind of merging the biomes together. And then I felt obligated to have these huge empty spaces just so I could have big biomes for these things. I was like, why can't I had a bunch of empty rooms here, so like, why can't I use these empty rooms to start, you know, putting another one of the bosses in here? Give her like a domain here. Because I mean, this chapter is already twice the size of the first. Like, just in physical space, it's twice the size, or close enough. It's like, chapter 2 is a really light chapter. I could have cut this chapter from the game, as far as how important it was to the story. So it's like, well, I can make it more relevant. I mean, like, the most relevant thing is you meet the brothers here and help them out, and then you deal with Sally. Those are like the relevant things in this whole chapter. Nothing else is, well, I guess you deal with Charlotte in room 2. So those are the relevant things in the chapter. Everything else is just kind of a fluff. Because there just isn't that much you're trying to get to Toy City. That's where, you know, they're trying to get to, and that leads to a lot of the crux of the problem that happens in this game. Chapter 3 is really where a lot happens. And Chapter 4, of course, is also full of a lot of stuff, so it's just like, 1 is at least setting everything up. So you have something going there. Didn't you ask me about how much I was doing that last time? I have less than like $1,000 probably spent in game dev in general. And I'm not really investing much in the game beyond that. Am I hiring anyone? No. Not unless I get some funding somewhere. I don't have cash to hire anyone. Usually it's just, can I get it on sale from one of the stores or something like that? Cool. And usually I'm just like, oh, I'll drop like $5 here, $5 there kind of thing. I don't... If I do end up hiring anyone, I mean, voice acting would be nice. Like, quality voice acting and not AI stuff, but Unless I get investment, it's going to be AI stuff. I don't have like the $10,000 it'd probably cost to voice act this game based on Fiverr and all the cheap things I could find there. I was like, okay, well, how many words we got so far? Oh boy. It's not the initial voice acting is expensive, it's all the licensing to use it in any other medium that's expensive. They license for every conceivable medium. I'm just like, oh yeah, 500 words for $50, but don't worry, the licensing to use it in your game and advertising your game or like that is like another 500 per 50. It's like per 500 words. I was like, no. Meanwhile, Speechify's like, hey, $69, nice. You could do your whole game. I was like, okay, well, one of these is affordable. That's kind of where it stands right now. I'm just like, I still have to apply for the Epic Mega Grant, which I still have to do all the stuff for. I can't even apply for another 18 days though. Not that I'm gonna apply day one. I'm gonna probably do it like midway through the thing. I've had some time to really make this even better. If Epic throws money at it, I'll be investing more in the game. I do invest whatever profits I get from streaming into the game. That's true. So if I get monetized on, you know, Kick and YouTube, that could vastly increase the budget. Though it has to happen fairly soon, because if it doesn't happen too soon, eventually I'll just complete the game, and obviously the budget for the game won't go up by me streaming profits. That's true. Because I have about 15 months to finish if I want to keep on schedule. And I probably put about, 3.5 weeks into this particular floor so far. Not the initial concept stuff, which I did ages ago, but just from all the new stuff I've been doing and everything like that. Ever since I started gamifying it, it's been about 3.5 weeks. But I spent at least a year on the first level. Because I was making a whole lot of new systems, so... For the first chapter. Which is also why I kind of want to cut the chapters down. Keep the same number of areas, but just kind of reduce them a bit. I'm still not right sure what I'm going to do with the Toy City thingy. Exactly how I'm going to build that, but I don't need to figure that out yet. It will be interesting to begin development on that. Can't wait till well, I guess this is I can't wait till I begin developing on the last area, to be honest. But I'll probably end up designing a lot of the areas first. I might migrate this over a little bit. Just so I have, as I lay out these areas, I get a much better idea of how the game's going to go and what I'm going to need for the future, if I need anything else that I don't already just own. I need to finalize designs on a bunch of the bosses. I think that's one of the problems I have going. It wasn't necessary before, so I didn't. Like, I mean, it's... I hadn't planned on getting to them for months. Not very important to finalize designs on something you ain't going to use anytime soon. I would like to solve the mystery of what to do with this room, this room, this room, and this room. Actually, there's other rooms up here too. This room doesn't have much of a purpose, and neither does this one. Now I could eliminate this room entirely. To be fair, I could eliminate this whole area too, for that matter. I kind of don't want to, I kind of want to keep a way back here too, so I don't really want to eliminate the room for this one here, but I'll have to figure out something to do with it. I can't really make any more naturey areas because they take too much space, so they won't fit there. Having the washroom here is kind of its own obnoxious thing too. Doesn't have to be here. I was going to put one on every level though. Just random bathroom thing there, and then have just some sort of weird side, make them always an optional area. Like you never have to go into one. I consider putting bosses in all of them, but the simple truth is it takes a long time to design a boss fight. Like a tough enemy, not that long. But a boss fight with unique mechanics and stuff, oh my god, in a battle arena for him? Jesus. I'm still tweaking friggin' Voodoo. I haven't even really done anything for her yet other than make her haunted lanterns. So, yeah, I don't know about that. I think judging by how long this is, I expect to take another 2 months on this floor. Or this chapter. At least. To really get it to where it's like gamified and maybe not nice looking, but just where there's a whole game flow that is start to finish, all the enemies work, the bosses work, and like the puzzles are in place and like that. And then hopefully the next one takes approximately 4 months. And then the final one I will have like 4 months to work on, and then that'll give me like the good 4 months to polish the crap out of the game and let people test it. I think that's kind of the plan at this point. Yeah, pretty much. I'm just gonna straight up cheat movies over here. This is not the final look of the room, but I think it's cooler to have something there than nothing. And when I come with a better idea, I can always change them out. I don't want to call this Sally's room. Gotta let the player know there was a boss in this room, even though they're leaving that room. You know, it occurs to me that I guess Charlotte should have a door, or she could just have a boss door. That can just be my universal boss door. I blacked out. You know, instead of having a little boss up here, I might actually get rid of the boss up here and have it just be where you find one of the little minion people, like little people you're supposed to rescue. I haven't even made those yet. The NPCs you're supposed to rescue for that painting world thing. Jeez. That's true. How do I change the color of this door? Well, at least this room has a purpose now, even if it's not great yet. Don't know what music I want to use for Tilly here, but something. Oh, that's right, because oh, it's not even in that mesh down, is there? Of course not, she can't move. Alright. No nav mesh. There is. Weird. Anyway, it doesn't matter. We're doing concepting right now. We're not doing the boss mechanics yet. Not for that boss. I might work on what's her name, Sally, but I don't know. I also have to make 1,000,000 enemies for this thing too, because of the enemies I've made, I have to make. I'm estimating about 100 enemies for the game as far as regular enemies go, which means that I have probably only made like 20. That's a lot. That's a lot. It might end up being only 20 unique enemies per chapter. Might sound like a lot, but I don't know. Having the extra enemies is kind of nice, but between the asset costs, if I'm going to buy any assets for them, or just and the time to program and get them all balanced and everything, that's a lot of enemies for one guy. I settled on, am I just going to use these? I think I'll just use the same thing for all these, just so we know what's on the, this thing here. Oh, I turn the music off. A lot of level design really does come down to just, you know, moving things around. Like I programmed almost everything I'm going to need at this point. I mean, there's some things I still want to program, but I also don't know everything I need yet. If it's something unique, I can't program it in advance because I didn't know I needed it. The brig door stays that color. I like that for that door. I guess to be fair, the break doesn't have to be there. Let me think about this. It doesn't gotta be there. It's true. I like the room, but from a layout perspective, it could be over here, probably, if I wanted. I would have it over in this room. I suspect this is too, large, though. So it's 92 by 60.5. That one's 45 and doesn't even take up anywhere close to these things. Trouble is, it's not as wide as it would need to be. Wait, why is... Oh, because you're rotated. Oh. $60.5, I think I'm gonna... I could put the brick in here if I wanted. Kinda. I most certainly could, if I want. I wouldn't have the Toy City door here, though. Well, let's say I do that. What does it accomplish? Not much, really. I mean, I have to make this big anyway to match this room. So it's not like I'm doing something worthless, because I'm still going to turn into a room of some sort. I just don't know what. But I do need an alert for them being in that room, so I know for certain. So the lights don't work, because the lights don't work unless you're notified you're in the correct room, so. I do gotta do that. Oh, perfect. That makes these perfect for what they need to be as far as the rooms go, so whenever I name them. I guess I don't really want to call it medical. So I want that for later. I'm gonna take a quick bio break real fast and gotta upcycle some of this tea I drank before the stream. Then I'll maybe have a better idea. I'll be right back. Let us continue here. I still have no idea this room. I really don't. Well, at least I figured out one of them, so that's something. A change to the game. I actually have some ideas for how I want to make the next area look. I was sitting there going, of all the things I'm thinking about, why am I thinking about the next area? Not like, this area. But if I'm, I grab all these and move them down to the next area, that's an idea. Because the next area is now incorrect. Well, this wall would already be there. I'm gonna rename it because I changed it down to 4 chapters. As you can see, I kind of moved some things around a little bit because I was originally going to have this big old area be the thing. Then I added a huge amount to them, which is also why I ended up with putting all that stuff in there. So let's go ahead and just delete out all this crap then. These two, I guess. Let's just do a regular pace, so it puts them where they're supposed to be. Didn't want the floor, but thank you for that. I guess I do want a floor. Because this will serve as the ceiling of this chapter, but then I don't need this bottom area at all. Well, I might. Either way. Why didn't you get the top? Oh, you did this bottom one down here. Yeah, sure, whatever. I'm gonna need to change that anyway at some point. Might as well be now. Thought you had this one clicked. Guess not. I kind of want little floating buildings and everything like that, but the way I'm going to do it was probably with like balloons attached to them and everything like that, like hot air balloons and the like. Which I think makes more sense. Check with the dentist to make certain that you could have alcohol or something like that if you wanted. After, like I said, treat it like any other drink. Wait until a few hours before afterwards. I was like, oh, okay, well, it's been 10. Like they want you to eat the set and all the numbness to be gone, but the numbness was gone a long time ago, let me tell you. Yeah. Yeah. Wish it was still there. Would be nice right about now. Not gonna lie. I may do a little conceptualizing of this area. I don't know yet. It's possible. Just like the other one, I conceptualized it long in advance and then ended up gamifying it later, and it doesn't look anything like it originally did, but sometimes I just kind of run with ideas. I think there's something specific I might want to do. Test your last. Oh, Fab finally accepted the update, huh? Nice, nice. Good old Fab. Taking their sweet time. The more I work on this, more I'm like, I should have made a game in a box instead. I'd already have it on the market. That's not what I got into this to do. I didn't get into it to make a game in a box. I got into it to be a champion and make a good game. A game that people would love, hopefully. They do have to be able to go back in the other area. I want a set of stairs, I guess. Let's get a room info. That's not a room info. No, I'll keep this one. That might be for. I have so many files now for this game. I don't even bother to. I just search for them. I don't bother with anything else. What an inconvenient location for that. How about down here, buddy? Thank you. Basically, I get to use most of the flying area for Toy City, and then down here, the Great Board will be a thing. How did it be? There's... We'll see how it pans. I think I might split it in half versus having it be, like, flat, because I find that the flat isn't very useful, but if I split it in half vertically, it allows for a lot more interesting things I can do. Especially by this point where Poppet has so many abilities. Well, I still gotta give her a bunch of abilities. Gotta design a bunch of abilities. There's a reason why the longer I do this, the more things get cut out or refined. I just start to realize that it's just like, how much stuff am I trying to squeeze in here? How long is it taking so far? Yeah, about that. I'd rather have a game that was half the length than awesome than a game that was twice the length than mediocre. At least that's my theory. Gotta get it as close as possible. I don't know if I want this door down here anymore. No, I guess it's fine. After all, the second entrance on the first in the first chapter is also just in a weird location. Like it's just there. When I do this area, it's going to be as steampunky comes. It's probably the right size. I'd probably rather... Well, this doesn't work anyway. Rather than use these, I almost want to just use just metal in my own rails. I was looking at the things they provided. And one thing that no one ever seems to provide is like central sections to connect things up. They always provide like fully made sections that don't work very well for what I want to do. Off the thingy instead of pulling the thing onto the map like I want. So instead I'm stuck with stuff like this, instead of just having small central sections that kind of connect everything up. Here would be great except for this one rail. Like if this had an option to not have this rail here, it'd be perfect. But I could just use the material that I have on this and not care about. Though... Well, I guess there was a vent here, but these vents suck. single-sided material, but it doesn't actually... I don't think it lets you go into it. Does it? I don't know. I'm going to borrow the material from this. This is the best material. For everything. The everything material is great. I mean, I guess I already made my own. It doesn't really matter. And my railings here. That's not the two-sided I'm looking for. I already have my own. Why am I even looking at that? This is stupid. I'm wasting my time. I literally have my own. Well, these are concepts, whatever. Whoa. I moved along one plane, not all of them. No, I don't want the full-on one. What I really want is like a small one. Just a straight one would be fine. Because going up to the sides doesn't do anything. Like, so what? What are you gonna do with that? Nothing. And then you can't really go straight down either, and I can't go straight across. Oh, maybe I can. Ten might be too big. One second. How big are these? 7, 10, and well, those numbers so much, but I'll copy paste. So if we're talking those things there, then let's try to get them all approximately the same size, shall we? I hate that the point for these is not on the mesh, it's like way off to the side. But did I rotate other stuff too when I rotated that? Guess be starting to do a bunch of extra rotating that shouldn't have been done. That's not gonna work at all. Must be stairs straight down. Well, awkward, but yeah, whatever's going on there, I hate it. I don't think these are going to make the cut in the long run. Things are working correctly. You're happy? Nice, nice. Congratulations. That stuff is working out. It seems like it should almost be like an elevator. No, but an actual shaft down or something. A floor as opposed to what it is now. How am I going to make this work so that it goes into a normal looking thing? Guess I can do this. Oh, don't enlarge them all. Wouldn't you really be called the Toy City entrance? It'd probably be called like Pirate City entrance or something like that. Whatever. These are rough locations anyway, just ideas, but... Well, if I block this off, you're going to have to get all the way down to this floor for it to really do anything. So I'm going to have to go down an extra floor. Which means I could just put a hole in the ground. But where? Right? Because there's an entrance to Toy City from there. Unless this room just has a flat floor or something like that, and then from there it goes down in. But I could really just raise it up one. And then make the stairs down somewhere one of these places. But then again, this floor is kind of in a weird location. It's gonna have to basically be over here or something that there's a way down. Hypothetical. At that point, I don't know if I even want a wall there. Oh, it's a lousy place for this anyway. Maybe I don't want this then at that point. It'd just be like this giant room goes down, goes up to that one. We'll save this for down here somewhere. This floor is so high up. Hey Snake 3D, how's it going? Ah, decent enough. Or as good as can be expected. That's all I ever care about. Got a temporary crown put in today, so the numbness is wearing off, so my face is like less than happy at the moment from that. But besides that, I'm doing game dev, which is always fun, so I'm doing something I love, even if, you know, that part. Yeah, the game's gonna be on Steam. Right now I'm working a little bit on a concept area for later. Like, this is not gonna be like anything like what it's gonna be in the game. I don't know. I was just thinking about how I would lay it out. So I gotta go from the second chapter, which would be up here, into it. That'll probably be this room. Oversized game is oversized, is what I heard. Oh. Does it now? See what game dev, Snake 3D? You make anything cool? Important questions have to be asked. Long edge load. I should actually instance these gears. Have one for one direction, one for the other direction, then instance them. So this way it won't use up as many resources. I want to make game with my friend, but for now I'm just making a game asset like characters a suitable UEFI skeleton. That's fair. Have some cool characters to work with, right? They're not going to make themselves, they need your help. Started learning Unreal. You started to learn Unreal Engine. You like more than Unity? Nice. Great engine. Does fantastic things. No doubt. I really don't know what to do with these rooms. Damn. I'll figure something out eventually. One wasn't built in a day, but... Oh, that's right. I was talking about a kitchen. I'm turning this into, like, dining areas. That's true. I was thinking that. So what sort of game are you thinking of making? What you doing? Probably sneaking some sort of stuff here. These aren't going to stay in here. They're just kind of held in place, but... Yeah, maybe I would make that a kitchen. That's not a bad idea. Okay, well, I didn't really want that, but I'll just move it anyway and deal with it in a second. Or a restaurant. Looking up for a pirate themed restaurant name. I'm gonna call it the Broken Compass. Definitely sounds like a the should be in there. Definitely sounds like I should have done it that way. I forgot about the last stream I had talked about doing exactly that, turning it into a kitchen type of area. Potentially it could just be the whole thing. I don't hate it. I can make it like a tavern or something. Oops. Actually, no, that's fine. Um, Ship's larder, I think is what it is called. No, let's see. Yeah. Ship's pantry is a thing. Looks like a bit thing. Oops, caps lock. Okay. Gonna be a long night of this tooth aching, isn't it? Yes. Okay, so if we're doing a kitchen here, then the question now becomes, am I going to merge these together into one giant kitchen? And if so, what am I doing with it? I do have a bunch of kitchen stuff, and having it be like a little restaurant isn't terrible. I should name all these as various ships things. Then I can hang a bunch of stuff down here and use the Pirate Tavern stuff. Why do I have a use for the other room? The argument for keeping this here is that when they unlock this area, that doesn't give them access to here. It just gives them access to a way back. The argument for removing this is that if I remove it, then I get to have a bigger room to play with, allowing for more interesting puzzles. Not gonna have a boss fight, because if I already have a boss fight against Tilly at one room earlier, there's not much point having a boss fight again right after. That's a lot. That is a lot. But at the same time, I don't have a use for this one, screw it. Besides, it would make sense if it could access both dining sections, right? At least that's the theory. It is a very big room, though, so there's a strong argument against this room being this big, too, but I don't know. I'll figure something out. Like a 163 affair. It's good. I didn't get a space in there, did I? Good. Double check the lights work. They're not even on the wall. That one is. Oh, but before I went to the dentist. Happens. You know? I guess it's serving Toy City would also be a thing too. Food delivery. I guess I just call this the unknown room because I don't actually have a name for it, but I needed a name for it to trigger lights and let me in and out of it. Oh. Give me a list of all the stuff that's in a boat. Like crow's nest or something like that. It's been an observatory because observatory makes no sense. But this was a crow's nest. Oop. Probably gonna change these ones out for things like midnight hallway and things like that, but it's more of, you know, I don't know what to call it yet, so it can stay what it is. I'll have a key. Oh. Oh, yeah, lowercase that. And so it'll be checking for the exact spelling on that, the exact cases on that. We have bulkhead. If you're curious, this is the list of things I was looking at. But a bulkhead could be good. Partition dividing wall within the hull of the ship, because that could be near the brig. I mean, this could a hold could actually be where the food is too. Today I learned that the poop deck is above the captain's quarters. Yeah, I don't know why it's like this. Kind of an awkward thing to look at. I can scroll it off the thing and you guys can just look at this. If you don't want to see what I'm looking at. True. I think people would rather see what I'm looking at. But I don't know. We call it the hole though. Where's bulkhead? After all, if you're gonna have a prison on the ship or a brig on the ship, then that would be kind of where it is, right? Better than calling it unknown room. At least it seems like it's a better name. I legit have no idea where this key is. write a thing explaining where every key is. Just said, oh, there's right here. That was easy. Well, I might keep it in either. I don't know. It's going to be one of these rooms. Well, because it's a pirate-themed area. With a bit of, like, island, you know, that they're traveling by and everything like that. So you have parts of a pirate ship. And, you know, any of the rooms that's not, that's more designed for viewing the various little oceans and things like that, are a little more set up for, like, you know, food and things like that. Because it's mostly kind of like a theme park style building, except the first floor. Well, the first chapter is actually on the 5th floor and not open to the public. I like to refer to it as a building, you know, a theme park style building full of, like if Disney built a theme park style building where all the dolls killed each other at night. So it's a small world. It's a small world. But also, one of the characters is locked in here. You got to get him out. Well, I mean, there is a character who's locked in here. But a lot of the rooms exist because it's a theme park thing, not because it's specifically a game mechanic that it exists. Part of the fun is that you're a tiny doll running around human-sized things a lot of times. That are built for humans and not for you. But there is a character locked in the brig, which is... You're trying to get one of the other characters over to the brig, and then he wants to get his brother out. It's a good question. I know not what this fun thing is you speak of. All I ever do is, actually I enjoy game dev, so I guess I have fun all the time. I like to tell people my favorite game is in fact Unreal Engine. It's accurate. I almost can't even play other games after Unreal Engine. Like the best building game I've ever seen. I can literally have anything I want. Build it. It's just available. There are no restrictions. But yeah, I've just been laying out this floor because I'm restructuring to fit kind of a realignment of where certain bosses are and how I realign my chapters. I have the most hours in it of all the games I own. That's fair. I definitely have more hours in it than any game I've ever owned. You probably have to look at a couple of the MMOs I played to even challenge it. At this point, I'm probably have over 2,000 hours in just Poppet Quest alone. And the first game I messed with on this was not Poppet Quest. I haven't spent as much time on the other game, but I put some time into this. So it's gonna be tough to challenge this. I think Guild Wars 2 I probably have more time. That's probably fair. By the time this is done, that will not be the case. I'm like, I don't even know. I like to say I'm like 30% done, maybe 35%. Third attempt at the same game. Wow. What happened to the other attempt? Like you didn't just keep it and keep trucking along on the same attempt? Like did you just throw it all out and be like, I don't want this anymore, and then you just started fresh? Is that what happened? That's wild. You did that. I wouldn't do that. No. That's a lot. A lot of time spent. Ship's pantry. It's here. Different, I'm assuming, mindsets towards the goal, plugins unsupported, etc., etc. I end up just removing plugins if they're not supported. I had to redo the dialogue system a couple times due to plugins being no longer supported. That's when I decided to do my dialogue with blueprints instead and never another plugin again. I'm just like, I'm not doing this again. This is not happening. I had to redo so much work. I'm just like, but why? I even had a battle arena that was built around the dialogue plugin. I haven't rebuilt it since. Because I was like, it was so stupid. Well, what sort of different mindsets? I could use storytelling. That too. Hey, Kazzer. Different scope and core mechanics. Is that even the same game if you're just changing the core mechanics? Like, I get the different scope, but I just cut down the scope of this game over and over and over until I get it more in line with reality. Not what my dream is, but what reality is. And reality is I have 15 months left to get this done. And I'm looking at like 30% done going, wait, I've already spent like 15 months. Uh-oh. That ain't working out. You put extra coffee in your coffee? Hell yeah. That's the secret right there. Coffeeception is... I mean, it just saves time. I wonder if there's a coffeeception, like, place somewhere where you can just go there and I guess just buy a coffee, just like a Starbucks, but called Coffeeception. Now that I've said it out loud on the internet, if there isn't, there probably will be soon. They can ask you how many levels deep you want to go. Sure. Oh, I don't have a captain's quarters. That's true. I don't have captain's quarters. There's a treasure room, but I could turn it into like a captain's quarters with treasure in it. Is that YouTube piping up again? Wait, what is YouTube doing? What am I hearing? What's up? I have so many questions. Another espresso. That sounds like mistakes were made. Jeez. Oh. No, I'm naming things after sections of a ship, right? There's no captain's quarters. I was renaming everything like, you know, a pirate-themed restaurant. Bulkhead, because I need some place where the brig would be. Various places that they end up visiting on their little, like, you know, pirate adventures. I'm probably going to rename this Pirate Cove and put a giant pirate city around it. It's just kind of conceptualized for, like, what I'm thinking on it as far as the looks. The gameplay is already set up for this room. It's instant. It's fair. But if you put espresso in it, more caffeine. Why don't you want more caffeine? I want more caffeine. I'm doing caffeine right now, but I still want more of it. Right now I'm drinking random alcohol. I've been informed you treat it just like a regular drink after getting your teeth worked on. You got to give it a few hours before you can drink it. It's been like 10. So that's more than a few. It's like, my mouth hurts. Kind of happens when they put another temporary crown in. I haven't used your espresso maker in so long. You should get one of the little Keurig things or something like that, where you just, you know, put the little K cup in. A lazy person's coffee maker. A little stovetop espresso thing I should use more. Apparently everyone just buys these espresso things and never uses them. That's what I'm hearing. How rich do you think I am? Well, now that you've gotten into game dev, I assume you're poor, but if you get a real job, you won't be poor anymore. And it sounds like you were trying to apply for a real job, so. If you stay at game dev, I'm going to assume that, you know, you're like the rest of us, where you spend most of your time consuming game dev in order to survive instead of food. There's a lot of positive just instant coffee. I'll have a French press and a cold brew jug. Yeah, you mentioned your job interview. You don't recall the location. If you might have mentioned that, you could have. Maybe you didn't. But you said you had one. Did you find out how it went already, or still waiting on that? I haven't applied for a job in like 20 years. Okay, fair enough. I kind of think you didn't because of the fact that seems like what you're doing might be a little sensitive to just say over the internet. Yeah. Back in military tech, yeah, it definitely explains why you wouldn't give a location. Hopefully you get it. I mean, you know, I hate to lose people to real jobs, but game dev doesn't exactly pay the bills for most people. Doesn't pay the bills for me. Neither does streaming. It's fun though. For kitchen stuff anyway. Let's conceptualize some of these rooms here, because in a vacuum I have a really hard time figuring out what I would put there, but if I start putting things in place, it really helps. I mean, I hope it's the Stargate. I want the Stargate to be real. By the end of that, they had spaceships. The Stargate series was awesome. Well, okay. SG-1 and Atlantis were awesome. There were no other series. I hear Amazon's going to ruin it. I mean, remake it. Oh, that'd be fun. The fixed term mortgage ends January 15th, so I think I should get a job for that. Fix the new interest rate. Good for me, and then quit. You can buy that. Does banks still like self-employed people with no accounts? Yeah. It turns out game dev is, or aspiring game dev is not exactly a career choice. Banks are like, hell yes, we're going to loan you money. No. Honestly, it's more like you go to the grocery store and they're like, hell yes, you can afford food. Okay, no, probably not. I'm glad I have a regular job. That's what pays all the bills. If it wasn't for that, I'd be screwed. I wouldn't do this. If it wasn't for that, I would just go get a regular job. As long as I have my regular job. So all the kitchen stuff counts as like a stove or anything like that? Does it all count as decorative? What do they call their kitchen stuff? Jerks. Yeah. Self-employed is, I mean, I've been self-employed most of my life, so I know all too well. Thankfully, I don't really ever plan on buying a house because just around the block, houses sell for $1 million where I'm at. So, and they're not nice houses, you understand. That's a 3-bedroom in the city. And this is a cheap area of California. I ain't buying no house in no friggin' self-employed nothing. Yeah, right. That's a lot. Not in house elements, is it? No, this is just actually what built the house. Heck, to rent an apartment where I'm at, you have to... I think a single bedroom apartment, you need to rake in somewhere between like $2,500 and $3,000 a month to rent a single bedroom apartment in my city. You might get away with like 22 to 24,000 if it's in the slums. That's fair. I can see that. I know I have kitchen stuff somewhere in here. Why didn't I keep the maps? I could easily find it. Could also just be blind. Wouldn't surprise me. I'm pretty blind. I know there are stoves. Basically, Sika Mansion and the Victorian House are like the two main things I have for interior stuff. There's some other ones I picked up along the way, but these two are responsible for a lot. You'd be surprised how hard it is to find stuff for a kitchen. I mean, there's plenty of food, but that's not helpful. Well, I mean, it'll be fun to have food fights. We just throw food at people and everything, like in the game. Like, I could have the food explode, but I haven't quite figured out how to make that work where it doesn't just explode when you pick it up and throw it. Like an explosion in your hands instead. I guess I'm just reading them all one by one. I was kind of just glancing through them, but unless they're just called mesh cupboard over and over and over. But I want a stove. I know I've seen it before because I originally had a kitchen in the other version of this game. Unless I deleted it. I don't know why I would, but huh. Alright, well, we're gonna do a bit of cheating. Oh no, it's modular Victorian thing. I'm trying to find what was on the list. Yeah, it's modular Victorian house. The single greatest thing that Epic ever gave me. I love this thing so much. So much of my game is involved with this. Taught me a bunch. Yeah, see, look, there's a stove. There is just literally a stove. Yeah. It was actually fun to run around as Poppet just being tiny in here. This was actually what I figured out when I was doing testing if I want to make Poppet tiny or the stuff big. I came to the conclusion that making the stuff big made more sense because the game hates it when you make your character tiny. Sorry, Unreal Engine hates it. Oh yeah, the attic ladder thing? I was going to use it, but now I don't have an attic, so... But originally, one of the thoughts behind this game was that I was going to put it in the Victorian house thing. But right now, I'm going to add it to another project, so I can look at the level for it real quick. Oh, it's just create a project. Perfect. He wants to create it in 5.5. What is this shenanigan bullshit? Part of the language, but still. Man. The only thing I hate about whenever they give away something for free, support for it usually dries up right after that version. Yeah, pretty much. Just support completely is gone. You're like, cool, thanks. But I'm pretty certain I can just copy paste things directly from one project to another because the references exist in this engine, or at the very least I can easily find which file it is for all the kitchen crap. I'm going to download and install it real fast and steal some kitchen ideas, though I'm going to obviously change to more of a restaurant, I guess. I'll have to make like some kind of a counter or something like that too. Well, let's do some hypotheticals here. I actually went back to see it a couple days ago, see how they did their outline, interactive items. Yeah. The interaction system from there is actually what taught me the interaction system for this game. Like, I built mine off of that. I've greatly expanded it, but that's what taught me. I learned a lot from that. So many things. Turning the lights on and off, changing the emissive, like, you know, the materials and all that. I learned all that from there. Fantastic product. That's why I tell people, Fab gives away something for free, get it. You never know, might be useful. And then you just, you know, I ended up building most of the game on this really cool asset. I was like, wow, do all this thing, all this interaction's already done for me. Obviously, you know, a lot had to be done to make it work for my game, but learned a lot. And the other really awesome thing it has, under materials, it has these ones that tile. Materials that tile are glorious because you can just toss them over basically anything and life is good. Otherwise, it can be a problem. So that's awesome. Like, those things have proven insanely handy. Most of my game has been built off of those kinds of things. That's been crazy how much this game is built around those tiled materials because they're just so good. Yeah, I tell people when they have a faint interest. Oh yeah, I just tell them get everything. Even if it's not necessarily useful now, it might be in the future. And it takes so little time and effort, you might as well take it. Besides, there are things that you wouldn't think would be useful, and I pulled something out of them because it was useful. And ended up using it in my game. You never know. Like, there was like some sci-fi water, who knows what lab thing, and I took a water material out of that, so I was like, these are pretty cool. My game sci-fi? No. Doesn't matter. It's gonna be like Pirate Chipotle. This door should actually be somewhere else. So what I'm gonna do for Pirate Chipotle is, you know, move this down so there's a little space over here to get through to the, you know, the larder or the pantry. Because we at Pirate Chipotle really care about our employees. And making certain they can easily access things so they can make us more money. Oh wait, we probably shouldn't say the quiet part out loud, should we? Damn. I'll just put stoves along the back. How I'm gonna gamify this, I got no clue. I'll figure something out. Sometimes just jumping around in something that's normal is actually a lot of fun. I still need a cool train set. There is actually one I got that was like from a Korean thingy, and it's fine. It looks period enough. But it doesn't look great. It just looks kind of period. I don't like that very much. It needs to look a little better. I think I'll move this out a little bit more, probably. I think my rough guess is this. I actually have a pirate tavern. I should be using stuff from that, but we're laying this out. Yeah, I think even this time around there was like portals. I'm probably gonna use one of them. I think that's the only I got this time. The portals were pretty. They gave me a pirate thing not that long ago. I was like, it's like they've listened. It's like they know. They know I need this. I'm 100% certain I'm going to go back into some of these areas and add a few things too as I get more stuff. Polish the crap out of it. And I mean, like, this time around we had what? I haven't even looked at the stylized village one. Like, this seems like it'd be really cool. I just haven't had time to look at it, but I mean, like, it was not good for my game, but I'm not gonna lie. I could see making a stylized game with this. A lot of stuff. I don't need it because my game's not that stylized. But Poppet looks close enough that she could be stylized, sort of. I think I'll use these to hold her up. My pirate chipotle. I heard this track so many times. This track has the dubious honor of being the combat music used for my other game that I ended up canceling. I mean, combat in that game was like an entire level affair, and you were mostly trying to race against time, so. I do like the track, but the dubious honor is that the game got, you know, canceled. Well, temporarily canceled. And if Poppet Quest does badly, then it gets probably put back on the table. If Poppet Quest does great, then Poppet Quest 2 gets made. Actually, realistically, some DLC will get made if the game does well, because there's plenty of other little things I want to tell that don't merit a whole game. But if it does bad, and I decide I want to make more games after that, then yeah, that's what would happen. Okay, I just can't stand the layout of this setup. It just drives me. I just don't like it. I think what I really want to do is this. Over at Pirate Chipotle. I'll have to put a giant thing on it so you can grab it. Because you better believe players are going to want to jump around on the counter and knock food over. There's no world they don't want to knock food over. I can see this. A little tall, though. But it's a counter, though, so, you know, I don't really want it to be as tall as these tables. I want it to be taller than that, so they got, like, bar stools. I mean, I could have them sit on logs as their bar stools, too. I don't have a lot of pirate-themed stuff, so we gotta get creative, you know? Also, these could be, you know, the right, aspect. For some reason it takes a long time to select all the adjacent surfaces now. It didn't used to, but is what it is now. Unsurprisingly, the alcohol helps with the tooth problem. Mostly because I care less. Not ideal, of course. Take what I can get. Alright, is that Victorian House thing downloaded yet? Gotta convert it. I believe in you. I gotta do this. But all them shaders gotta compile. Actually, there's probably not that many, to be completely honest. It's not that big of a project. It was cool to run around as Tiny Poppet. I mean, Poppet's always tiny, but shrinking her meant that I could run around environments. I'm actually glad that I enlarged her, and a lot I think the reason for it was I would be really tempted to borrow entire environments and make use of those if I didn't make Poppet larger. Because if you can take select a whole bunch of stuff and then enlarge it, it's not going to do what you think it's going to do. It's not going to enlarge everything to like an equal thing so it keeps the same scene. They're going to end up all crashed together in this bizarre mess. Because just because you enlarge doesn't mean it moves the right distance apart from each other. There are ways to fix that. The way I've learned actually now is you actually just put them all in a level instance, which is actually the real secret. And then I can move the entire thing over if I wanted. So, yeah, that's a thing. But yeah, this was a very cool thing. I guess it's got to do all its things real quick. But I deleted this map out of my game a while ago. And all I really wanted was, it's a mesh cooker hob. Okay, I would never have gotten this in any world. Mesh cooker hob. Mesh, I guess I understand. Why didn't you name it SM? Because it's a static mesh. Cooker, I guess. But a hob? What's a hob? I have so many questions. It's also a solid piece, so I can't even put someone inside the oven. Really? Really? Just to double check, I can just do this, right? Grab it and drop it. I think I can, actually. No, because the mesh cooker hob is in a different location. Because I moved him out of the base directory, of course. That's true. You're right, you're right. I don't have him in the base directory anymore because I got tired of trying to sort through every single thing to figure out where every little thing was. I still gotta move things like the Pirate Tavern and stuff. Oh, that reminds me. What's the Pirate Tavern now? I'm looking for... Oh, bar stools. Thank you. Oh my god, I'm so happy right now. Of course, they're probably not square, which is really unfortunate. 7's usually approximately like that. I'm assuming I'm going to put tables in here. Like I said, it's going to be a restaurant style thing, so I probably want to run with that. I had to redo this wall anyway. Kind of crap. I'll keep the entrance to Toy City this way so you can sneak back to Toy City. Oh, this door's in a lousy location, isn't it? I guess to be fair, this could be over in the corner a little more than this. Like it could be rotated a little. Which would be fine. Not really enough space over there for that, but that's okay. Between the tables there, the tables here, and some tables here, there's probably enough tables. I'd imagine most people would sit over here anyway. Right, because you could stare at the water. There is an argument for water being used in here, but the problem with that is I do actually need pump controls somewhere. That's true. We're just going to ignore the pump controls in this room being in the water. I gotta gamify something sometimes. feel like this room shouldn't exist, but I also want side rooms that have no real purpose other than extra rooms you can unlock or you can come back to and find the keys for. So things like the grotto storage exist for exactly that reason. As opposed to every other room here being largely pretty useful. Well, this is obviously a secret area with a save point. You know, you don't have to have a save point there. I mean, to be fair, there's paintings you can go into, so there's save points. It's not like 0 things to save at. I'll probably make a better counter than this, but basically the first version of everything I do is largely really bare bones and purely a concept, and it will basically look like complete trash. Then I come back and make a more, you know, refined concept, and then I come back and gamify it, and then I come back to it, make it look good, and then I actually, yeah, that's kind of how it goes. It's actually, well, it's mostly just concept, gamified version, then make it look good, then add steampunk, and then add some horror stuff. And that's kind of how I do for this now at this point. Anything else is just kind of not what's happening, you know? It's just not what's happening. Alright, so I'm looking for a hob, a mesh hob, actually. Cooker. What was it in, first off? Going fully, the cooker thingy was actually in furniture. I couldn't see it for the life of me. I just was too stupid to see it, I guess. I don't know, sure. Blind. I mean, they always said if I kept doing that, I'd go blind. They weren't wrong. Not pretty certain that's not necessarily what made me miss things right in front of me, but probably didn't help. Unfortunately, I have to have these lanterns kind of low. Otherwise, they won't hit the ground. That's a little problem for Poppet. Probably need a lot of cooking things over here, in all honesty, and then some tables to prep on. It's probably fair. I guess just some countertops back here. I don't have any way to turn the stoves on and off, though. It's not that I couldn't make them, you know, turn on and off. It's just that I'm going to have to add some things because they're solid meshes. I guess I could add little red things on, like little things on top of each of these here that could turn red if you push the button and then deal damage to stuff. Well, now that I said it like that. Am I doing that right now? No, but is that going to be a thing? There's a good chance on that one, to be completely honest. Always say your ideas out loud. You never know. They might come out to be something really good. I mean, there's a good chance that's in there just because it just seems like something you'd have in a kitchen thing. All right, modular Victorian house. What is this? This is a wash basin. Okay. I haven't made doors for these yet. Well, that's wrong. I haven't coded them to work with all the other door stuff. Mostly it's just about duplicating the other door things there and then changing the numbers so that they move the same amount, or the amount they need to move. But having Poppet be able to go inside these things is usually kind of what I want. The wash basin, huh? I already changed the one stack color for the bathroom. Yeah, that's fine. Steampunky ones. Or not. Guess I never changed this one. Fair enough. I don't like this plastic crap. Well. I believe we have a strategy here that works very well, you see. First we take this, we get that material. We find this, we open the mesh cooker. And then we just slap this material right on it. And we just slap it on it right here. There we go. And look, now it's a steampunk one. I love tiling materials. Yeah, there was this EP Master Materials. Oh, I don't even remember which thing it was from, but it might just be called Master Materials. There's another free one. Yeah, EP Master Materials. It's beautiful. It does things, you see. It provides all these easily customizable materials that do stuff. Apparently it does other stuff too, and it's even better than I thought. Oh my. I don't know how to do those things yet because I'm stupid when it comes to materials, but I will learn. But it is my default go-to whenever I need to make something look steampunk that would be otherwise not steampunk looking. Yes. I could keep the light on that. Could also give it a wood look too. Let's look at the wood idea first, and then we'll check the other out. A combination of steampunk. I mean, I can't make everything the same steampunk metal, and I guess I can, but probably shouldn't do that. Did you not bring it up? Oh, you did. Okay. Maybe. Remember, it's supposed to be like pirate themed, so. Oh, do I not have a broken compass? Well, let's fix that. I use this for a level selection screen in a Game Jam game. It was very exciting level selection. It was more fun than the game. That's because you were shooting around through space, visiting very little portals to open up the levels. It's just fun to fly around space. Should have made that the Game Jam game. You just fly around space. It's very exciting. I don't know why I selected one at the end. It's not like it makes a difference. They're all going to appear on a list anyway. I gotta H-load all these later too, otherwise it'll load every one of these all the time, and then, well, ain't nobody like that. I actually did need it to be this big. This is just needs to be huge. .05 gets the job done. You still grab that, that's what matters. I know it's not perfect, but at the same time, this is what indicates the player they can grab stuff, so. I almost should make little mini tables that I can recycle over and over, but I mean, I could like level block traversable that stuff. Oh no, sorry, level instance that. Are you sticking off the edge enough that Poppet can grab you? I think so. I'll fix that so she can. Whoa, 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 feisty. Not what you're doing, buddy, but the game's over here. Okay, well, I don't want to be inside the ceiling. Maybe I should put the freaking chairs there or something. I don't know, bar stools make more sense. I like square bar stools because rounded bar stools are a pain to use with this little block traversable. I can't grab this. I'll have to grab it. No, I can. I'll have to add knobs to these and make, you know, unique stuff, but that is not right now. That's... Well, I mean, maybe it'll be now. You never know. Just to double check, do I have other stools? I do. Not many. That is not a stool, that is a chair. Piano stool. This square. It's close enough to square. I usually let you grab specific surfaces though, like not everything is grabbable. Basically, I don't want to go to all the trouble to make everything grabbable, because then, well, one, it'd be really hard to keep you out of certain areas. Another thing, it would take forever. Because you got to sit there and realign the splines to try to make it work, and is not pleasant. You could try, it would take a long time. Like, I'm not sure I want to do it on these ones here, because you got to sit there and grab a spline, and then sit there and just go inch by inch all the way around these. And then it doesn't grab very well, even if you do that. Speaking of doing weird things with splines, let's do what I was about to do. I'm definitely going to build myself a kitchen sink. I don't know why I'm not just doing it on there, but I'll just convert it to a level instance in a sec. Well, they're going to be against the wall, so you probably just do it that way. In case I have another restaurant or something somewhere, which I might. I will. Not a bad idea. I really haven't made this thing as theme parky as I could yet. But do not worry. I will do things with it soon. Okay, first off, why was I designing in the dark again? How am I supposed to be certain these line up? I mean, it's ugly in the light, but still. That's just floating in the air. This one probably is too. Okay, well, not what I was aiming for, but thank you for trying. Also, no, I think I guess it's close enough to the bottom, huh? Actually, I forgot these aren't like regular things. They aren't like the I'll do that. They got like the geometry brushes, which expand out in both directions. These expand out in exactly one direction. It's way more handy. Certain. This should actually be farther over in general. So you can grab your way out of the sink. Not a bad plan. And do that. How high is this one? That's high. Those are actually the same height. They sure don't look it, but I guess they are. It's just this is actually lower than the others. I'm gonna clone this height because this height looks a little more accurate in general. I don't know why shift end wasn't putting the other ones down, but okay. Ah, yes. The original title music for Poppet Quest when I made it for RPG Maker. For that game jam. This game has come a long ways from that game jam game. Oh my god. The more I just think about all the changes I've made from that cursed doll who was just trying to look out a window and happened to be placed on the wrong side of the attic during the morning or during the day when she was asleep to this. That was just an idea. This is legitimately a game. Time will tell if it proves to be a good game. I hope so. I'm sure going to put a lot of time and effort into it. I already have, but 5.4, not 54. But I don't know yet on that. Basically, if it comes to the month to release it and the game is not good, I'll pull it back until it is good. I'm not just going to kick it out the door and hope it gets it if it's not good. I put too much time in there to just rush it out the door. I did give myself a very brisk time frame though, just in case. So this way, if I do end up having to hold it back, then, well, at least it'll be like a normal release game instead of like super long. But I don't want to do that. bathroom element. You know, I thought it would be called the kitchen element. Nope, bathroom element. I wish this had bathrooms. It's a whole mansion and it has nothing. Like, this was both really cool and an extreme disappointment. Like, there's some stuff that's really nice in it. It's very useful, and other stuff that's just complete garbage. But there's no bathroom stuff and no kitchen stuff anywhere in it. If you have a mansion, you're just not allowed to have these two things. I just thought I'd point that out to you. Can't, sorry. Talk. But you do get some mannequin arms, just in case you want to, you know, grab things. Actually, interesting mannequin arms too. I think I probably put the floor stuff on them. I got tired of looking at the other stuff. I do weird things. Don't question it. Anyway. Bathroom. Good evening, Bartek. How's it going? I should pull these into a blueprint. I don't know why I'm not doing that. I just already put them in there because I'll just put the blueprint inside of a level thingy. Am I gonna let you turn the water on and off? I guess I probably have to because people will be weirded out if I can't do that. That's fair. Not wrong. I'm gonna have the faucets after. I'm gonna just pull all this into the thing right now. Not working as intended. You check the comments on it and see what people are saying. Sometimes people's tutorials are maybe not the best. Convert selection to blueprint class. I'm just gonna harvest components. The version I'm using is 5.6. Because I'm a glutton for punishment. Really? Really, buddy? Why did you change the materials? Oh, God. Fine. I would just double check all things. I mean, if his tutorial works at the end, then clearly somewhere you've missed something. Oh, no, I'm good. I prefer not to use random things that people hand me. There's a licensing thing. People can come after you later because they can say, well, you didn't have the rights to use it. So I usually just go through the stores, so I'm guaranteed the rights. Otherwise, it just leads to problems. Basically, I don't really want other people's names on my stuff. It's just too many problems from it. I appreciate it, though. Well, I don't really need a whole lot of characters at this point. Everything's kind of got to match my world. Austin. I mean, you can post in the Discord if you want people to see it or something. Maybe people will buy it off you on Fab or something. It's possible. I just recommend everyone list their stuff on Fab if they can. The way it works is the licenses, like the standard license there, and then like what are the two licenses? Let me read the things like that. I'm blanking on over there right now. Come on, Fab. I believe in you. Work, buddy. It's going real slow. That's fair. So let's say we look at this game sample here. That's just Add Elaborate. That's free. That doesn't work for what we're doing here. I need something to buy. Sure, the tree bonsai forest. Yeah, either one of these is fine. The only thing that it is it's kind of an almost like honor system in a way, but it's what you've currently made in the last year dictates the one you're supposed to buy. So if you have like a business, like a game dev business with over 100K in revenue that year, then you're supposed to pay for the professionals, but otherwise personal is fine. And it doesn't retroactively change. Like just because you the next year make more than that, or even the current year make more than that, does not mean you have to go buy a professional. It's just whatever you were making when you bought it. So basically, it's just basically always personal for everybody who's not like a big studio. It's not very clearly written. I actually sat there in the Fab Discord section of actually the Fab section of the Unreal Source Discord. They were talking about it and how it really works. And I was like, oh, okay. Confusing, but thanks. These are pretty good ideas, actually. I'm gonna steal some ideas. Like I say, you can post in the Discord if you want. I don't let links exist in the chat anymore. After we had all the scammers come by, I just don't even want to deal with it. But that's what you're working on section of the Discord if you want. And a self-promotion, one of the two would be more than acceptable. I mean, I'll take a look at it and see what it is. Which measurements are you talking about? These things here? These are what you're talking about. They were done by a level block traversable thing. They did them there. Let me find that thingy. I guess I harvested components, didn't I? Oh, I did, didn't I? Oh. I don't want to do that at all. That's unfortunate. I want those to be child actors, damn. Anyway. Anyway, on the construction thingy here, under level block. Here's what they're doing to do the text like that. They have a text render on here. And they're just getting the actor scale 3D and then formatting it. But you could actually just run it directly in here if you wanted. And then they're just setting the text on the text render. That's it. It's basically just this node to this node is what would do it. And a text render. Which is, of course, the text you're seeing. I have it set to invisible, but... That's it. That's all it is. Anything you want to a text render. Or 3D text if you want to. Which is usually what I use because they look nicer, but 3D text is technically experimental. Probably not ideal to use it, but you know, I'm using it anyway because I am. Okay, I understand why it lost that there, and why did I do that? That was stupid. I don't think I can grab it now because it's, I did that. Increase my voice volume? Can't hear me? I mean, I'm all the way in the yellow. Is that like... I mean, I can't really go too much more. It's going to start doing cutting like that because you can see I'm already up here. It's basically as high as it goes before. Even now I'm kind of clipping the red a little bit. Where it'll start cutting out and being like choppy and terrible. So my advice is turn your volume up. This is really much else I can do. Otherwise you're just going to hear really choppy crap audio. But people have mentioned that periodically. Not many, but every once in a while someone's like, it's super quiet. I can put myself a little closer to the microphone, though. I can also try to talk louder, too. I suppose that's a thing. Sometimes I just kind of look away from the microphone, and then it's like, I'm like over here, instead of over here, where I should be. I thought some kind of settings that show the measurements. No, it's just a text render. It's just a blueprint. Can't jump any higher than that. Okay, I can jump to this. Well, not from that far, I can't. I hate that it grabs the ledge like that. I'm hoping they fix that in a later version. Or I can just make that jump. That's unfortunate. I don't want to make the jump. I want to fail the jump. Sandy back real fast. I wonder if the microphone filters are messed up. But they make it difficult to... if they like reduce the volume or something like that, because like I've applied them in such a way that they're supposed to reduce it in case I yell or something. And that is really hard to jump low enough to make that work. Okay, I'm just gonna do a cheesy way instead. I'm gonna grab one of these and drag it over here. I should probably look into it or something like that. Just have do a bunch of tests or something off stream. See if I can get it to the filters to do it to prevent that, if that's what's causing it. Yeah, I can't grab this because of the way I did it. Thought that would be the case. Mistakes were made. Alright. Alright. That's my fault. I forgot how the level block reversibles work. Didn't I delete those already? There we go. Round 2. I'm just going to add a level lock traversable instead of trying to... I should have just done it in a giant thing in the first place, like inside of a blueprint. I did not. Grab a level lock traversable, drop it in here. Unlock it, set it to 0.05. I wish they were like geometry brushes. That'd be so easy. Alas, they are not. Yeah, I made my character. I made Poppet, and I did the cloth simulation in Unreal using Chaos Cloth. Which is not like the most performant thing in the world, but it looks good, so, you know, whatever. I made a lot of the female victims, basically. Some of the male characters, though, not that many. To be fair, though, there aren't that many male characters in the game. Turns out if you base your game essentially on Jack the Ripper, Jack killed mostly women. By mostly, I mean he killed 100% women. He did not kill dudes at all. I, however, have had him kill a couple dudes, so there are some guys in this. Okay, well, I forgot you can't just duplicate stuff. By dragging it, you have to actually duplicate it this way when you're in a blueprint. That's true. No alt drag. So, you know. I still have to work on, oh gosh, Sally and Tilly. Well, Tilly I'm going to probably make in the engine using crap attached to her, just make her a contraption. Sally I'm going to have to do work on. I don't like her particularly. She's a prelim model. But I need something as a placeholder. A prelim model is better than nothing. I guess. 70, please. Not sure why I'm not worried about Poppet being able to climb her way out of this. She could easily just jump her way out of this. But, you know, for purposes of making it match up, I guess. Again, I did the mistake. He said, I want to add a few NPCs to my game, but I don't know much about creating characters, so I was thinking about getting assets. There aren't many. I mean, if you go into Fab, there's like a bunch of characters. You can just sort by free, and you can pull a bunch of free stuff that way. There's also the metahumans. My knowledge of the metahumans is not great yet. I looked at them briefly when I put 5.6 on here, but haven't had time to really put them to the test yet. You know? I mean, they're cool if you like realistic stuff. A little less good if you're looking for not so realistic. And I'm kind of in that boat. The realistic, maybe not. My name is Cookie MP. Okay, well, you know, at that point, if you're looking for lower poly stuff, I'd look at the stylized stuff. To be completely honest, I mean, you need lower poly stuff, right? Unless you're doing voxel things or something like that. I mean, sometimes Humble Bundle has stuff like that. That's probably what I would recommend if you were trying to keep the costs low, like I do. Perfect. Now I can grab it. Yeah, so I'll do that, and then I'll put a faucet on there. I gotta do this for the bathrooms anyway, so I'm gonna be... Okay, she can pull herself up every single way. Perfect. Oh, I messed with my thingy. Got some OBS over there. Okay, so I need like what? BPI interact if memory serves, not namespaces. I need implement interfaces. Interact. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna lift the code off of my lamps. Speaking of which, I'm gonna grab a lamp and just put it down here, because why not? I guess it's not themed, but this way I can just, you know, mess with it directly if I want. Thankfully, I don't need light code. You check it out? Yeah. I highly recommend the free section of Fab at all times. It's very, very good. Isn't that sync table should be touching the call? What call? What's a call? I have questions. What are we talking about? Doesn't have to. They can just be freestanding things too. But I probably will move them back a little. That's fair. You're not wrong. Can I pull the faucet scene? Is that a thing that you can do? No, I'll have to give it a mesh in a second that it can go after. Well, I could just put a faucet on there right now, which is probably what I should do. Oh, I'm smoking here. Bathroom element, that's what it was. That's why I kept the other one open, so I can just keep on looking back and going, oh yeah, what was that one called? What was that called? Let's go ahead and add a faucet to this scene here. I do this so I can move them all at the same time. I can also just change the scope of the whole scene if I want, but I'm probably going to change them individually. Greater control. 7's probably about what I want. I do not know what constitutes the front of this thing, so we're just going to guess. Oh, I could look at this side. That's how I don't have to guess it all. That's the front here. Oh wait, move the faucet scene there. Zeroed out. Look, now it's there. Woohoo! That's fair. Am I focusing on... I'll probably just focus directly on the faucet itself. Undo that and do it down here so not to remove that crap from there. Perfect. I can just cheat and use these cylinders. Hmm. I wanted all these on the cylinder, not the other. That didn't work out. Didn't work out at all. Oops. Not the cylinder, not the particle system. Where are you going, buddy? Let's try this again, but this time with feeling. Catch you later, Deep Arctic. Thanks for dropping by. Hopefully you can solve the mystery of those tutorials there. But definitely you should do useful things. Watching me does not count as studying, even though I wish it did. Definitely get more viewers, I imagine, if that was the case. I'm just gonna individually move things, I think, or something. I was just trying to get this as a giant thing. But instead I did, because it'd be really handy if I could just move it all at once, but it won't maintain that unless I make it a child actor, which I don't want to do. I gotta recode a bunch of crap. I don't want to recode the. If I grab these same ones here, it'll maintain what I want. I don't know if that's true, but let's find out. Hmm. Your advanced stuff, kind of talking better stuff. It's my studies. I can catch up. That's fair. Yeah, I mean, you know, I can explain things as I'm doing if you want. Most time I'm just, you know, going out of my way to copy code from previous things I've already done. There's not much need to me redo code completely, right? You know, like I don't want to redo code completely. I will if I have to, but a lot of times the code's been done. These are so tiny. Oh, this is huge. Okay, it would have just been easier to make this by hand again than what I'm trying to do here. Pretty much. Yeah, I'll be here later if you wander back. Probably just struggling away. I guess to be fair, they actually have little handles, I think. That's fair. Well, I'll be around. Is this a faucet thingy? I think it is, actually. But I was using these instead. If I had a scene to this, can I yank it directly over is the question. We'll call this like stop scene. Well, you can grab the knob scene if you want, but it's not quite the same thing you're hoping for here. I gotta remake it. There's no other way around it. Well, actually, that time it looked like it. There you go. That's how you do it. Catch you later, Deep Arctic. Well, it sort of did it. Except only the cylinder increased in size. Oh, I know why. Do I know why? I thought it would increase the whole thing. Why did you move one? Okay, I'm just gonna remake it in a second. Oh, it's two of them. That's what the problem was. I was literally just staring at two of these. That explains why I was so confused for a second. I was like, why is it? It's because I just didn't do it. It's stupid. Okay, now with this being tiny, in theory, I should be able to increase the size of this. Yeah. I was like, wait a minute. Am I gonna go to all the trouble to make two different things that work, or am I just gonna say one turns it on and I'm probably just... I don't think I'm gonna do hot and cold water. That seems like a bridge too far. Like, I don't know why I would do that. If that's the case, I'm probably just gonna put it on the back then. It's a little awkward and weird, but at the same time, I'm not really looking to overcomplicate something that's just for funsies anyway. I guess to be fair, water is dangerous to Poppet. Oh, that's true. Oh, yeah. So if I let him go in here earlier, I could actually have it where the things are on and she can't jump in there because it's on. Don't know why it would be on in the middle of the night, though. But technically, it could be. I can still say light on and off, it's fine. This world rotation is going to be weird. Tell me the 0 what happens. Better rotate just one direction, huh? Sure. I'll just make these numbers simplified. That's kind of a little ridiculous otherwise. Bug flying around my face. Ain't nobody like that. Negative 244 and 160. Negative 70 is... Oh, wait. I'm not looking for a location at all there. I just need to know that other rotation, so... So negative 70 and then this monstrosity. Nice. I hate how it does the rotation things there. This was negative 70, 0 and 0. And then we're just going to copy paste some stuff. And actually, I could probably, at the very least, equalize these numbers so they're not stupid. But it'd be like 8, and then like negative 70, and then 262. Yeah, those are way better. Ain't nobody want to type the other thing. I didn't memorize them. So 8 minus 70, 262. $62. I don't need to do that. Alright, so if the light is... Particle system, sure. Copy pasting code does kind of force you to have to tweak a couple things real fast. I don't care about the point light crap. At this point, we're just gonna turn on a water particle. I want a waterfall. Actually, the particles. I was kind of looking for an actual particle, but you know, thanks for whatever this is. Just show like a waterfall, I guess. Hey, Dragondev. What I'm doing right now is I'm playing around with this sink thingy so that I can make it like drop water. Which right now it's broken because I'm got the code broken, but it looks like one of these, and I'm putting a faucet on it so it can, you know, you can manipulate it and cause it to fire water out. But what I'm going to do first is remove this crap. Right now I'm just going to set it to rotate on and off. But basically I'm making a weird little I've been calling it Pirate Chipotle as a joke. But it's like a little restaurant place that's in here and everything like that. So I was building it up and everything like that. And I realized it would be kind of cool to have a working sink and maybe some working stove things. Well, working is relative. Like it'll probably have like a little water particle and stuff, and that'll seem kind of cool, and that's about the most that's gonna happen. To be completely fair. Not like super gameplay important. But I'm lifting code out of my other thing because I really don't see a reason to not lift code out of it. Yeah. Yeah. And then I still have to fix all those things down there too. Here. Oh, I gotta fix these numbers as well. Yep, this is my exciting thing at the moment. Essentially, when you interact with it, it's gonna rotate this little knob via a timeline and a loop rotator to set the world rotation of it. That's it. That's the actual plan here. I already have an interaction system, so I'll just create the variable since I just literally lifted code straight out of my other thing. Refresh. Happy now? Yes, you are. Let's see if the particle's in the right location. I didn't even check. I mean, I did copy it off the other things, so, you know. I'm missing something. Probably a tag, probably a can interact tag. Should be on here. Yeah, can interact. This way it doesn't try to trigger off literally everything. It's just off things with the can interact. Well, there's some other triggers that for it too, but what am I missing here? Because it should flash on that, instead it's not. Because I mean, it works in this. It's supposed to be in the dark, but designing in the dark isn't particularly all that great. Yeah, it's a restaurant. I should do this. But but it's not. So I had to figure out what I'm missing. I'm targeting the faucet. Yeah, it's a little pirate-themed restaurant. And I'm just making a, well, basically just a counter thing with everyone cooking behind it. Maybe I'll find some register to put in here and like that too. I don't know if I have a red cash register or not, but I'll find something. It has to be an old-time one though, so. And then I'll make it cooler and cooler looking. But for now, this is like the concept layout. But I was just like, wouldn't it be cool if there was like sinks with faucets? And that's what I'm making now. This is going to get replaced by this. I'm just going to be like duplicating it over here. So this way I can just, you know, do it once. I'm going to turn it to a level instance in a bit. I'll do the same with these two. I'll make them where they have a blueprint. A cube there. Like what? Just a random cube sitting around. And right now I'm just building as I go, so it's not really a gamified area. Oh, there's like a light source right there if I need it. Oh. I see what happened. Event on focus. Nice. Called event on focus. Not an VPI interact one, just regular event on focus. That's interesting. Doesn't seem right, but it is because those are the same lights I've been using forever in event on interact. They must have did it in a different way than I would normally do it. Oh, what am I doing? Event on interact. Which interface? Which interface using? Just implement interfaces, BPI interaction. Started to be doing it though. That's interesting. I didn't change. No, that's the wrong one. Display these icons, the thingy. Do you not have collision? Probably important to check if it even has collision in the first place. It has complex collision. I don't see a simple collision anywhere on here. Weird. Oops. Well, it should trace complex. I don't understand why it would miss it, but it's possible it's just not seeing the No, this would be Pay Interactive. I don't understand why I didn't see that listed on there, but it's not. The other one doesn't list that like that, but it makes sense, but actually that was the lamp I just changed. Wait, does that even make work at that point? I don't think so. Yeah, it works fine. Weird. I'm print stringing in a second. Well, it turns. Not the way I was hoping for, but the rotation bugs are like, ever since 5.4, the rotation has been wrong on these things. It's so hard to get the rotation correct. It's weird. You'd think spinning in there and do that would change that, but it does not. I guess set relative could work too. I'm curious if set relative. Well, I'm changing the scene, so actually, yeah. Do a quick test here. I'll take a bio break in a second here. Definitely feeling like maybe I could have, but at least my mouth isn't hurting as much. That's nice. Filling is, well, not that temporary crown they put in today was, the numbness was wearing off at the start of the stream. I was like, changes nothing actually. Good to know. Oh, I gotta put it back at the original, right? -70, 0, and 0. You think I could just turn it like this, but if you look when I change it, that is not how it works. Like if I just make it 70, it does that. Even though the rotation should be this way. This is one of those bugs that they've had for like since 5.4. It did not used to do that, but now it's just a travesty. And you're just guessing to try to figure out exactly what numbers they want. There's no logical rotation method there. It's only turning one of the directions. Like some of the directions it's perfectly fine, but it's just one of them. Weird. Yeah, so you're just doing some bizarre thing. The other one was pure guesswork. Like I just kept messing with it until eventually I got what I wanted. I wonder if I do that, like if I turn that a little bit and then change all the, well, it's changing every single one at the same time. Actually, 70, like, it should be like this and then 180. I can try that as the other way to go. Because it finally went back to even numbers again, which is interesting. I have no idea sometimes. It's so weird. Why it does all those numbers in between, don't know. But let me set it back at -70. Must be getting 5 or 6 hours in the stream. That's usually about when this chair starts to feel less comfortable. Makes me wish I bought a better one. Again, no logical reason why it would do this, but it does. After all, rotating it that way eventually does achieve that number. Now this time rotating it has gotten to that number. And then -70 gets it to about there. So, I mean, now this is 360, which is just 0. And you can't just do -70 in that. I mean, that's like, I rotated all the way around and literally it came up with 360 now, which is fair. That part's fine. And now if I rotate it back, you see where it hits like near -70. Now it's like that. Like for some reason, it'd be fun if I could just copy paste the number and it just worked. But it does not appear to do that. Even though rotating it would literally give you all those degrees in between. Boggles my mind. Has for a while. Because yeah, it just rotates like that. And rotating it doesn't do that. It's just a 1 second 0 to 1, which would do exactly that. That's why that part's working just fine. What if I ditch those numbers there entirely? I don't even know. I'll have to report it as a bug. I haven't since 5.4 since they started introducing that bug, but at some point I guess someone's got to report it. Now it's rotating that way, so it's actually rotating a different way. At least it's not flipping all strange. It's not the right way. So clearly this is not the way you want to rotate it. Usually it's this, not there, but this changes this number too, so. What if I return to -70? Yeah, it's just it. I just do -70. 0 and 0. And I just ignore the bizarre numbers it's giving me. Stick with -70. Oops. Sorry. Make this 180. Maybe that's the secret. I don't know. We'll find out. I won't spend too long on it. Eventually I'll go report the bug. Oh yeah, it's a rotation bug. It's been there since 5.4. Where rotating one of the directions of blueprints causes to get these false numbers that aren't real. And nothing you do will ever make it work right. Now it's rotating that direction. That's interesting. Instead of the other way. So we've seen that that's a thing. Which means then, instead of it being the other ones there that's been changing, it's actually gotta be the Y that changes. Keep in mind, none of these numbers match what it's doing when I rotate it. They're completely wrong. That doesn't appear to matter. But this happened with the lamp too, and it was like, I never want to do one of these again for this very reason. Where it's pure guesswork. Close. Keep in mind, rotating one direction actually yields it turning it not one direction, right? Have you seen it, the way it's turning? It's supposed to shift 80 degrees along, sorry, 180 degrees along the yaw or something like that, and that's it. Instead, it's just outright changing location too, for that matter. Why does it do that? I don't know. It's supposed to say at -70 both times, right? Anyway, as I was saying, like, you rotate it along this one. If you look what happens to the numbers, look at how they all shift. And that would be fine, except for when I put those numbers in, it was just doing bizarre, crazy rotations that made no sense. So rotating one direction shifts all three directions, which is weird. Actually, I just do undo. What am I doing? Click somewhere else, click there. If I do 180 here, it does that. If I do 180 here, it does that. If I do like 70 here, it does that. You notice it does exactly the same on all of them? Try it on this thing. Maybe it'll work better on this. Oh, maybe I can get away with it on this if I just do the cylinder here and I ignore the scene. It's not a bad idea. Sure. If I can get away from that problem by doing it this way, so be it. Oops. Maybe it's an issue with scenes directly. That could be a thing. Wouldn't surprise me. So if that's the case, 0, 0, 0, 180. About 360. Let's let her spin. Yeah, I've been fighting with that one for a while. I actually stopped doing a clock thing I was working on because it was so obnoxious to try to get the number to work. I was like, this is not happening. Thanks, but no. At least I'll have a working faucet for this. Then I'll copy the code for the bathroom faucets. So I'll just basically move a bunch of crap over there because this is... I could have actually just taken the faucet out of that. That's an idea too, but I didn't. And just done it once. That'll work. It might be with the scenes themselves. And then I need, I guess, a waterfall. I don't really have any other options unless I want to do a cylinder that just has water on it. That's not a bad idea. I mean, it's not going to be like real running water. It's real running water that reacted like water would require a great deal more work than I'm putting into this. Let's just put it that way. Like, it could be done, but at that point I'd probably buy a plug-in that handles water or some sort of assets that do it and do a better job. Versus, you know, trying to hard program that just for some water in a sink. Of all the places I'm excited to, that is not one of them. That is most certainly not one of them. I mean, it's cool and all, but it ain't that cool. Grab the moving water, I guess. That'll do, because it's just moving down the sides. That's all I care about. Just so people can be happy that water comes out. Well, job 1 is this. Job 2, I guess I could set up a timer that slowly fills it full of water. But there's a drain, so it would never fill full of water. All I would do is put a little water at the bottom, probably. Which I could just set it to do. Just have a thingy that does that and just flips it on. I could also slowly move it, but let's start by... the water flow. We'll start by just adding a couple things at first, you know, like... Put that a cube, I should say. I guess I could just add a kill cube. That's true. Kind of a problem there. I can't really go down the sides of it very well, can I? I probably have to seal this off if I'm going to do this. This would work a lot better with a plane, by the way. Not every direction, please. I just wanted one direction. Why can't this sink be like a normal thing here? Am I putting some additional housing on this sink just to make it work? I have to. Well, job 1, let's do this. Don't worry about making it look better in a second. Worry about transforming in a second so that it actually grows as you turn the thing, but I find it's much easier to do things one at a time. I can't just paste that, right? So negative 187, negative 86, 83. Right. Blanket already. Negative 86 here. Well, those are the actual ones it's supposed to be, but I don't care about the transform that much. Actually, I should just be that in the scale. I don't care about the other. Well, I can just increase the transform, I guess. I could also move it up at the same time, make it look better. Okay, I'll make it look better. I have an idea. Anyway, I need 4.75, 2.5, 0.2. I have the worst memory ever. It's probably because I was drinking alcohol. It's also probably because I never sleep. Between the two of these, I have the worst memory you've ever seen in your life. What I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna shrink the scale Z to 0 when you turn the thing like that. Well, I defaulted to have it on. Fair enough. See? Boom. And look. It'll trigger a thing, though it does do the underwater transform. Somebody need to change that setup a little bit, but because they're both the same blueprint. First one doesn't work, obviously. I need to obviously set this to default not visible. And then this to 0. Honestly, I don't even know if I need to have it grow it. Like, just having it activate instantly is probably good enough. Also, I guess I can have the sound always playing. Sure. Sound active, I guess. Oh wait, what am I doing? That's stupid. I don't need this. Oh, it's the water sound. I want it to keep looping, so. But I want it to stop the second this is done. Spawn sound at location here. Back location, I guess. I have a generic noise for my sound attenuation. It's usually good enough. What are those called? A sound cube. Suzuki cube. Mute this for a sec so I can hear some sounds. I just need like running water. I don't need like horse water noises or God knows what else. It's just water. Running water. And maybe I can use the stream loop. It'll probably do. Not amazing, but I can always replace later with something I like better, I suppose. Alright, back to music. It's like length. There's a length option for this. That's the reason I use mine. I did this thing before. My node for it. Forgot what it was. It was part of the HUD. No, it's on Poppet. Graph. I thought it was on here. Oh, never mind. It's in the collectibles. There's so many things in this game. The crystal balls have them. They had dialogue and audio, yeah. This has the note I was looking at. Oh. If I have a dialogue player, is what it was, right? Yeah, it's this here, so do that and then play, and then you can get the target sound there, and then the duration. I thought spawn sound would let me do this though. This is one of the few ways where you can actually set something to play the length of the sound and then do something immediately afterwards. And spawn sound does it. Play sound does not do that. It doesn't work the same way at all. I remember sitting there struggling with this for actually a while when I was making a little dialogue system that plays on the HUD and everything like that and basing it on the length of the audio. I was like, this is weird that this is not an option. And they're like, well, spawn sound will actually give you the sound itself. That's why spawn sound is different. Because if you do like play sound here, like play sound at location, you'll notice it doesn't output anything. You don't get the sound to work with. But spawn sound does give you the sound to work with, which then lets you target the sound and pull the duration. Otherwise, you just have to know the duration. So basically, play sound sucks is what I'm trying to say. In a nutshell, it's just like the garbage version of the other, from what I can tell. There's a lot of extra nodes in UE that do like the same thing, but not as good as others. This would be one of those instances. And then I want to branch here. Actually, what am I doing here? Light on off. I guess I'll rename this water on off just because it's weird otherwise. Also, I can convert to a branch. I don't need this extra branch. I already have a branch right here. And it validates it in the process. Neat. If so... Water sound? If false, nothing. And if turned on... Water sound. Useful bits of information. Should really break these up into tutorials or something. I just never even know what's a good tutorial. Interesting. It's working, it's just really quiet. What's not working is the other. Wow, this kill cube. Do they have visibility on you yet? Is that the problem? They're always visible. Like 0.2 puts it where you can see it, right? Yeah. Teleport. I don't want to have anything do any special along the way there. Why use a little clicky? Just defaulted from there. Make it louder. The water's working, it's just not where you can see it. That's interesting. Why? Oops, misspelled. Too quick. Why are you not visible? I could also just activate it. Instead of changing the relative transform, I could just go activate and then deactivate. And then set its thing to what I want. Then it shouldn't make a difference. Like I said, I'm not going to get too crazy with this because it's just a little extra fun thing that you can do. Technically, you could use it as a weapon. Oh, and let me start with the Like auto activate, or is there even activate for this? There's no activate for this. And why am I allowed to activate and deactivate? Well, I mean, I can do this, right? I think I can just do it during the construction script and just deactivate it. No, I cannot. I'm confused why this does not work. Well, optionally, I can also lower it down too. Like I could lower it to like here, like 19. I'll probably just gonna put like a thing underneath here anyway, so it won't ever show anyway. But to avoid this visual bug problem, let's say I do that. And I just put this back at 19. Visual bugs, Joe. They happen. It didn't move it. Of course not. You gotta connect it up first. I'm really surprised it lets you call these activate and deactivate when in reality they aren't available for that thing. But it does. You'd think that would yield an error. It does not, though. There we go. Yeah, I don't know why there's a visual bug with the transform. That makes no sense. I don't know why this won't be any different. That's the same one. You can jump in. Oh no! Trigger Z. Now they're both on. Ha ha ha. You know people would complain if they couldn't turn the faucets on. Come on. You know that would be the case. Nobody can lie to me on this one. They would so complain. They'd be like, "You got to the faucets on, it sucks." Exactly like that. 110%. It's okay, I'm gonna use the exact same technology for the bathrooms. All the washrooms, so I get to double it up. As any good dev should. Double it. I'm gonna change this out to not that color, I don't like it. I'm trying to keep the same things, you know, similar colors, so this way you always know certain things are easy to turn on and off. I'm just gonna assume people are dumb. So by making it where you can always see those, people will hopefully assume that that's how it works. It's a little weird having that though. I should almost just do with the same steampunky type of look, shouldn't I? And that's kind of hard to tell them apart. I mean, I could just stick with the steampunk thing. After all, the pipes are largely the same colors. Kind of worry about having everything be the same type of metal. Like it's kind of hard to see things sometimes, I think. It does match the sink. It is a steampunk thing. kind of wish they dripped too, but I don't have a dripping anything, and I'm not. I could spawn tiny little like cones or whatever with like a little, you know, sphere at the end to create like a ghetto water drop, and have them, you know, dissipate after a while like a little projectile. They could fire projectiles like that, like down. That'd be the weirdest thing ever, but technically I can make a drippy faucet that way. I don't know why the faucet should be dripping though, to be 100% honest. Like, the place is supposed to be functional, not trashed or weird or anything. Okay, now I gotta do something about this, because clearly if this is the method I have to use, which I was gonna have to kind of use anyway, because it's always gonna stick out the sides a little, because of the, like that, I just need to put some kind of metal over that, like a metal cube. I can actually just use two different thingies and just blockade it, and that's good enough. Alright, so let's do that. Let's... just a cube. Oh, it's a sink front. I gotta have a front and a bottom because of the fact that it's would go inside of the sink otherwise, and that would look really bad. So fine. Okay though. This material usually looks fine even if you stretch it, because it's hard to really see much difference in it any other way, so who cares. But other materials, I'd probably use a geometry brush to try to make it look a little better. Here, whatever. Right, get the job done. One more thing needs to be done here. What's the collision look like on you? An unholy abomination? Kinda, yeah. Right now it's using complex because the unholy abomination that is the other is not great. I'm going to give it one chance to see if it can just make dreams come true, but it's probably not going to. After that, I'm going to take a quick bio break because that was a little while ago. We're at like the 6-hour mark. It's been 3.5 hours since I last stood up and did that. I'm getting 3 subs tonight on YouTube. Hell yeah. Thanks to everyone who subbed on YouTube. This is close. The top might not be okay. I might get stuck inside, but nah, that sink is awful. Never mind. You just go ahead and remove that garbage collision. I think nobody want that. No need to waste resources. Some things you just have to accept are going to be complex unless you plan on going into... There's a way you can cheat it in the engine. I mean, you can probably use the modeling tools too, but you can also go into a blueprint and then you can add individual collisions to each place like that, and then you can merge it as one thing, and that'll give it the collision you want and not be complex. It takes a long time, so it's really not that worth it most of the time, but It is an option. But yes, now we have a working thing like that. Also, before I take a quick break, what I can do, this is the wrong one, this is, oh, yeah. Can we do any more? I can just copy paste all this crap. First off, so everything's inside the thingy. Can't timeline it, but what I can do is this, and if true, this is just so I can turn it on off in advance if I want. Can't begin play can have water sound on it. This way it'll test there, and then over here under water sound I can actually just run this test first. This way, if I have it defaulted on, it'll display the sound. Much better way of doing this. The rotation could just be all zeros on that one, and I just do this. Dump it off. It's nothing special on this thing. Don't need no timeline on this. It's either on or it's up. Now if it's on, can't change it. That is bizarre. Oh. Let me move this thing out. I don't think that's really what you want to do. There we go. I can default them off. Well, it should default off, but... Oh, it actually this way. No, it's off if I turn it on. Not true, huh? Well, actually, no, this should be... Why are you defaulting to visible if that's the case? Having to think today feels bad, at least I'm teaching the kid how to read. That's sounds like more than most people do. Teaching a kid how to read sounds like you're doing something. If that's doing nothing, then teachers all over the world are real sad. I'm just saying. Okay, it was just defaulted weird. And I was like, wait a minute, that makes no sense why that's like that. Okay. Now I can leave the water running. And it should play noise. In case I want to default it like that. If it plays water, it's just really quiet. You can only read in English even though the school wants us to read in French. French. Imagine being able to read in both. That's crazy talk. Complete is running so I can feel like I'm wasting water. Feels good, man. Feels good. So now I have these thingies. For that, shut off so you can't see the things inside them. Yeah, sorcery has been revealed. Can't really fit 3 and 3. I was going to make it nice and even, but in reality, I could have a couple stoves and then just like a cabinet of some sort would probably make the most sense. Probably. Maybe. Sure. There's like 50 people watching on YouTube. Hell yeah. Always exciting. I gotta take a bio break real fast. We're gonna watch the running water because how much effort that took. I'll see to make this thing rotate. And I'll be right back. I developed this bad habit of leaving the window open with a fan in it until 4 or 5 in the morning, and then it being really cold in the room, and I was like, like, don't get me wrong, it was a very warm day during the main portion of the day, but this is not so warm. No. No. Thankfully, while I was gone, I wasted a whole bunch of in-game water. And that excites me. Alright. Browse this asset here. Let's just outright cheat. Bathroom sink. Oh, oh. Same one that bugged me earlier. It's just wait for the right moment to strike. It'll probably win the fight. I mean, I am a game dev and a streamer, which means my actual constitution's probably pretty low. I don't like my chances. I'm probably doomed. It's okay. I would say I had a good life, but I don't know. Didn't release the game, so I don't know if life counts as a good life if you don't release the game. Or release the game, then I have a good life. Or had a good life at that point. Otherwise, it would just be kind of like a failure. Be like, we didn't even release the game. What a loser. Yeah. And then I would be the sad. Yes, indeed, the sad. So here's the plan. We take this flying beastie right here. Look it up, son. I guess I need these little things that hold them up. I could just, well, I should do need that. There's a movie way over there. Let's just, forgot how bad the reflections are for the engine. It hates them so much. Browse the asset. I just wanted to find those. Now we quickly leave this room. There we go. Reflections are so heavy. Well, let's ditch this point thing right there. And this is a wash basin. Let's just drop you right there. And then I kinda don't know where the wash basin is. Oh, it's this little tiny thing. Oh, it's adorable. It's so cute. I was like, wow, it's like the most annoying music I've ever heard in my life. Why? Why is it clicking at me? I hate it so. Oh my god. I can just encase this inside of a little container thingy too. It doesn't have to have the full everything. It already has some of its own stuff though. That's true. That's true, man. I just put it inside its own little box thingy. Is that what I want to do? Problem is this water. The water is, well, square. Which is mildly problematic. Which means I almost need to make a little sink house. If I want to use this one. Kind of like this other one had, except for this other one was, you know, had this extra crap. Like if it just had this main thing there, I'd actually love this part. These little future steampunk things that I got from like back in my RPG Maker days, I like them. I don't know why. I just do. I don't get out much though, so it's fine. Oops. I mean, I could get a whip by having something underneath here at an angle. Great. But at the same time, all this because the water can't be the right size. Also, it goes underneath the stuff too, because the nature of that there, so that's kind of sucky, but the things we do for running water. I could try to hollow something out for it using geometry brushes. It might be okay. And I just gotta ghetto it together, huh? Oh, it doesn't default to 2 first when you duplicate it like that. You think it would. I should stop leaning back away from this too. It's probably why I'm so quiet half the time. I get all comfortable and lean back or something. I like to imagine what would happen if I'd started streaming when I was like younger. I probably would stream for like the whole day. I just keep streaming like crazy. What stops me now is often that I just am pretty unhealthy from all my previous health problems. But otherwise, I would just stream all the time. Too fun. Just too fun. Really that simple. I want to move the water down at the same time. Kind of weird to have it on the back like that, but whatever. Guess it doesn't need to be this wide. Whatever, I'm not going to change it. Unless it looks like crap, then I'll do it. But otherwise, I don't see much point. I swear, if my dad could see me now and all the stuff I built in this, he would be so proud. And very excited. He probably would like Unreal Engine. Admittedly, he's not with us anymore, so he probably wouldn't like Unreal Engine at this point. It wouldn't work very well. But if he was, he would probably be very excited. He always liked to build lots of stuff in his yard and everything like that. Very handy person. I did not inherit any of that. I mostly just didn't inherit the desire, I think. I also don't have a yard. Well, I guess technically now I live in a place with a yard. That's true. Technically I have a yard to use. If I want. Damage is already done, though. Now, if I had more free time, I would do it. Unfortunately, I've decided game dev is all that matters, so I don't really have this thing called free time, but if I did... Let that sink in. Yeah. Well played, good sir. Well played. I was an electrician's assistant for a while. That was a thing I did. I know I didn't copy the full location, but it did not, so I'm doing it this way. This is how we make a box. To hide the fact we're ghettoing everything. Nope, I don't know how to use Blender, don't really want to use Blender. It's like an incredible amount of work where I just am making a dumb box to encase a sink. It's like, At some point I'm going to use UE's modeling tools, but nope, no Blender. Normally it's better to do it this way, but here it's probably a little extra work, and I'm not sure how useful this was to do, but whatever. Also, I kind of... Okay, I see what I did there. I clicked on the sink and did that, and it gave it the new location. I gotta remove the sink there and put it in the right location. To be honest, I don't even know I need the sink. Alright, we put the sink inside of our own little thing here. Not the most ideal thing I've ever done in my life, but it is a thing I've done in my life, so there you go. That's true, I can't move that forward until I adjust it in the construction thingy, but what I'm going to do here is I'm going to break it intentionally. Move it, and then place it. Well, I know where to place it. Perfect, right there, so... 187. Yeah, I don't have the time to learn Blender. That's really what it is. It's a great program. It's awesome if you like know how to use it, and if you got like time to use it, it's great. You got time to learn, it's great. But I got my 2 jobs, i.e. streaming, which doesn't really pay much, but I work like 40 to 50 hours a week streaming, and then I do also work 40 hours a week doing my regular job. Ain't got no time for Blender. Ain't got no time for Blender. No. So my goal is usually just to, whatever gets it done the fastest with the least amount of me having to learn a new program. Quite simply, yeah. Yeah. I considered learning it at some point after this project, but Unreal actually has modeling tools that can do all that stuff, so there's really just no need to learn Blender. there's an actual modeling section. I don't know how to use it very well. It does exist. I'm gonna learn that first. You literally just go and select modeling, and it brings the modeling thing. It's like right here. There's all this stuff I could use. Job one, learn that. Let's see what else we got here. People are saying here. Everyone is using Blender spends a lot of time on it, even though they already know how to use it. It does take a long time to make 3D assets. I mean, like, it takes a long time, especially for quality. I want to learn. I'm not super into it yet. Too? Yeah. If you got the free time, which I never have, but if I did, there are worse things to learn. I barely know it. That even helps me so much in fixed lighting and change models I get on the internet. That's fair. There's things I could learn to use it that would probably be pretty good. But well, at this point now, Unreal can actually just rig a model, even if it doesn't have a thing. You don't even have to have Blender for rigging things anymore. Unreal can already just auto rig stuff. So it's like, I don't need that. And I could fix some models in it, I guess, but I can use geometry brushes to make simple things very easily. Landscapes if I need to have something ridiculously weird. But overall, yeah, I don't know. I mean, not the worst thing, you know. Not gonna lie, you hate Blender? Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I'm not the biggest fan myself. I mean, I briefly messed with it with some DAZ models, and all it did was crash my computer a lot. Turns out DAZ models are very heavy, maybe too heavy for my computer to use in Blender. They work in Unreal and they work in DAZ itself. Blender just snacked on my poor computer. Dog, I feel amazing. Just had a deep scrub. Took like 10 years off, all clean and sparkly like a unicorn. That's fair. I mean, you know, being clean is good. Do with a long shower myself. Get on the back. Hell yeah. Did I adjust the kitchen sink? I think I did. Whatever, I'll rename them the other ones. Damn it. I did. So dumb. Alright. Rename this the bathroom sink. I'm just gonna swap them. Oh. You're not wrong. I have no idea what is recommended quality for a 3D asset or a game yet. That was like Quinn and Manny, but it seems even those two quality. Quinn and Manny are like weirdly very heavy. Like, you know, I think they're what, 200-300 megabytes, something like that. They're pretty big, and like Poppet's barely bigger than they are. So like Quinn and Manny are not tiny. But people have this bizarre impression that they're not allowed to use any kind of resources, which is stupid. But you can use resources, it's okay. If my computer can't run on something with integrated Intel graphics, I'm sorry, if my game can't run on integrated Intel graphics, it's like using too much FPS. No, if your computer sucks, I ain't making my game for you, sorry. That simple, really. your computer sucks, you shouldn't expect the high-end or any kind of high-end graphics or just better graphics to run on. Other people like I think are hilarious because they're sitting there trying to optimize so things are like 120 FPS at all times. I'm like, I don't even get that normally. Like, I just what? Oh. Put our directory, move our directory real fast, and then put it in this room. You move out there, buddy? Be lag-tastic because this room is the most lag-tastic thing in the world? Yeah? You move out here? Nice. Oh wait, that speed up a little bit? I might need to reset the engine just because it's having some problems as usual around this time of day. Okay, I don't want to deal with that kind of lag, buddy. This would be negative 90. I don't understand why. 180? Perfect. And now I've pretty much found that you can get away with a lot. If using the game animation sample, that adds like 1.5 gigabytes to your character, by the way. Okay, I'm just going to reset the engine. This is... I'm not going to fight with it like that. We're good. This is also still open. It's okay, it can stay open. Blender has a lot of plugins too. I've heard about those various plugins. I haven't really ever looked at them, but... There's only so much time in the day, I think is my explanation for everything. If there was more time in the day, I would learn everything. It'd be amazing. If I could quit my other job. Or I learn Blender if I quit my other job, but I also like eating and having a... Well, I couldn't afford to stream otherwise. Streaming doesn't even pay my power bill. How does it pay my internet bill? Yeah, I've seen Blender plugins available on Humble Bundle, various bundles. I was like, hey, I'm good. Nah, man. Nah, it's fine. I don't need those. Does it? Okay. Probably fair. I did copy paste it out of the other one. Meant for to speed the process. Let me set this to not beep at people because ain't no one want to hear Discord beep. I don't. Okay, let's see if this room got a little faster. These reflections are so heavy. Like in the game, they run fine, but it's one of the few things that's actually heavier in the engine than it is not in the engine. It's so bizarre. But I mean, restarting did a huge amount there, as you can see. Like, it's clearly better now. I'm not sure I like my ghetto thingy that holds these or not, but... Why does it appear like the water is... Oh, okay, so it's already... It needs to be set lower because it sets higher. Fair enough. I guess these were a size 8. Am I going to increase the size of the sink to match? I don't think so. Eh. More importantly, now you can run on top of it. Before you couldn't really run on top of it, so it's kind of lame. Like you sorta could, but you couldn't grip them. It's just a problem. But now you can. In my horribly unoptimized level. Okay, optimization is going to happen later. Don't ever optimize what you're building. That's just going to slow the process a lot. Break the construction script. I can remove this thing because the construction script will continuously place in the right location. This is how I set it up, so you know. Can I compile you? Shouldn't be placing a location. It's event on interact, not... I broke the construction. How come you aren't moving? Backpacking it a bunch. Okay, why was that construction script different? There's some weird problems with Theory, I'm just saying. Somehow there's like a second construction script. Consider my mind boggled on that one. Okay. Negative 71 is what we're looking at for the water flow there. How far are they at? Keel cube. Then we're going to migrate it back up. It looks nice. Yeah, 20 is probably fine. Now I fix this so it doesn't continue causing me problems, and boom. Oh. It was negative 71. There you go. Okay, well, maybe 20 is a little higher than I want. Interesting. Honestly, 2 is probably about right. Honestly, I don't want to get 20. I could probably do a couple more. Maybe like... I'll do like 10, I guess. 10 looks pretty good. And 71 seems like it might not be the best. Oh yeah, let's just say we do like 10. There's a event grab here. Try that, and I'll just constructor back on here. One day I'll select different musics for this area. Right now it's just using the default music for everything, and it's like, okay. It's like it has 2 construct scripts. Because that shouldn't be possible. I wonder about the other time where I thought I saw a second the construct script, and then I deleted that, or I closed it. It was yielding different results than this one. Because clearly this one is saying, hey, put it there, it's the right height. Put it here, it's the right height. But then when you activate it, it does a different one entirely. Well, it's not doing a different one entirely, it's literally... just setting these numbers here. So how are you ending up at a higher location than the other? I mean, the numbers haven't changed for location. No, they have changed right here. This number didn't change. That one's my bad. It's like something doesn't seem right here. Most of the time when something isn't right, it's because I did something dumb. Sometimes there's an actual bug in the engine, but this one's just me being dumb. It happens. Actually, most times, that's usually the cause. That works a lot better, because now I can just grab him, run around the top of him. Enemies could fight me on him. Okay, that doesn't make sense at all. Ow. Entirely with this set position thingy is not right. I'm just gonna copy paste them directly out. See if I've somehow messed something up. I don't know what I could have messed up. Maybe I just had the numbers wrong, I suppose, but this should completely eliminate that as a possibility by simply duplicating everything. But then hopefully yield the same result. They don't look different to me. This is the right one. That makes no sense. This should not be happening as it is at all. It's the same code. It's like it's got a memory for the other one. Is this a redirector issue? Is that what's happening? Some sort of bizarre redirection thingy? I think it is. I think it's calling upon the other blueprint in bizarre ways. Because I swapped the directories since I messed with the wrong one. And Yui doesn't like it when you move things directory. I don't. It is not. It's just not its thing. Nothing good's gonna come out of it. You're not gonna like it. That makes 0 sense. How can that yield one but not the other? Also, these need to be replaced by the other ones because I swapped them. It's actually going great. I mean, other than this bizarre problem, but I gotta admit, a bunch of areas that I had no concept for have now been granted a concept. Who knew that time at the dentist while I was waiting would lead to such value? Because now I have a name for the unknown room, which I'm not sure what to do with a bulkhead thing yet. I've taken this 2 rooms here and converted them into this, restaurant thingy here. Given this area some purpose between these and having like a viewing area. Given this a little more purpose, changed it up. Given this a whole purpose. I mean, like. Plus now, TikTok Tilly is a thing that can exist in the world. It has no AI, and at some point I'm going to design for all that. I just need to come up with some ideas for. I just didn't have any. I got nothing. Let me test these out. First off, if I click this, water on. Nothing, huh? Why do I get the feeling they're just calling upon each other's construction scripts? Which I didn't even know was possible, but it's the only logical thing if they're yielding the opposite results. gonna rename them. I might need to duplicate them and replace them. Potentially. When you play with the renaming things in Unreal Engine, you play with fire. You really do play with fire. Most of the time, as long as you right-click and select Update Redirect References, it will fix the problem. Sometimes they can get a little wonky. It's not the best. No. Oh, I forgot to reconnect the kitchen sink one. That part works. Remember to close one once you've copied things over. And neither of them work on their event graph. You know what I'm going to do? I'll close this event graph. Then I'm going to open this event graph. And I'm going to see if it caused a problem. Yeah, and that's the thing. That looks like the problem, right? Watch. They have each other's event graph. Like, I'm assuming that must be what's happening. They double checked all the numbers and everything like that, and they were completely off, and now they're not. And then if I compare it against the construction script, you'll see where once they match, now they don't. We just saw a weird instance of the engine completely confusing the construction scripts for two different things and their event graph. You know, these don't match, and then if you look over here, these ones are those in there, so they're actually the complete opposite of each other, which is what was happening. Even though you watched me literally copy and paste it from the construction script, these nodes directly into the event graph. It had confused the two graphs. What a weird problem. UE runs flawlessly, let no one tell you different. It doesn't run flawlessly, I'm lying, just in case you didn't know. Just saying. This is the bathroom sink, which is lower. So we're going to go ahead and grab these over here, which you can see match the construction script of... So I literally just copied them out of there. Even though you saw me copy them earlier. A weird problem. I've never seen that one before. That's a completely new one. It's just, that's... I'm pretty certain I can trigger it again if I really wanted to. What I did was I duplicated a file and then proceeded to change the names to one being the bathroom one and the other being the kitchen one. And then I proceeded to edit the kitchen one as it was the bathroom one. And then I traded their names and swapped their file locations. And that caused the error. I did use the update redirector references thingy to try to fix that, but as we saw, that did not actually fix that. This is how I get the numbers exactly right. I think it's only like one number change, but I'm not gonna mess with it. I'm gonna make certain it is dead accurate. A little bug where you can't move multiple things at once. Love that bug. That one's actually a bug based on auto-size comments. I'm used to that bug. I know it well. You still golden? Good. Hey, I got another sub on YouTube. Thanks to whoever subbed on YouTube. It doesn't tell me, but if you post in the comments, I'll thank you directly. If not, yeah, you know, just thanks. See? This, in fact, was the bug. That is the weirdest bug I've seen in ages. Cool in a way that the system can get so tripped up like that, but I knew my code was correct. Something like, once you start copying and pasting the code, you know your code's correct. You just copy pasted it. Yeah, there you go. The only I don't like is it goes over the lip of that a little bit. But at least you can use them. Wait a second, where'd you go? Wait, correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't I just see one of them over on the side? Yeah, that one is there. Just gonna click that. That fixes a lot of that. I've seen this problem before. The phantom thing, which is caused by the H load loading in something that was not there. Normally, or that you've already deleted, but originally was figured into the H load. However, I didn't actually build the H load this time. And where did the other two go? Weird. If the game texture save is modified, it will crash the game and make a new save over it. I don't care if they modify the save file, go nuts. It's a single player game, modify it. You want to cheat? Hey, you're only cheating yourself, I don't care. Be infinite health? No problem. You want to be at the end of the game? Okay, skip the whole game. Like for a multiplayer, and you have to get concerned about cheating. But otherwise, at which point, that would just be like server side, right? Or if they somehow managed to change the file server side. Of course, that would be pretty creepy if they could somehow access your server and do that. Not good. Oh look, it appeared. Except I've seen this problem before. Confused me so much early on in my Unreal days. I was like, wait, why is there a phantom object? I understand. I still gotta H-load all this crap too. Right, let's load it up and see if they actually are there. Might be a good start. I gotta add these into the washroom in the first floor too. Oh, sorry, the fifth floor. There we go. Looky, looky. Also, that sticks out the front. It's a little weird, but it works. It's a little weird though. Also, you can easily get up here now. Guess that's a bonus in a way. Well, easy is a relative term. I made it look easy the first time when I wasn't trying. Now it's like hard. Yeah, no problem. Very sloppy the way I put those together though. Oh yeah, the modular Victorian house thing. I kept this open so I could easily figure out where each thing was without having to find them. Mesh shelf. Okay. Oh, not that one. Yeah, it's this thing. I guess it is a shelf. I just didn't think of it as a shelf. But it is just for hanging thingies. But it's a great idea. I would have not thought of this. I think the concept of hanging kitchen utensils on the wall is just not something that enters my brain. Like, just put them in drawers. You know what lands on things that are on walls? Bugs. Or ants crawl on them. I mean, I live out in farm country. You aren't keeping the bugs off your stuff forever. At some point, the bugs will win. They will end up on your stuff. I know how this works. I'm not dumb. Broken compass is right. Let's go back to the other one real quick. And where'd it go? Over here. Oh, they're like clever. Oh, there's even this idea. You are so clever. Oh wait, what this? Chimney exhaust. Okay, I'm not gonna use that. Reasoning for it is, where is it exhausting to? Up here into the bathroom? I guess I could have a fake thing, maybe. Maybe, I guess I could look at it. Don't need it. First I was like, man, then I'm like, maybe. Nope, not that one. This one. This one. Where was it? Mesh chimney exhaust. When they have a good idea, you should probably steal the good idea. I'm just saying. At least as far as these asset packs go. Like, that's a great idea. I'm going to use it. Yeah, GS goes. It's a no clip. How I'm doing today? How's the game room? I'm doing decent enough today. Got myself had a dental appointment earlier today where they were supposed to do a root canal, but instead decided to remove the temporary crown I have, make a impression for a new one, and then put a new temporary crown on, and then say come back in 2 weeks. My mouth's kind of sore from them removing a temporary crown and putting one back. But, you know, on the plus side, it wasn't a root canal. That's true. I was like, I don't really feel like I need a root canal, but the dentist is always right. Oh, this dentist was not the one originally said I should get a root canal. This is like, they referred me to this guy who would do a root canal. And he's like, nah, man, nah. Well, originally I was going to do that because I was having so many problems with this tooth for years, and I thought that this was like caused by this tooth was causing like so many health problems. I thought this is what it was. I mean, it probably is. I don't have 100% knowledge on that, but my whole head was just throbbing on that side. It was like green around where the gums were. It was terrible. And this was when it was fine until they replaced the crown. And that was like 5 years ago, and ever since it's been causing me problems. And they kept saying it was fine. It was just this nightmare. Whatever the case, this guy's like, I think food just gets impacted between them because they're not like very well put in there. Like, you know, this crown thing. So we're just gonna replace. It's like, okay. It didn't help that he had a bunch of tackle box looking things that were not the cleanest things I ever. And he was not like, you know, the kind of person who's normally does these things. He's just a regular dentist. So you sign all these waiver forms, and I'm like, going, man, my insurance is terrible. Like, it won't. I can't get anyone to do this besides this guy. And this guy's like, giving me a notice saying, if you really want to save your tooth, you should go to one of these people who specializes in this. I was like, oh god, this is all kinds of oh no. So, you know, it's a day. My mouth still hurts. Not as bad as earlier today because the numbness was wearing off earlier in the stream. I was like, I'm just hiding it. It's not the worst pain I've ever had by any stretch. It wasn't pleasant. He had 2 broken teeth and made a whole head hurt on the right. Went in and said, pull it. I don't want to talk about it. I just want it done. He came in and said, okay, let's pull it. Yeah. I had him do that with a tooth once. It like was all the way in the back, and they're like, oh, $5,000 for a root canal, and maybe we can save the tooth. And I was like, how much do you get? $200? Yank it. It's like, well, you know, you're gonna not, you know, be able to do a whole lot for a day or something like that. It's like, I'm going, it's the weekend. I don't have to worry about it. No work required. And it's like, well, you won't be able to do much of this. I'm heading home right now. It's literally the end of the day. They had all these excuses. I was like, just yank it. I wish they'd yank this one, but they were, like I said, it was literally just replacing a crown that they were like had gotten old. If they had never done anything with it, it would have been in better shape. Stupid, but true. I live in California. Nothing's cheap in California. Heck, now for to pull a tooth, it's like $500 from the dentist I was normally going to. Now the one my insurance is going to, because I'm poor now after all the medical problems. That one's just, I didn't ask him, but I get the feeling it wouldn't have been that much. I get the feeling he's happy that anyone shows up to his place because it's so ghetto. Oh yeah. The prices in California are stupid. The problem is, well, one, I grew up here, so any friends and family, such as they are left anyway, are here. Spent my whole life here with the exception of 1 year up in Oregon. But I already have cheap rent and cheap office rent for my business. I have an actual business set up here which makes me money. So leaving is not ideal without a better, like without a plan, like set up where I'm going, right? Because I have my own business, so it's not like I can get hired by someone else for that. I would have to restart my business somewhere else. That makes me not want to move, even though I detest California. Well, I love the nature here. The nature here is beautiful. California is a beautiful place. It's the people that make it not good. It has nothing to do with nothing to do with the area. The area is beautiful. Fantastic. People here crazy. But thankfully I don't ever have to go outside, so that solves a lot of problems. Just never go outside, Smile. I just want to move it out here. Can move out? Yes. Why are you not letting me move it up? Can I move this out here? What the? Why can't I move things out of the thingy? Okay. Okay. Oh, I know why I can do it. You understand? I get plenty of those people in Colorado. Oh, I want to go back mountains at least. They're scared to come there. Yeah. I mean, I grew up in the mountains here. Good old Sierra Nevada foothills. Hell yeah. I love the mountains. Unfortunately, I live in the city now because, well, my business is here. And for a long time, I was driving 40 minutes each way in order to do business. And then I realized I hate that. I was spending like, you know, hour and 20 minutes every day just sitting in a car. And that's a lot. I do that like 6 days a week, and it's just, I don't want to do that. So I don't. Mesh fork. Steal a good idea from them. Found something new yesterday. Lifesaver. Have you messed with DLS? Oh, S? Any? No, I haven't. What does it do? What does it do? Tell me your secrets so that I might abuse them for bonus FPS. I require all the secrets. I don't know what I'm gonna do with them, but require them. By the way, this is referred to as a spoon. This is referred to as a fork. These are both referred to as shovels. Okay, I love the Victorian house asset. I do, but these names suck. Who refers to these as a shovel? What? Like, I'm not really like all that kitchen savvy, but I don't think I've ever heard anyone call anything in a kitchen a shovel. Just not a thing. No. I'm getting 4 subs on YouTube today. Damn, that's like the most I've gained in ages. Gained a big FPS jump from it, so I figure FSR will be the same, but I have the MD card. Write a video, so we only test DLS test, but it helps a lot. I mean, what does it do? What is even DLSS? I don't even know these things. What does it stand for? I'll look things up. Oh. So it's an NVIDIA thing. Well, I thought it was a project thing to do. Well, I figure I'm not going to spend too much time messing with things outside of the engine, because that won't help with the end user, right? Like, it helps me. That's cool, but I can't make the end user do those things. Wait, wasn't there a broken compass? Where did it go? Oh, they're already in the broken compass. That would explain a lot if that was the case. These would not be in the broken compass. Yeah, they must already be in there, huh? That's weird. How did you end up in there without me actually directly putting you there? No, man, they're not all in there. Using a 1070 still. Jesus. Why do this? I don't get it. You should definitely spring for a good graphics card. And by good, I mean, geez, at least a 2000 series. That's crazy talk. Where's the ad break going? Nice. I even noticed the Cinema Crypt is over on Kick. Nice. I kind of just talked to everyone. And you have like a stream for that everyone can see the things, except for, of course, Twitch won't let me do that. But the whole multi-streaming thing is. I wish social stream would work for every one of the things. The problem is it has to have sources, so I can't just give you the link to it and test it. But you know, I'll figure out a method at some point. I mean, I got like 64 people there, and only one on Kick at the moment. Still, they're doing good. All the peoples want to see me play with my dolls. Oh. I'm actually excited for these things. I didn't realize that they were a thing, but I probably should add some lights to it. This was for your game settings. You can end user turn on and off the settings. So if they run a video card, they can use DLSS. If they use an AMD, they use FSR. Build hardware for my game. Most popular card in Steam right now is a 3060. The most popular card might be, but over half the users don't even have that. So I realize they're probably going to need a 3060 or something to play this game, would be my guess. But I'm going to try to get it to work on the 2000 series. But I don't know. I mean, I'll keep track of it. I don't even know. I don't have to look into it. Because I have not actually ever messed with them. And unless they're like abbreviated that, I have to figure out even what they are. Yeah, you can't even find it that way, so I'd have to individually figure out what they actually mean. That's fair. Yeah, I don't know what I do have a 1080 at my office that I can test with just to see if it runs on a 1080. We'll see. I mean, I'll test it. Doesn't cost me anything to test that. I'm not anything less than the 1080. I don't have any way to test it, so. What other ideas can I steal from here? So many people have such great ideas for their stuff there. I didn't even think about wine bottles. That ain't a bad idea. Alright, alright. You win this day. I mean, I never think of this crap. How am I supposed to know what's in this thing? I probably should have some shelves underneath here, in all honesty. And I can put some things in there, and Poppet can be all excited because there's stuff under there. Star works on the 10th series, so does Intel's S. So if you do a deal SS, the 2000 series, 20 series I should say. I'll add my list of things to check out. The good news is I actually have both an NVIDIA card and an AMD card in this computer, so I can test both. That's kind of cool. Maybe it'll turn into me getting all kinds of additional FPS. I already get like 60 FPS when I'm not streaming, so. But if I can help people in the 10,000 series, maybe. Well, this actually goes the other way around, right? We're showing up from bit now. I seen it Scum. Give me a 30 FPS boost. I was like, what will it do if I'm in the game? Pretty good. I should definitely do some looking into stuff. It's on the list. The long list. Mesh bomb. Let's take a couple bottles and dump them in here like a champ. Still a good idea, right? Well, this should actually be like reversed, actually. I didn't think about that. Or it cannot be reversed. What is even really? No, I was actually right before. What does it matter? Maybe the element too. Huh. Things I don't know anything about anything, so I'm gonna have to look up how to check all that stuff. So I'm just like, oh, I'll check it eventually. Kind of one of those. I'll get to it, probably. Maybe. Maybe. Huh. Well, sounds exciting. Unlike the speed I'm moving right now, that doesn't sound exciting, but... Actually, this is perfect. I can put 3 bottles in here. I'm just gonna delete all these and do a quick dupe. I don't know this. Feel a good idea out of this thing. But thanks for paying attention. I mean, I'm definitely gonna look into it. It's on the list. Literally, it's I have a list. Yeah, my to-do list. It's on the bottom. I have much to-do list. 12 pages of to-do list. I don't think it's actually getting any shorter. I actually haven't even looked at it today. Today I've been adding rooms instead and also stealing ideas out of here because they are better at running a kitchen than I am. I don't know what a kitchen looks like. Not like I go in those things. Really? Like, hang a towel on here? I wouldn't have thought to do that. That's weird. Ain't got no time for that. Some shelving under here would make sense. And then this just having a space for their legs on this side, in which case I probably wouldn't even have these here. Oh. What a deal. I got another friendly person on kick. They at least have the courtesy to follow me before they spammed me? No. Wow, really? See, this happens periodically on Old Kick here. You get these people. And this person was lame. They didn't even have the courtesy to give me a free follow in the process of trying to spam me. Wow. Some people. Some people's children. Yeah. Those things have been on that to-do list for months. I actually spent a whole bunch of time, both last night, because I didn't stream, because I thought I'd have to be up early for a root canal that didn't happen. Could have just streamed. But also sitting for the 2 hours waiting for the dentist to do what took 20 minutes. I was restructuring my entire game and reducing the number of chapters. Not the amount of like space in the game. Keeping the same space, but just the chapters and like that. Like kind of merge like the various biomes and like that. And that led to today where I ended up adding like, you know, moving an extra boss into here, which now took over this room that had no purpose. And then I put the boss in. She doesn't have a lot of any attacks or anything like that. And then this room got a purpose. And the room that was originally here got moved to a later area. And all these rooms gain purpose in the fact that they're now seating for the restaurant. This led to like the bulkhead thing, which doesn't have much going for it, and this being changed to the crow's nest. So I mean, things have got a bunch of changes, all because I was waiting for the dentist. I'm just like, oh yeah. I got nothing else to do. It's not like I can work on my game. Like I don't have Unreal Engine on my phone, but what I do have is all of my Google Docs talking about, well, all my design things for the game. That was perfect. I've actually, like, I have another dentist I go to for the other stuff because my insurance sucks. Every time I go there, it's like a 6-hour wait. I will tell you that most of the writing I've done for the game to improve the writing like that has been done at a dentist's office. I went there 3 times, and then this time I was like 20 hours of writing because I had nothing else to do. I'm just like, oh, all right, I'm just gonna sit here. Can't leave because I don't know when they're gonna show up. I can't just wander around outside. I haven't touched my to-do list today, but this whole area got like massive redesigning. I even barely started the third map, or the third chapter. Barely. Just so I could say I did. That's it. It's just so I could say I did. There's no other thing. I just want to say I did. I thought it was cool. Makes me feel better, man. That's it. That's all it is. Basically, what I'm saying is the dentist being incompetent and slow was handy easy for my game dev. In an odd sort of way. There are little drawers under here. I don't know if that's true. I can shrink these down. Make them tiny doors. The tiny doors don't make a lot of sense for much of anything. Do I have a cash register too, for that matter? I don't think so. I need one. Not. Again, this is called a register. No. Do I have one on Fab? Oh, please. Actually, well, no. Fab started putting things in here that are adults only. I remember that. Now I'm afraid to show Fab on the screen too. I don't see a free cash register. Damn. I have to look for a steampunk cash register. I don't want to make one because that seems like... Oh. Okay, I guess I shot it on the screen. I mean, like... Well, fine. Make it hard to find. I'm gonna say it looks cool. It don't look $80 cool. Like... This would be fantastic for what I was doing. I mean, it's literally perfect for the 1920s, no less. Exactly what I want. But, really? For one asset? Are they high? And if they are, why aren't they sharing? Wait. Bank building. A bank building might have a cash register. Kind of modern, though. It's also not Laerte's finest work either. It's actually pretty trash by comparison to their typical stuff. Usually they're very high quality. This looks like hot garbage. Well, thanks for the look anyway. Oh, low poly. That doesn't look terrible, but... Yeah... Whatever. Actually... I can't remember what I was thinking of. No... Not that. I know for a fact that they actually have another asset pack that matches what I want, and I wanted it for a while, but the problem is it's never been on sale. Or it's never been a Humble Bundle. I always get their stuff from Humble Bundles because they always have Humble Bundles for everything. Where is it? I know they don't have anything adult only, so I don't mind scrolling through their crap. Look at the command center. Actually, come to think of it, I remember looking at this one because I had a bunch of papers and other weird crap. Like, if you got rid of the high-tech stuff, there was things in there I could probably use. Projectors are... Well, that kind of projector would probably be way too... new. But maybe not. Cash registers are kind of rare, by the way. So I do have that command center thing there. I kind of want to look at it. Yeah, that's my project here. While I'm thinking about it, I want to look at it. I can have the thing there. So, not the Gothic street environment, is it? No. Apparently, it's already got a command center in there. Fair enough. I guess I already installed it and just never looked at it. Sounds about right. Sounds like me. What's it called? It was absolutely perfect for what I wanted. Absolutely perfect. And I swear it's in the Mega Bundle. I know it is. It's the industrial environment. This one. Yeah, it's you. I swear there's a shop in this one. Yeah, there's a register there. I knew I saw one. Can't get a good look at it though. It's probably sucky, but I'm looking for a cash register because I was making a little restaurant place in there, and I was reminded of this place because it has a couple things I need. Train tracks, because believe it or not, in all my steampunk things, nobody included a train or tracks. But I'm looking for something that's more older. And a lot of them are too new. Like, I do have trains and tracks, but they're way too new. So I'm waiting for this one to show up in a Humble Bundle. I really do need a cat emoji for the Poppet thing. I really like to think of Poppet as a Karen. That'd be funny. I don't think she would actually be a Karen, but it is funny her doing the Karen thing. It's definitely hilarious. I'm gonna add this to my remind me if it ever goes on sale. Already did. Apparently there's a command center thingy that's been sitting around here and I've never looked at. Which is bizarre, but I just ignored it. What is Cabin Lake? I have so many questions about... Well, there's a bar. Oh. Is it a nice looking bar? Kind of. Don't really fit what I'm doing, but... I actually don't know how to see what the little things that it... I can't really see what the little messages are that it blanks out. I don't actually know how to see those. Like what mod actually lets me view whenever it blanks out a thing. Because there's a lot of links. I'll expect to just let them through, so I kind of wonder. Yeah. Alright. I tell people it's supposed to the Discord because I never did figure that out. I saw one that was like 99 cents. This one's free. It's... I mean, that's... looks good to me. Thanks for pointing it out. I think the like DLTF ones actually import the best. Maybe. Yes, disaster has been averted. I still want that one thing, but I'm waiting for a Humble Bundle. You have a fart tag? Do you? Nope. How does one get these crazy tags? I mean, I don't need one, but I didn't know these tags were a thing. I don't know what the import options do. Oh, okay. I mean, sometimes you gotta join the right Discord so you can get the fart thingy. Sure. Why not? It's in pieces. Why is it in pieces? I mean, I usually prefer things being in pieces, but still, why is it in pieces? Okay, I'm over that. I was really excited. Now I'm just bored. It's fine. Well, it's actually just naturally big. It's not exciting. Oh. You know, this just makes zero sense to me. Why would you break it up like that, but then put all these little things as like, you know, like just not make it one individual one, right? I mean, like, there's basically no reason to have a bunch of little stupid ones when you could have like all chain together, when you could just have one that actually could be used over and over and actually work. Like, it boggles my mind. That's just not good. Okay, let's just put them all at the same and then from there. I don't want to play this game. I'm gonna do this instead. But yes, I have questions. Yeah, I'm cheap. I'm only a little secret. I really don't make any money off streaming, and it's not like the Discord's really that full of anything, people talking on it. I wish they would, but what is this? What dis? Okay, money grab from Discord, that's fair. I was so much more of a fan of Discord before I really realized how crap their security is. Now I'm a little less of a fan of Discord. I still use it. It's still the best thing we got. I also don't know what to do with their little nitro thingy or whatever. Like, here's a bunch of features you don't care about. The only thing you care about is being able to use, like, animated emojis. I was like, well, that's kind of cool, but it's not that cool. Not cool enough that I'd pay the money for it. I really do need to spend more time building that. I picked up a couple new people. Hell yeah. Still haven't been noticed why people requiring the age verification. Like, only if you look at a dirty image in Discord. What are you doing on there? Worry about that, huh? I don't even like giving any information to Discord at this point because of how crap their security is. I actually had the two-factor thing and that still got hacked, and they removed the two-factor and put it on their own thing. I was like, what's the point of two-factor if someone can just remove it if they have my password? And we're Snap. Pretty much, yeah. I don't even have Snapchat, to be honest. I pretty much just text people, or I have Discord. I don't even have Facebook anymore. I got rid of it. I hate that company. I was like, trash company. I'm passing. I think someone tried to convince me to use one of the other ones. I know I ended up getting an Instagram because some woman I was interested in is such a strong word. She was really excited, but I was like, ah, sure, whatever. And I don't care on anything on it, so I just ignore it, but maybe. I don't want to do any of this crap. These look actually kind of stylized. Like the rest of the stuff, well, actually they all look kind of stylized in a way. I found my parents are flying up boomers and on post. That's fair. I just don't spend a lot of time talking to people. Is there a post process on this? There has to be. There's no way that it looks like this normally. There's something going on here. Post process, that's what I was looking for. These things. Yeah. Okay. That's what I was looking for. Because this is totally stylized. Like, watch, if I grab this and drag it over to my game. Maybe I can pull this off. I don't know if this will work, but I'm going to test it anyway, because you never know, sometimes. Oh, it wouldn't pick those up because I don't have those. Oh, no, they're not in the right directory, so I'd have to do it myself. I think I have them. Let's see if I do. The ones in question are map post process and instant outline. Sure. Well, they'd be in this. I do. I'm curious. Also, this could be not an ornate. Missed one. Love this asset pack so much. This is my first. Sure, you never forget your first asset pack. Beautiful. Check out that fine asset pack. Can has? Can be infinite? Infinite extends unbound. It just sounds like it's so much cooler than it is. Alright, let's insert one of you. Asset reference. Map post process. And then the other one was... I'm just curious. It's fair. It's been the best pack. It is truly amazing. Instant outline. Like, I mean, pretending otherwise is adorable, but it is truly fantastic. I have a slightly stylized look, I believe. It's not a lot. It's definitely a marginal amount. Maybe seems like it's way more. Which expanding the interaction system, the animations. It's the goods. Also, my earbuds are saying battery low. One sec. Ah, yes, the much louder earbuds. Or I put them in my ears and it's like. I should have just copied this post process and then done the other two. To try to get the exact one out of curiosity. Oh god. It's horrifying. Jesus. Why? That's because it's like a global. Well, that would give it a stylized look, sorta. Fucky. It's blocking. Which one's causing the light? Oh, global. I can play with stylized stuff. I love you can do this in Unreal Engine. Just kind of a fun, stupid thing to everyone's spot. It's like, I wonder if this looks cool. I think the FPS is tanked horribly by it. It ain't that cool looking. It isn't even that cool looking in the first place. Is it really just this thing being that trash? I know post-processes can be pretty heavy. Damn. Really? Oh, it most certainly, that post-process is garbage. Holy crap. Damn. That was savagely bad. Remind me never do that again. I do kind of like the overall look of this stylized thing, but people have always said the stylized stuff looks much worse than what I currently have, which is why I don't ever mess with it. Is there anything else I want to lift out of these rooms? I'm sure I'll come back and lift some ideas. There's that glorious, attic thing you like. I mean, the attic thing's cool, except for there's no point in an attic in a big toy store, right? Oh, that's kind of cool. Oh, I don't see that. Some things are just not okay to show up, I guess. I don't know. Anyway. I need something to put underneath the shelves, I guess. That's what I was working on, then I got sidetracked by a post process, which is very exciting. This is like too small, right? So like I don't really think it's worth doing. I mean, they could be tiny drawers. They're kind of adorable. You have double jump at this point, so you could just jump up pretty quickly. It's like it's missing something. Like it didn't quite import the whole way. It's still better than nothing. It's definitely not very cool looking, but maybe I'm okay with tiny drawers. At first I wasn't, but now I'm like, well, you know, tiny drawers are tiny. Yee. Whoa, 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 whoa. 0.45. I could put little tiny drawers over here or something. Maybe some tiny shelving units or something. Make it kind of cool. What does that make where I can actually see? I know, weird. Who wants to see? The saddest part is there's actually a little chef looking voodoo doll I have, who would be absolutely perfect to fight in such a place like this, except for that, well, I guess I could just make him just a regular stupid enemy that you fight in here. That's kind of cool. Like, it's not the worst thing I've ever seen. It's not the worst. I guess I don't have regular shelves. Free setup. Interesting. That's true. I just never set up regular shelves. Thinking about it. I'm pretty certain I never did. I got wall shelves. There's a bookshelf. These are obviously kind of ridiculously tall and they're full of books. That help. Well, let's see what we can find in here. I never did figure out what that command center thing was. We'll look at that in a second too, but first I'm gonna find myself a shelf. That's the mesh cabinet thing, even though it looks almost like it could be a good shelf. Nightstand? Maybe. Vertical cabinet. Wall cabinet. I could probably use the wall cabinets down there, it looked fine. Oh, these metal stillages are perfect for in here. Let me put one in here to remind myself. Where's the thing? Oh, I thought I have this set on like that. I'll remind myself by putting a handful of these in here. Don't know what to do with this room yet, but I'll figure something out. As far as gameplay goes, obviously I'm just going to make it full of food and stuff like that, but that'll remind me that I'm just going to do something cool with it. Not quite what I'm looking for, though. I think this track encompasses a lot of what I want this game to be. Just the right of macabre wandering, just with a bit of playfulness in there. I don't really like this particular shelf. It seems kind of not great. You know? Like, it doesn't seem very utility. On the other hand, it could be used to hold the thing up, and it would be probably not bad. I'll think about it. This one might have failed me today. I mean, the wall cabinet's probably the most under the counter shelf I can get. Maybe. I could see it, and then you could, well, it's supposed to have a little door on it. I just wanted some better shelves. Victorian House just does not have the best shelves for small shelves. Got some okay stuff, but that is something it is sadly lacking in. Unless I want to squish them, but they only squish so well. After that, you're doing questionable things. Admittedly, these aren't very good either. Don't make me make my own shelves. I don't have a working gramophone yet. But there could be one over in the corner, which would be a good little music box idea. For now, it's going to sit on top of a table. When in doubt, put it on a table. My go-to holder until I come up with something better. I kind of want a working gramophone, though. I'll have to do a little engineering to make one happen. I have a couple of them, so they're surprisingly pretty easy to come by. Like almost every steampunk pack appears to have at least one. And then you can learn what a gramophone is, because at the time I didn't know that's what it was called. Had fun of researching all this stuff. I mean, I guess if it didn't have this on, I wouldn't mind too much. It could just be a cupboard, though, but I kind of really wanted open shelves. But not more drawers. But I guess short shelving units are just not a thing. Mm-mm. Oh, this one. What, this? I might get over that. Not great, though. You know what I should be doing? Looking more at some of the other stuff. Well, actually, there's steampunk things in here. I mean, like, at some point, it's kind of like steampunk pirate stuff, because some of the stuff just is what it is, and I mean, it's not like I have a pirate-themed stove. At some point, there's just what I got and what I don't got, and I ain't got that. This could be kind of cool for the wall. I'm not sure how I feel about this, though, because Poppet could wander around on it, so it would be kind of a pain to get stuff onto, but I'm gonna put one here just to myself. Maybe I might want it to be a thing. It's supposed to be like underneath it. Is that the plan? Might be. Or unless you were going to stretch it, it'd be kind of weird. Oh, wait. How did they use this thing? Surely it's somewhere. That's kind of a cool setup. Really? I should just keep this open all the time. Half these things are really cool. What's this thing? Doesn't gotta be functional. Sometimes it's just about looking kind of cool. Alright, pretty good. Hey, Olivia, how's it going? I try to like this in here, but I'm gonna go ahead and just dump it in anyway and see what happens. Hell yeah. can't do that. Is it good to put them into persistent level and then separate them into multiple sub-levels? I've been doing that actually. Like with these tables here and the chairs, these are level instances. And what I found in testing was that I put like 40 merged meshes and tested the FPS, lost a bunch of FPS. I put 40 of a blueprint in there, did that, and then I put the level instances and it didn't lose any. So the level instances are easily the most efficient method by far. And if you can do a static mesh one as well, but like right now I can grab one of these and like, right click on it and select level and then create a level instance of it. And then from that point on, I can just drag them everywhere. And eventually I'm going to, I just made these though, so I might want to change them easily here. Once you put them in a level instance, you have to open that level to easily change them. There is an edit, well, in the level, but it's wonky and weird. Not very good. At least in my experience so far. What about me? Doing okay. Kind of a little off from them putting a temp crown in today, but other than that, pretty good. Here's my haunted house idea of my game. Nice, nice. Visualizing is good. 10 out of 10 would recommend. Now what I'm doing here. Has to visualize. I'm also looking at this one they have here because their ideas are good. So I suspect this is just pulled from the wall. Yeah, like you have to have something to the sides of it or it won't work. I'm not sure I want a fireplace anyway, to be honest. Probably not in this room. But it was interesting. I could never have half this crap everywhere because then Poppet would trip all over it and it'd be terrible. Still, they have great ideas for using things that I didn't think about. Mostly this is just showing me which assets are even in this pack because looking at the other thing is really hard to figure out what's in what. That tiny mesh cabinet. I could just put these things underneath there and call it square, but it wouldn't look very good. I'll think about it. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I've been working on adding things. Now I'm just debating on... I want some shelves underneath here that act as a bit of a block. This is actually a cabinet. It doesn't look that great. These don't match. I can always put a different material on them though, so that's like a big deal. But I honestly just wanted regular shelves because these aren't very fun for Poppet to grab hold of and move around on. Yeah, it's from Victorian House, which is like the single best asset they've ever given away for free. This glorious thing here that just so much of my game is used by this thing. In case anybody wants to look at it, I'll drop the link in the chat. Just all the chats. Take time. And it's fantastic. Except for I'm looking for a small set of shelves and they don't really seem to exist. So that kind of sucks. I could shrink these down. I was looking for something that's half height though, so it's just these are just way too big, obviously. Like if I made like a 4 or something, I mean, like I could stretch them. If I wanted, I could do this. And then just dump them in here behind the things, which would be like a thing I could do. Like, I don't really like this. I might do this actually, I have an idea. What I can do is this. I don't want to stretch them that much, but I could put them like this. That'd probably get the job done. Maybe 2 of them in here. I can just remove Probably some of these here and just make it like shelves instead. What I'm thinking of doing is actually just this. Oh yeah, it was free when they gave it away as a for the month thing. It's not free now. But I say it's the single best thing they ever gave away. It was incredible. I couldn't believe it. I was like, this is amazing. Oh my god. But it's expensive. It's really expensive. I couldn't believe it was free. I was like, oh my god, this is awesome. Why can't they always be this good? Sadly, they cannot. But if they could, life would be amazing. What is that rotation? 0 it. 90 it. I don't know why it's doing like 630 when it's just 90. If I do this here, that gives like the customer's leg space, which I think would be a pretty good setup, honestly. I've seen bars like this before. It's not a bad plan, really. So honestly, this should probably go farther forward, right? Like if it's going to go to about here and then, so in reality it should be out here and it should have made the other longer. The goal being to provide, you know, enough leg space and to kind of, you know, kick around a little bit, but then you still have space behind so you can store things. Such as all the stuff a restaurant needs. I gotta admit this corner is maybe a little awkward, but I don't bother around it per se. I might. I don't think so. Yeah. Well, it's doubly complex because I gotta hide an actual, well, for me, because I have to hide an actual, playable area for Poppet. It's something that's like fun gameplay. But for now, this is just, these are more concept than anything else. They might eventually turn into the actual full design, but I don't know about that. I'm gonna get rid of this one. I'm gonna get rid of all the ones behind here because I think it's just gonna be, they're held up by this on here, and then this area back here will be where all the shelving units are and stuff. They just kind of, except for at the very end. The very end will be kind of held together by these, I imagine. Maybe even 3 of them just so it looks nicer. Not sure that looks nicer, but looks like something. And then along here, they just have their own little thing like that, and that's probably better, I imagine. I should probably make these a little more equidistant too, but didn't. That's my explanation for what happened here. This one probably shouldn't even be here, to be honest. So I'm just doing my thing. Yeah, that's kind of a lot of what I'm at right now. It's just level designing. I don't need to design that many systems at this point. So it's usually design new enemies or new AI thingies basically for them. Or if I decide to come with some new ability or some unique mechanic for an area, I'll make it. Other than that, it's like don't really need to do a lot in the way of that kind of thing for now. Maybe later, but now I have a huge amount of level design to do. But I'm blowing through this chapter pretty fast as far as the level design goes. Most of everything is available in here, except for I need more enemies. I need to design the boss thingies. The boss AIs. But that's another thing. Right now it's all about level design. Switch there. Hey, you're getting older, everything pops. Lean back, chest pops. Moving neck to side, the neck pops both directions. Like, yep. Yeah. Oh. I figure having this log here would stop people from hitting it, probably. Don't know if that's true, but it should. It's not like it's a real place. Well, this area is not that pirate themed because it's got all this like things like that. It's more. Well, this area is not for the public, obviously, but I use world partitions and persist on the like various level instances. So you know, I'm a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. Like the city right now is a level instance too. But I'm on a giant, you know, map with H loading and everything. Ah, yes, until Megalight stepped in. Megalight. There is no water plugin. I am, in fact, doing the crazy thing of using a blueprint, which... In the blueprint, this is actually just a cube, right? And I put the water material on the cube. And then to fake like there's, you know, like you're moving in water, I actually slow time dilation, so you're like moving slower, so you think that. And I also use an underwater post process to make you think that, lo and behold, you're underwater, when in reality it's actually just a cube. This works well enough for my game. It's obviously not ideal. Kind of like having this floating here. It's obviously not ideal. I don't know why it's floating there, but it is. It just likes it there. No question. Yeah, you definitely. I find the open world maps are usually better than the not open worlds. Oh, the beard's going back. Oh yeah, I never bothered to remember to shave half the time. I'm sure I'll end up shaving again as soon as I start chewing on the hair again. You try to catch up with the nervous, horrible screaming chilling it. Fair. Well, hopefully you can get some good sleep there, Kezzer. Thanks for dropping by. Send the cat to attack the neighbors if they make too much noise. I cheat players as developer. You can cheat the players if you want. Fine. I mean, as long as it plays out the same way, you know, when you do, like, things don't float on it. It's not, like, ideal. I could just come up with some system like that. Yeah. It's just, I have a water system, and it's super heavy and not very good, because it was free for the month, but it was back in, like, Unreal 4. And the guy took the money and never updated it again. So it barely works at all in 5. And has a lot of problems. A lot. So I need another one. I need another water plugin if I'm gonna do that kind of thing, and they're all expensive. I don't really want to buy one for this small amount of my game that involves water. So it's like, Well, Fluid Flux is friggin' nuts, but that's gross. Fluid Flux is so expensive. I think that's probably the best one on the market, but like this is stupid. Like, what is this? Like, really? 350 bucks? And it's real cool. It's real good, but it's $350. Okay, like there's not enough water in my game to merit such an expense. Let's put it that way. Someday I'd love to have this. And if it ever goes like 70% off, maybe we'll talk. But even then, that's still expensive. Very expensive indeed. That's still 105 bucks. And that's a lot. I don't want to pay $105 right now. I mean, maybe after like 2 months of streaming on Twitch, I would get that. Oh, Twitch streams. But yeah, there's other options. I would probably go for one of them. It's really cool. It's worth watching the videos on to see how cool it is. Like, their demonstrations are quite nice. There's a downloadable demo too. Oh, he's on YouTube. Is there any music? You can watch the water move. Look at that. How crazy is that? Like, it is awesome. Pretending like it's not awesome is just insane to me. I'm worried about copyright audio, so you don't get to hear the audio, but wait for it. Wait for it. I have no idea. Look at all things floating in it too. Slow roll. Whoa. There's a demo you can try on itch, so I might give that a shot at some point. Look at all the stuff floating in there too. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's definitely very expensive and got great ratings. That says a lot to me about how cool it is, and it is awesome. Like, I mean, it is awesome. My water looks janky and stupid. I get it. The other water plugin I looks janky and stupid by the comparison too. Until Fluid Flux becomes mildly affordable with like a 70% off sale, I'm not even going to consider it. I ain't got that kind of money these days. Not for this. Yeah, water's just water. This is Mr. Water. Exactly. Mr. Water is impressive indeed. They're still kind of going to it. They're just doing their thing. It's just crazy how friggin' nuts this is. It's so good. So, I don't know why it's frozen there, but whatever. They're showing different times of day, I guess. Yeah, this is blood water. Hell yeah. Yeah, that one's okay. It's definitely not Fluid Flux by any stretch of the imagination. But the Prismatica plugin is pretty neat looking. I might look into it. I don't know. Oh, yeah. I've pretty certain I've rated him before. Yeah, that's pretty neat. I like that. Not gonna lie, tunnels. I like a tunnel or something. Oh, yeah, that's pretty awesome. Wow. I thought tunnels, that's not cool. I stand corrected. Wow. Keep in mind that I have, like, you know, water like you can see through the glass, and look at how crappy mine looks by comparison to that. Yeah. So I'd really like this. It'd really improve my game, but at the same time, I ain't got no money. If I wanted money, I wouldn't stream and do game dev. Yeah. But it is awesome. Like, I am super impressed with its effects. I really got lighting through there too, Jesus. Change all the colors for funsies. Oh, nice. Apparently I never charge these. Oh, this, I drink pale ale periodically. Pretty much every stream I drink some. But I ran out. It's okay, I'm not getting any more. First I was like, maybe I won't drink that much today. I'm like, you know, my face hurts. I think I'll use this as my backup pain plan. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, if there's ever a real big sale on this, I'd be down. It's very cool, and I think that throughout all my entire game dev career, I'd be using it quite a bit. But with that being said, this game could live without it, and it's still fine. It's amazing how crappy getting in that boat was in comparison to everything else in this. The floating on the water would actually be like, the water interaction's really good. That's the thing that's like the hard thing to really make, you know, possible. Make it look good. So yeah, this is... I have to check the performance on it. Oh, that's cool looking. Damn. Wow. Man. Could you imagine that effect on my water in my game right there? That glowing effect? Looks better than real water? Yeah, it does. It's way better than real water. Yeah, pretty much. Actually, I was super happy to just have tiny amounts of freaking, you know, like anything going on, but this is just... Yeah, I would. And look, there's an entrance to hell right there. Sometimes you just have an entrance to hell. It's fine. Came with the place. You just swim right on into hell. Don't worry about it. It's just there it is. It's like, yep, I've released this game. I'm going to hell now. Bye-bye. It's like, wow. Yeah. What's this game about? Well, you just kind of move around the water. Okay. Meanwhile, my water does not look very cool, especially after seeing that. It looks kind of like garbage, doesn't it? I think it's okay. Maybe at night it's fine, but... like... looking through the sides, you can't even really tell there's much from the way of water going on. Like, I guess there's water in there, but I just put it on a cube. That's the extent to how cool I had. But the other water I had didn't even have that. Like it was only like a singular layer. And yeah, if you were underneath it, you could set up to do this, you know, underwater thing. But when you look through like glass or something at it, it had nothing to it. Like there was no, you couldn't see an underwater post process. So I had to make my own cube for it to allow for that to be a thing. So I wanted you to be able to lower the water. But I mean, obviously not as cool. It's okay. It's not like the worst thing in the world. It's not the ugliest water I've ever seen. But it ain't. I guess I could add fluid flux to my wish list so I can monitor it and be sad that I can never afford it. Actually, those things where, like, you know, the streamers put their wish list down below their stream and just hope that someone gifts it to me. I mean, could happen. Oh, not happening. Anyway, as you can see, the name is completely wrong on the broken compass. Right there. This should actually read viewing room. Broken compass key. Yeah, I mean, I'd love if someone sponsored that, but somehow I mean, just them showing up and watching gives me a little bit more money towards it. So I think this month I'll be lucky to get $50 off streaming, to be completely fair. Summer appears to pay less even with the same traffic. Just saying. So maybe a couple months I can afford myself a fluid flux from streaming. It is very cool. The actual, like, that underwater, the night effect with all the glowing water would be fantastic. Just imagine that floating on top of this. That would be so cool looking. Instead, I've got ghetto waterfall and yeah. Doesn't even match. Best waterfall thing I got right now, man. Don't hate. I mean, you can hate if you want. It's probably deserved, to be completely fair. I'm gonna open it, buddy. Let's do this here. Grab this. And just go. Whoop. Save that and ha ha! Look, it matches now. I'm so good at this. So good at it that I'm gonna do this in the light because I can't see where the two meet. I could push these in a little bit. Part of me wants to move this whole thing back more because then when I kind of mash up against the thing. I'll do that, I think. I'm also gonna look at that Prismatica dev one. Actually, to be fair, the Prismatica dev. I think I already had that on my wish list though, and it's not even on sale. Is that true? That was a hair collection I almost bought because it was like on sale, but then I didn't, because I'm not sure it'll even work with the stuff I'm using. Yeah, the prismatic escape thing. It's kind of cool. See the demonstration video for that one. Oh, that's a long video. I don't want to watch the long video. No, 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 no. Just show me the water. Yeah, water things. That's kind of cool. Trouble is, I only need water. The plant interaction would be kind of well, that's neat. So maybe I could get behind that. Yeah, I've rated him before. He didn't talk though. I don't think I've rated him since because he never talked. I was like, that's no fun. I don't want people who talk. Yeah, I've seen Jed use this, and I was very impressed with the interaction levels on it. That's true. I don't want to watch 16 minutes of running around in grass and things, but that would be kind of cool because they're like Poppet does interact with plants or could, and that would be neat. I don't know if it would solve my water problem. I mean, it would make the interaction with the water look good. That's true. Like her jumping in would look good. I don't have snow. I don't have dirt. It really would just come down to water and interacting with plants. So I think it's pretty cool. I mean, he does a good job. It's on my list. It's also a lot less expensive. And I believe like $30 or something. Where to have it? I don't know. I'll bring it back up. Yeah, it's $35, so not on sale. But I mean, if it goes on sale or something, I'd consider it. It's a lot more affordable than old fluid flux. That's for certain. But I don't think it really improved how my water looks, though, which is kind of what I was looking for. The improvement on the water. And things are floating on the water and stuff like that. Basically, I need an improvement on water. That's the thing I need. Moving plants is okay, I guess. There's very few points in my game where you're actually moving through plants of any real amount. Because it's an indoor game. There's some areas, sure. But there aren't many. So... And I already had the ability to interact with puddles and like rain and snow and things with the ultra dynamic sky. So I don't need that. Not a feature for me at that point, but maybe interacting with plants would be nice. I regret putting this thing right on the end there. I can't see where that's going. I guess it'd be like that. Then over here, I might just not put anything extra. I might just leave it as it is. So I kind of want something there now because it just looks like there should be something there. What I'm going to do is create a blueprint for these. Where are you at? Oh, the level instances. Yeah, I don't want to make it as a level instance right now. I'll put one out there just to remind myself. Oh. Some level block reversibles here. .05 seems to get the job done just fine. The other one's working. One of these earbuds went dead already because I didn't charge them. The other ones have had like half an hour to charge as well. Drop the charging cord. Now it's getting a little hot. Computers have plenty of time to heat this room back up. Almost the point when I open the window again and just complete the cycle of heating the room up and then cooling it off, and heating the room up and cooling it off, and then yeah, going from hot to cold all the time. Just Goldilocksing this here, where never just right, like a champion. I just want to drag it straight down, maybe. You suck, random thinking that's in my way. These I might just not actually want to. Wow, I forgot you can't do that. I hate that it says 1 afterwards instead of just going straight to 2. Like, really? But you shouldn't be able to grab the sides of these, right? So it should actually be like this. I'll do 4-3. It has to stick out a slight amount. Not a lot. But just enough that Poppet can grab it. Otherwise, it will not do what you want. And then you will be sad. That's fine. It's adorable. I guess I can't do that, huh? Well, 7 was probably what I wanted to be, right? Those are at 8. Put that down. Those look fine. It's just the bottom one. It's a little too high. Sweet. What are these trash ones then? These have the level block traversables, and now they count as a level instance, so I don't have to worry about it. Also, there's 2 pantries, huh? I don't care about those. Those are all getting deleted in a second anyway. Oh wow, thanks for the 8 bits. How's it going? Damn. Guess I'm streaming all night tonight. it's already morning, so night is over. Therefore, I will continue streaming in the morning. Yeah, I've been designing a little restaurant area to wander around in. I decided I was going to replace some of these things with level instances, because why wouldn't I use a level like this? Going great. I've got... when was the last time you saw anything in it? Because tonight I've been working on this area, which I do have a boss for, though she doesn't have any kind of real unique AI yet. I decided to replace this room with the central control room, which respawns in kind of slow. There's no Nabma, she can't move. But I got her coming in here. I'm gonna turn this battle arena for that. I stole the AI from another one of the bosses that has no idea what it's doing. Tweak this room a bit, or whatever. And of course, I've been building this area. I converted a lot of things over. Yes, yes. Including, well, the most exciting thing I have going on, besides new destroyable thingies here. Here, show off things. Let me close a bunch of these things here and I'll show off stuff. Perfect time for a break. Let me close the secondary project I've opened. What? 2 or 3 days ago? Probably 3 days ago. I made destroyable thingies, so you can just jump into them. Well, you can try to jump into them. You can also fail like I did. That's true. Oh, I didn't put a nav mesh down. The enemies are rigged to spawn only if there's a nav mesh, so probably important to have one. Maybe. I mean, only if I want the enemies to spawn. I have to spawn. Who wants enemies to spawn? That's weird. We don't need no stinking enemies. Power real fast. Oh. Let's try to figure. I made all these grates and grates for these vents that I made. I think I made the vents about the same day, a few days ago or something. 1 or 2 enemies attack you in the vents. What you doing, buddy? Oh, actually, I forgot the thingy. They're throwing things at me. I didn't even know they could do that. That's amazing. I'm so happy they can. Now you can break your way into these two. It was very exciting. Never enough things to break. I can also hit him with a weapon too. But probably the most interesting thing besides those is that I have another fight against the ghost girl. But in this one, it's one of those ones where if you look at her, she won't move. As long as you're within a certain range. This is like the second chapter. Um, I don't know. I wasn't really gonna worry too much about having a playable demo, to be fair. At first I was all like, oh, I gotta get one of these. Then I was looking at how Thomas Brush did it, and yeah, he put a Steam page up, but then he didn't have a playable demo until like over a year later. I was like, oh, okay. So, I don't know what this is doing here, but it's there. Don't worry about it. Hey, hit the buttons here to lower the water and you can get farther down there. But basically I was going to release a playable demo probably about a month before I released the game. I'll put the Steam page up soon. I guess I broke those somehow. But beyond that, that probably won't be until, well, probably October of 2026 is my guess. And she slowly floats after you, and as long as you're looking at her, she won't move. Basically, the orb is the way to tell what you can look at. When you fall in the water, you, well, we normally die, but since I am cheating and have all the stuff, I don't die here. Oh, laggy though. The goal is October 2026. I want to release it for Halloween. This room plays well, but it doesn't have the all the stuff yet in it. You gotta lower it so you can get the thing down there. You need these lights to avoid going insane, so otherwise you just run out of sanity and it's bad news. But yeah, 2026, October preferred because it's definitely a Halloween game. Beyond that, we'll see. I paid for the Steam page. I haven't made the page yet. That's true. What you doing? You hanging out over there? That's cool. I'm gonna throw this in the water. Hot, huh? In the pool. Or not. But I think I'm about 30% of the way done with the game at the moment, so I've got a lot ahead before I get to, you know, the end of this road. I just want to pick that up. I don't know why. She's getting close though. She can go through things, so. Wow. Can't get it from... I did not use those houses, apparently. I can't pull things from under the houses here. Oh, 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 run away. That's fair. Yeah, I got like a page on itch or something like that. I need to make a bunch of custom graphics, and I haven't done it yet. Because I'm the every guy, so... At some point, I'll get around to that. But since I work a regular job and this, I haven't done it yet. I've had the Steam page, I think, for like 3 to 4 weeks or something at this point. For some reason, I can't pick these back up. No, I can. That's weird. Definitely a glitch. You stay up there. This game will never fit on itch, but you know. You die if she catches you, so don't get caught. Also, she turns her head in funny ways, which is hilarious to watch. I need a light. All the lights are in the wrong places. You don't need a balance? Oh, that's fair. I fell in the water. First thing morning, you go to work. Duration. Yeah, well, thanks again for the raid. And yeah. Good luck at work. Hopefully it is A very easy day. Yes. Yes, indeed. Oh, there she is. I made her slow because otherwise if she'd catch you so fast it wouldn't be that fun. And it's already hard enough to platform through this. I already would have died twice jumping in the water. There's an issue with the lights picking them up though. I don't know what's up with them because I never had this issue in any other room but this one. But here we are and doing here we are things. Lots shows up. Oh, thanks. Yeah, the insanity text is fun. Your character's just going insane. You're like, I'm almost out of curse power. I gotta stand away from. I have to stand in the darkness intentionally here. Can't move closer. I need to give her a different little symbol for that. Also, dance party. I have an inappropriate idol. It's great. Give me that light. I need this. Yippee-ki-yay! Oh, it almost knocked me in the water. I guess I'm placing the cube there for a second. Run for it! Run for it! Behind me. I can see the little orb on me. You stay there. I'm watching you. Actually, if I didn't have the Emperor and immunity to water, this would be awful because I would have died twice already. Where you at? Yeah, wish list don't see him someday. And then you would get the Moon Tarot. Get this, and then you get out. Sneaking close. Could make her a little faster, but this is already pretty difficult. After all, I would have died. It's not like I have 100% success rate here. Oh, you can't even get out this way. I think I just run for it at this point. Leave the light there. Too far away to trigger it. She never uses her smoke. I have it set too far away. Otherwise, she would have been pretty dangerous there. I have no idea why those have those in there, but I screwed something up. That's it. You would win that one there if you managed to make it out there without, you know, eating it. Something hit me there. Oh, he shot me. You could say by jumping in here, yeah, you get bonked. Whee! I was kind of delayed, but whatever. Yes. Game's getting there. At some point it will be cool. Probably. It's just not there yet. Ooh. Ooh. Maybe. Hope. Oh, yeah, I made sinks today with water that worked. That's right. I don't really know what I'm going to do as far as gameplay mechanics in this room are going to be. I'm not going to lie. Like, I don't really have a good idea yet on this one. Job one, make it look kind of cool. Job two, figure out what to do with it. I can always do the default put shelves up higher so you have to grab hold of things. I'm probably not doing this.
Maybe I'll leave this here for now, but I'm probably not keeping it because it doesn't stick out far enough. And well, maybe I don't know. There's not really enough thing for a fireplace here. It's not like a real fireplace. But also, like right above it is like this. So it wouldn't even be a real fireplace thing. It's just stupid. Fireplaces would make no sense in this entire area. I need these level instance thingies here. Might as well optimize as I go on this one. Normally I wouldn't bother, but I don't really plan on making any changes to this. It is in fact exactly what you would expect of it. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me go ahead and open up this level instance real fast and do a quick fix. It likes to do this thing, you see. What are level shelves? Level shelves. Level shelves. It does this thing where it puts them slightly above the ground for no apparent reason other than it just wants to be annoying. You go into the thing there and you just set it all to zeros and then you just leave it and come back into your normal level and you're fine. Or you can try to reposition them all because it arbitrarily puts them at bizarre positions. As you might imagine, I opted for the easier plan. The best plan, you see. I think I made a critical error by putting them at this automatically at a certain size instead of just putting them at 1. Because I knew what size I wanted them to be. But now I don't. Probably should just leave them all at 1 all the time. Normally I try to scale them to the size I always want them, but since I'm going to mess around with them like that. Save that. That's also why I don't like putting them in a thing immediately, because then you gotta keep opening the level just to adjust it. Kinda weird. Kinda not the best. Look at how adorable it is. Aw. That's so cute. 642.75. There you go. I could just dupe that and have level instances instead, so they basically don't even have resource requirements. They do, but it's much lower. Like I say, having 40 of them is the same as basically having 1. Level instances are incredible. Probably the most incredible that was ever incredible in the known world. That much incredible. Don't take that. Just click off that. Good job. I'm probably just gonna grab 2 of you and dump them under here. I don't know what I'll put on these, but I'll find something, probably. Maybe. This doesn't even go to the wall. How will it stop the White Walkers if it's not at the wall? Important questions.
Just you navigation.
Okay. Actually, I could just move it forward, honestly. Well, actually, move these back. Oh, that's right. I wasn't going to really use these. Maybe at the very end I'll use one. That was to signify that it's the end, and then I'll just have these in this area here so you can see them. I'll just shove them back some. Or whatever I just did there. It's like the same thing. Can't really fit 3. I could get like turn this sideways, give a little leg room by the register. That's true. Yeah, it's not terrible.
I can just grab all those. Pull myself up. No problem.
Can I pull myself up on them? You'd think I'd be able to. I was able to do it on the other ones. Maybe they're too small. That's true. I did shrink them quite a bit. If you shrink them too much and Poppet can't get up there, is that a thing? If she can crawl up, sure. If she tries to pull herself up there, it's just that the space is too small for her.
That's a problem. Oh. They're so adorable. No, you. There could be a secret room at the back of this. I don't know if I want to do that though, but there could be. Like a cold storage or something. I gotta get rid of some of these brushes. Oops. I'll just grab a few more out. These are just me trying to figure out what I'm going to do with it, so. It's not going to look like this in the end, of course, but. Gotta remind myself what I plan to do with everything. For now, we'll do this. I'll probably end up changing the color of this thing to something else, right? I did that. Oh, actually, it doesn't have to be instantly. It can just be this. I can just cheat it into this. Okay. Let me open up a content thingy. I can do this easily enough.
Can't do that and then fail. Perfect. Well, that's inconvenient. I guess bricks could be on this side too, and then I wouldn't have to make a new wall. That's true. Mostly I use bricks all these other places. I could do that. Never mind. I forgot there's a new bug that causes them to have one side that's messed up. Like that, where it's rotated from doing a geometry brush. Oh, 5.6. You have such fun bugs. Well, I'll remake that wall. It's fine. I ain't doing it right now, but in the future, I don't hate it. Maybe I'll just use the lamps in here out of these. Nowhere else in the lower section uses these, so why would this room use them? In reality, it should probably be about like this. Do one every 1,000. Every 1,000's not bad. Control D, sure. Nice. Never locks that on. Yeah, probably got like a 32 minutes or so. Get that full 10-hour streaming and then bounce. And then be back the next day to do it all over again. Yeah. Alright, this one's this way. So we're subtracting from there, okay. On this one, I think I'm just gonna make it look close. And then just put a thing on between each of those and call it square. I never even looked at all the Pirate Tavern stuff, though to be fair, I'm not sure how much Pirate Tavern stuff I need, honestly. Like for the actual pirate areas, maybe, but I don't know. I guess to be fair, this could actually go over in that corner. And then I could have another table over there too. Or some shelves or something, I don't know. I'm gonna think of some kind of puzzle for this area. There's definitely gonna be a lot more random puzzle type things or hidden things in the game that were not there previous. This is a brush, right? I can't go to there because it's literally into a pool basically, so I can't do that. The Toy City thing is an option for later, but it won't be for here. Cold storage is pretty ominous. It should probably have you blacked out, so then you question what's even in there. Oops. Don't ask how that door holds in. I guess to be fair, I could change the cold storage thingy to like the prison looking door, the metal one. Now it looks like a cold storage room. I think the layout of this one is so much neater than the layout of the first chapter. Like I spent so much time messing with that one I learned so much that now this one is just like there's just way more interesting setup. Also, for what it's worth, this door could go over to the side and I wouldn't mind much. What was stopping it from being more centered was literally just the other things were sticking, the stairs, oh shit, the ramp was sticking out too much. Not completely centered, but there's really no reason it can't be centered a little more than it was. I'll put this key up here. I don't know what the key even is. Big key. I've added so many rooms, I'm gonna have to change the layout of which rooms you go to. I've added so many rooms. That's why there's no two bosses that are like major bosses to here as opposed to just one. This place got huge. Yeah, if I can just set up like some better register things and like I probably gotta put like dishes on here and things like that. Well, we'll see. Like I'll probably pile dishes on these or something. Now that I know you can't even climb on them because they're too small, makes me not like them all that much. I basically need 2 shelves. I could in theory make my own ghetto shelves by just simply taking a bunch of geometry brushes and making largely 4 posts and then boards for each one. Which might be what I do. Probably not today. Because I'm not sure I want to do it. And by the time I figure out if I want to do it, I think it'll probably be like the end of the stream by then. But that reminds me. These stick out the front. That's weird. Have to go all the way out here to work. Interesting. Oops. Maybe like animation in 5.6? Really? Doing good stuff? Still haven't put much time into it. Good old UE provided me too many things to do and not all the time to do it. Did they? Kind of switched to the game animation sample and haven't looked back, but you know. That's fair. That's fair, man. How'd they change it? What they do? What do? Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can strafe it, and if you move the thumbstick kind of slow, it will slowly move from walk to run instead of directly going to run. I think I already had that. Unless I'm thinking something else. It's okay, it's not perfect, but that was bugging me. So many rooms need to be changed. Yeah, and the other sample it is too, but find some out easier to understand, I think. Fair enough. They have all those new projects that come with pre-made stuff. I haven't even looked at those at all. I mean, to be fair, I kind of don't care, but the project's way too far along for any of the new stuff to be particularly valuable. But it's cool that it exists. I would have used it if it had been
available when I started my project. Now it's game animation sample, and that's it. And YouTube's like on fire tonight. Damn. Up to 78 people. Good times. Now I just have to convince them to sub, so I can, get Big Daddy YouTube to pay for my game. And maybe to buy a new chair. It's a 6-hour chair for a 10-hour stream. What other kitchen stuff they even have available? I think what else I want to do with this room as far as how I could even turn it into a game thing. I guess I could have regular shelves you can grab hold of too. I know I have those somewhere around here. There we go. There's one. It's not even the level instance one, really? Use the level instance version. I hate that this door is not centered. But what I can do about that, unless I want to have the stairs going up more centralized here, I could do that. Hopefully that the painting can't be here, but I guess the painting could be on this wall. That's true.
Definitely feeling the extra hours on this one. Whew.
Back a bit here. Oh, leaning forward.
That works there. Doesn't work here yet, though. I kind of wish I'd made all these the same height, but I didn't. A little wonky there. Just make it so I can run up each section very easily. And there's this too, which is going to be a nightmare, I'm sure. Now that it's back, you can jump up a bunch of steps. Still sucks. I'm not much of a fan of it. Also, that top thing needs to be pulled out some because it's literally just a jumbo step. It shouldn't be there. Like, it should be spaced out a little bit. That. I gotta put rails in too. Or am I not just pulling the thing off like that? I'm silly me. Well, I guess if I held Alt, that would probably help too. I guess I should probably start looking for a raid out or something. It's like about 8 minutes left in the stream. Ooh. Okay, there's always tomorrow. Much as I love streaming, I'm feeling pretty exhausted at this point. Not a short day. No. Kind of like where that went. It was. Hey, why are you going way out there? I'm grabbing the wrong thing. I guess I can put lanterns on the walls or something if I want. Lost the room. Lost the plot. I guess lanterns on the walls makes more sense than these thingies. Oh, they are. Like, I'll take any set, I don't care. Oh. Probably don't want to block that. It's kind of stupid. And YouTube's just sending more and more people. I'm like, the YouTube, I want to go get some sleep at some point too. YouTube's like, but if more people, and I'm like, really, YouTube? Really? Gonna do me like that, bro? Gotta make some videos for it and get monetized on there. So YouTube can stop sending all the traffic. Like, well, now that we've got to pay them. No traffic. You have to be a little bit low so Poppet can stand in the light. Just had to put these little things on both sides, didn't I? I guess for now I can just sit over there. I was really close on that one, right? 10 out of 10. Just a tower dam. I missed the wall. And on both of them, actually. It's okay. Itchy nose. Ooh. Ooh. Well, it's been a pretty productive day today. I eliminated so many rooms that had nothing in it. This had nothing in it. No plan. This is getting something of a plan, even if it is still kind of a wreck. Of course, this room looks more like an actual legit room now, which is impressive. Name some things. Have running water now in both the bathrooms and these here. Always kind of neat. Honestly, I'll probably end up designing more rooms tomorrow. Maybe I'll do some actual fights. I don't know. I do gotta design like a million more enemies too. Okay, there is something somewhat delightful to have those interactable. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. At first I was like, and I'm like, People are gonna be like, how come the faucets turn off? Why not? Those don't even count. Oh. Hey, this is the right room located in. How'd that even work? I don't understand how you were able to light if you're not even in the right room. Or shit, I don't know why I copy pasted a million of them if that's the case. You know? Oh well. Now I want a working register so I can push the buttons. Damn. Not gonna lie, every time I complete like a handful more rooms or get a bunch of stuff like that, the scope of this game really starts to ring true in my mind. I'm just like that it being probably over 100. Well, it's probably at least 100. Probably. But I mean, the first chapter has what, 21 rooms, so that takes like 2 to 3 hours. So it's a lot of rooms. But to be fair, the game will probably take longer as you get farther in, as things get harder. That little wimpy crap in the start. Even though I think Patrick was like 9 beatable or something stupid when I was testing it. Yeah. Anyway, I'm probably gonna call it for the night. As exciting as it is to just keep going, and I would if I was. Well, it's already 10 hours, but got other responsibilities. I can't just stream all night and all day. Okay. Anyway, those who don't know, I'm 95 people on YouTube. The game's called Poppet Quest. Like what you saw, subscribe, follow, join the Discord, you know, or whatever, or don't, you know. Either way, thanks for watching, and I'll be back tomorrow night, about 10 hours earlier than this. Yeah. I'll say goodbye to the people on YouTube and people on Kick, and then send the Twitch people off to some other person and pay it forward. So, catch you later, YouTube and Kick.